By the way, hi Gina and Brenda. Nice to see you.
Good morning,
Kim.
Kim.
Yeah, hi. Hi. I'll be taking notes for you, just so you know.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. By the way, hi Gina and Brenda. Nice to see you.
Good morning,
Kim.
Kim. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the technical review meetings for the Recreation and Conservation Office. We are coming to you live from the Natural Resources Building, and our advisory committee is here and all set and ready to go. We have our first applicant coming up. We're going to be doing project presentations throughout the day, and as the day goes on, we'll take a couple of breaks, but in between, we'll just be listening to one applicant after another present their project proposal. The advisors will ask them follow-up questions and do a little bit of critique, and then we'll move on to the next project proposal. Thank you for joining us. We hope you have a great day. And with that, I'm going to turn controls over to our first applicant sponsor, who's representing Bainbridge Island.
All right, let's see here. Okay.
And
all
if
right.
you will, Gina, if you double click on the slide, then you probably have control.
All right, let's give that a go here. Yes, we do. Okay, good morning, everyone. As we indicated earlier, my name is Brenda Padgham, and I'm joined by Gina King, and we're with Bainbridge Island Land Trust, here to present Project 20-1754 Rockaway Bluff Preserve, an acquisition of 35 acres of high priority conservation lands on Bainbridge Island. The Land Trust is a 31-year-old nonprofit organization accredited by the Land Trust Alliance. The project area is highlighted here in purple and is an iconic visual statement as visitors and residents alike arrive on Bainbridge Island via the Seattle Ferry. The primary goals of this project are to protect the heart of an exceptional forest lying above Rockaway Beach in the eastern shore of Bainbridge Island, avoiding loss of the only interior forest core in this area, and also protecting habitat networks, watershed, aquifer, and wetland functions. To protect also the scenic values while expanding passive recreational use to a growing population, featuring a 3-mile one-way cultural and natural history trail from Eagle Harbor to Blakely Harbor. The project cost is nearly $2,757,000, and we will be providing 50% of that match through private donations, other grants, conservation futures, and a hopeful local appropriation by the local park district. This map illustrates the location of the project with a star right here on Bainbridge Island, Kitsap County in central Puget Sound, located as a crow flies about 7.5 miles from Seattle, 10 miles to Bremerton, and 8.5 miles to Port Madison Reservation of the Suquamish tribe. All of Bainbridge Island is usual and accustomed territory of the Suquamish tribe. Bainbridge Island, with a population of nearly 24,500, is entirely zoned as city and in the urban growth area. The 4 counties Central Puget Sound region has gained 68,740 people over the last year, 188 people a day, with a population now at 4.2 million. That's 500,000 people since 2010. With this growth has come the increased pressure on habitat from development and increased crowds at outdoor recreation areas, making the pleasant 35-minute ferry ride to Bainbridge Island to enjoy our preserves and parks a regularly sought out experience by Puget Sound residents. The pressures of growth are very motivating for moving forward conservation projects, both for protection of habitat and for providing more public spaces. The island is over 17,770 acres and is many times characterized as a bedroom community of Seattle. Over 150 family residences are added each year. The colored parcels on this map represent lands already preserved by the Land Trust and other community partners through acquisition, conservation easements, and other community efforts. The Rockaway Bluff Preserve, right here, builds off this community momentum. Here is a zoomed in location map showing the Eagle Harbor and Ferry and the location of the preserve in between already protected public and private spaces, and the proximity to the ferry, making it fairly accessible. As we transition to criteria 1, ecological and biological characteristics, we provide you an illustration of the area, which is comprised of 4 separate parcels and owned by a single landowner whose family has stewarded this land for many decades. We are currently working on a purchase and sale agreement with the seller who wishes to sell the land for conservation purposes rather than development. This transaction is designed as a 2-phased approach, with parcel D and E being purchased first and parcel A and 007 having a delayed closing. We designed the transaction this way to protect which is the highest priority lands first and, of course, allow for fundraising. I will now turn it over to Gina, who will dive deeper into the ecological and biological characteristics.
Hey everyone, so we're going to zoom way back out and show you the satellite image of Puget Sound. This really shows the dramatic conversion of habitats around Puget Sound and loss of our forests in this area. With the addition of fast ferry service to both Bremerton and Kingston, we can expect that the development in those areas is going to further accelerate. So you can see that the island provides very important forested habitat in this area and is an important travel pathway, especially for migratory birds. The project builds on a number of past partnerships and conservation efforts, including the acquisition of Pritchard Park here to the north and Blakely Park to the south, with the assistance of WWRP and ALEA program grants. There are also private reserves nearby on Blakely Harbor and at Islandwood Education Center, which help to protect habitat, but they are not open to public access. The project provides a nexus of important intact forest in a very fragmented landscape here. We performed a number of analyses for our Land Trust 2018 Conservation Plan, including developing this Conservation Values Index, or CVI. This is an overlay of 23 different natural resources. So the darker areas here represent more concentrated natural resources. And then these colored outlines are the areas that are already protected. So zooming into our project area here, you can see that the forest core and critical aquifer areas, recharge area here, makes it a higher value area in a very fragmented landscape. In fact, if you sum the CVI values within each parcel across the island, this is in the top 8 of the unprotected parcels on Bainbridge Island. An important component of that CVI was our mapping of the interior forest habitat network on the island. To do this, we used the needs of the Humboldt flying squirrel as a kind of our indicator species. It likely occurs within the preserve, given that we do have nesting pileated woodpeckers and ravens on the preserve. You can see that the project area is the last interior forest core in that portion of the island there. The CVI doesn't really fully capture the value of this preserve, though, as part of a connected network of forest and streams and wetlands, as you can see here. These networks support cooler, wetter microhabitats that are going to be increasingly important for less mobile species in particular, to enable them to respond to warmer and drier conditions anticipated under climate change. The aerial really highlights how this forest core is connected to protected areas further to the west that support similar species. It's also a good reminder how the natural isolation of the island makes us completely dependent, or almost completely, on our local habitat networks for supporting our local biodiversity. Unfortunately, our habitats here, especially our forest habitats, are really in recovery from the extreme clear cutting of the late 1800s. This was largely driven by the world's largest sawmill and associated shipyard, which is right here in Blakely Harbor in that time period. So what we'd like to see is this area transitioning to lowland Puget Sound old growth forest, which is now missing from Bainbridge Island. Dropping down into the preserve, what you have here is a really unusual type of forest for the island. There's very, very high canopy dominated by huge big leaf maple and grand fir in this preserve. We measured many of those grand fir at 40 to 47 inches in diameter. Again, very unusual for the island. We're not sure if they escaped that harvest for the mill and might be close to 200 years old, or if maybe this was just the first area that was clear cut because of its proximity to the mill, and these are about 150 years old. So the maples reflect that past disturbance, the regenerating hemlock underneath representing the late successional condition that it's moving towards. The forest performs many important ecological functions. Unlike much of the island, there are really good decay elements here, such as in these Douglas fir. And grand fir is a particularly good species in that it tends to form heart rots within still live trees. So it functions as a very long-lived snag. The forest performs important carbon sequestration functions, and the maples are a great species from a climate perspective. They increase the local air moisture in the understory, and also the low albedo foliage is nice for reducing climate warming. We're really just getting to know this land. We've only had access since about May, but the habitat we know supports rich avian biodiversity. 73 bird species have been observed, including all 5 of our woodpeckers, multiple avian predators, including 3 hawk species, 3 owl species, bald eagles, merlin, osprey, and peregrine falcon. And species nesting on or near the preserve include bush tits, hummingbirds, pileated woodpeckers, flickers, crows, Cooper's hawk, and ravens. Ravens are really interesting given that like the gap analysis and nature mapper don't predict that they would even occur here. Also 5 amphibian species have been observed, garter snakes, and at least 12 mammal species, including foraging bats. The understory includes Pacific yew and sword fern, vanilla leaf. Many species that bear flowers are useful for pollinators, and edible fruit like Oregon grape and salmonberry. Over 40 plant species have been observed so far. We also have a number of species and communities that have special status. We have the mature forest, which is a mesic Douglas fir western hemlock climax forest. We have the forest core areas that have been identified through our own conservation plan as a very high priority. Snags and logs in a landscape where they're otherwise fairly deficient. The pileated woodpecker, bald eagles, especially along that bluff area, and the open space area identified by the Bainbridge Island Open Space Study for protection. Again, it builds on previous partnerships and conservation efforts. We have letters of support from Bainbridge Island Metro Parks and Rec and Bainbridge Parks Foundation, and initial response to our conferral with the city is really positive. Furthermore, our conservation plan really is the island's most comprehensive conservation plan at this point. And this was identified as one of only 9 remaining unprotected and undeveloped parcels over 20 acres left to protect on the island. Also, the Parks and Rec comprehensive plan identified a goal of adding 424 acres of protected natural areas by 2040 to support our growing population. And the City of Bainbridge Island Open Space Study identified this priority open space. And then this regional open space conservation plan identified this as a census block group without park access, meaning a lot of these households on the uplands are over half a mile from the nearest park. Furthermore, the Squamish tribe identified this as an area with good forest conditions, but recent decline in forest cover. It's also very in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan goals for retaining forest land and the city's non-motorized transportation plan, which also supports public health. And of course, there are also benefits to protecting the watershed and controlling stormwater runoff. And as you can see here, this comprehensive plan, as well as the Parks Foundation trail user groups, are all really advocating for a trail connection here between those two parks on the two bays. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Brenda.
Thank you, Gina. So to keep pace with development and take a proactive approach, the Land Trust is currently engaged in our Stand for Land campaign, an aggressive multi-year, multi-property acquisition campaign in which 4 preserves have already been acquired and in which Rockaway Bluff Preserve will be our next. This campaign has had the support of over 1,500 households, including these highlighted acquisitions right here, which have highlighted forest, stream, wetland, and other features in which the community has been able to be engaged and become better connected to the need for conservation for habitat and climate change purposes. This preserve right here, the Jablanco Preserve, was supported by a WWRP Urban Wildlife Grant as well. The Urban Wildlife Grant we are seeking will bolster this community who has helped with fundraising, leading tours, and getting to know these landscapes better. As mentioned earlier, the growth in population in Puget Sound and current housing shortage makes these very developable parcels highly sought after. Realistically, 17 housing units could be allowed per existing zoning. Development of most of this land is not constrained by critical areas. This map shows very steep slopes on the eastern portion of the preserve, and protection of these lands will keep these slopes stabilized. Unfortunately, on adjacent lands where development has occurred, slides have taken place, endangering public roads and homes. Oops, sorry. This proposal is to acquire the preserve in fee. A conservation easement was explored, but given the extremely high value of the development rights to be extinguished, a purchase achieved best the goals of the land trust and the landowner. The land trust will manage the property as a preserve, or should a predecessor owner, such as the Park District, obtain ownership, we will develop a mutually agreeable agreement to manage this property as a preserve. We've already spoken to the regional context of the need, but on a local perspective, the preserve is within 0.5 walkable miles of 300 homes and within 1 mile of 517 homes. Strengthening the non-motorized transportation network is a very high priority for the local population and how many islanders get around. Working with local park organizations and trail groups, a 3-mile trail, one way, could take you from important cultural spots here down to the preserve, a nice great loop down to Blakely Harbor. This map illustrates the proximity of the preserve to trails that are already existing or planned, and this very large neighborhood right here. Sites such as the Japanese American Exclusion Memorial, and managed by the National Park Service, and Blakely Harbor, which Gina talked about, site of the world's largest mill at one time, can be visited. The preserve will highlight the natural beauty and history of the island and beautifully fits into this walking tour. The conceptual plan for the preserve is comprised of providing a small parking area accessible from a public road and trails, interpretive signs, and kiosks so that the public can enjoy this majestic high canopy forest for bird watching, plant and mushroom identification, and enjoy a filtered rare high bank view of Mount Rainier. The preserve highlights the island's natural systems and use of native plants by the Salish Sea people. This slide highlights some of those species observed on the property with medicinal and cultural significance. And who doesn't want a view of Mount Rainier? This preserve's overlook provides the view of the sound and the mountain after visitors wander through a lovely forested trail network. Accessible by ferry, bus, or bicycle, enables access to the preserve to a wide potential user group. You do not have to have a car to get here. As Gina said, the goal for this preserve is to support its transition from a mixed forest into lowland Puget Sound old growth. Now, while we are still getting to know this preserve, we have observed most of it is in good shape with pockets of invasive plants at levels where sound management can prevent spread to a point of threatening optimal ecological function. The Land Trust has a very robust stewardship and management program, including an integrated pest management component. We have 31 years managing and stewarding nearly 950 acres of owned or conservation easement lands. We have professional staff to guide our actions and use multiple tools such as volunteer work parties, team conservation crew, contractors, Washington Conservation Corps, and partnerships with the Park District and Foundation on trail and management tasks. Part of our success is that we set aside funds specifically for stewardship and management. For this preserve, we will be setting aside the equivalent of nearly 15% of the purchase price to support long-term stewardship and management. The timing for the transaction is that we plan to complete the purchase by the end of 2022. We look forward to taking care of this truly remarkable and special place. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this project to you. And Gina and I are available for any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from the team? Bill?
You mentioned in your early part of the presentation that this area was an aquifer recharge as well. What is the city there, Brainbridge? What does it use for its water source? Is it from the aquifer or they have groundwater?
It is entirely from the groundwater sources. We have a combination of shallow and deeper aquifers providing the water for Bainbridge Island.
Is this piece of property part of the water supply for Bainbridge Island?
Yes, all of Bainbridge Island actually is part of our aquifer system. And so this neighborhood actually to the north, that big development area to the north, actually has had their own private supply bill for some time. And now they're actually looking at having to upgrade that. And so preservation of the water resources has become a really critical point as identified by Kitsap EUD. So most of this water supply does come from community wells or single-use wells from the aquifer. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Penny, I think you are next.
Thanks. This is a good presentation. I think you did a great job. My only comment really was some of the slides that you have, particularly slide 22, I think, you've got pictures and maps together. And what I might suggest is that you look at that to be sure that your map is big enough to be readable. You might want to convert those to the map sort of as the full slide, but it was a nice combination. Most of them were really good. Otherwise, I thought it was a really good presentation.
Thank you. I think that Dave is next.
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay, so Joe, did you have a comment or a question?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to mention on your table or your list of species and communities of special status, I think the North Pacific dry mesic, Douglas fir, Western hemlock forest was listed. Presuming that the pictures you shared are of that forest, it looks to me it actually is the mesic wet based on the abundance of sword fern, so it has a little bit of a different conservation rank. But I would offer, we have a resource on the Natural Heritage Program website, the Ecological Systems of Washington, You could look at that again to make sure that the correct forest type is identified. And you can also reach out to myself or Tanya Ram Gramberg, the ecologist in the program, to help you kind of work through and figure out exactly what forest type you have on the site. And maybe you have both. So
Thank you. Yeah, I think that I pulled that from that mapping, but it could be that, on the ground, it's actually both of them. Or
yes, that makes sense then. Yes, the map is often needs to be refined when you're on the ground. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Thanks, Joe.
Great. I think that John has a question or comment.
Hi, thanks both of you. That was a great presentation. And in reading the written materials, the expanded project description beforehand, I was fairly concerned that there was too much emphasis on kind of the scenic quality and what the site does for people and not so much what it does for nature. The presentation helped a lot in that, but I would still say that think about, are there ways to sort of boost the conservation for the biodiversity sake of the project? So yeah, I would just think about that a little bit. What benefits is there to the birds, to the ecosystems from preserving this site? So
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, great feedback.
Other questions or comments from team members?
actually, Marguerite, I guess I do have one more comment. You stated that a long-term objective is to try to move the forest to old growth or more old growth like. The size of the area is so small that I think there's some real challenges in that, and you didn't address that at all. Maybe you don't want to, but it left that question hanging in my mind of, can they really get there with such a small isolated area? So just think about how you might want to pitch that.
Great, thanks.
Great. Go ahead, Dave. Did you have something that you wanted to share? I think you need to unmute yourself.
Thanks. Thank you. I had the same thought as John did about the kind of the biodiversity improvements that could be made to the presentation. I thought it was a great presentation, but I did think that that might be a way of increasing the score. It's a little bit more focus on biodiversity. One of the things you could do is talk about the wildlife species you expect to occur with the transition of the forest to a more old growth system, if they're not there now. You could also look at some of the species that might be associated with the forest that you currently have and see if there are some species of greatest conservation need that might be there, that there's potential for them, or might be enhanced by providing this patch of land in conjunction with others. I'm just trying, just brainstorming on that. Maybe some more brainstorming on that would be worthwhile. And talk about, I guess in the, I think that there's value to old growth to wildlife. And so if you're kind of managing it for an old forest condition, what might that look like, and what species might occur? Might be just a little something to add that could provide some benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, thoughts, or suggestions for this particular project proposal? Well, Brenda and Jenna, thank you very much. We appreciate it and appreciate you being prepared to participate in technical review. And we look forward to seeing you in September.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
so
much.
much, everybody. Appreciate your feedback and the opportunity to talk today.
Great.
Have
We're
a good
going to
day.
get, thank you. We're going to get ready for our next project applicant participant. And the next project proposal is from Kitsap County. I'm going to see, can I get it started? Jim, are you there?
I am here.
Great. Jim, feel free to turn your camera on and let the folks see who's talking today. Awesome.
Okay.
So Jim, if all goes well, I'm going to turn the controls over to you and you can advance your slides. I'll do that here in just a second. I'm going to stop my video and mute myself. And then when you get ready to start, if you double click on the screen, that'll help us to know that you have control. So let me make sure that I take it away from Bainbridge Island. And now I'm going to give it to you, Jim. So Jim, do you want to try double clicking and see if you have control?
There we go.
Great. I'm going to cut my video and mute myself. And when you're about 15 minutes into it, I'll turn my camera back on just to let you know that I'm still here.
Okay.
Thank you. And it's about 5 minutes. You have about 5 minutes left. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. My name is Jim Aho, and I'm actually presenting for Kitsap County Parks. And I have with me, to your right, but you can't see him, is Vic Alsh. He is our stewardship lead. He's here to keep me honest. So moving to the first slide, where Ilahi, let's see, we're going to try to do we might have to use the mouse. We were going to try to use the up and down arrow to advance the slides, but it looks like we'll have to use we'll probably just go and click. Double click. There we go. Just double click the left-hander. We are basically a little bit further than the Bainbridge Island Land Trust. Ilahi is, again, straight west of the downtown Seattle area. Next slide. Oops. We want to go back. Let's see here. How do we, let's see if we can go back that way. No. We want to go, there we go. We can use the wheel. Yeah. Anyway, we are a Kitsap County Heritage Park. There are 6 of them in Kitsap County. We are the only one that's located to a major population center. Next slide. Down. Okay. Our ultimate goal is to acquire envelope properties, and we're trying to save prime wildlife habitat before it is developed and gone forever. And I want to take a little bit of time to look at the numbers that are on the screen. You notice our priorities are number 1, which is in the center of the screen. And then number 2 is in the upper left-hand corner. That's kind of hard to see. That's a 3-acre wetland parcel. Number 3 is the triangular piece, lower right-hand corner. That is about a 7-acre parcel. Number 4 is another about 7 acres of parcels. And if you total that first parcel being 29 acres, those are about 46 acres that we're looking at acquiring. And you're probably wondering, why do we have a 1A and a 1B? And what we are trying to do is we would like to get that entire 29-acre parcel, as it is about a quarter mile of the South Fork of Ilahi Creek, prime habitat. But we're dealing with property owners, and they would like to see a connection border there. And so that's what we're looking at right now. Trying to deal with the property owner. Move it to the next slide. We are making progress, and we have acquired 587 acres. We started out with 352 acres. Next slide. Our goal is to acquire the properties that are in red, which we have about 75 acres remaining, which are about 20 to 46 acres on this grant, depending on what we negotiate. The next slide is we have area characteristics. We have a contained watershed, which is shown in the green. The geological hazards are shown in the red and orange. On the next slide, we have a contour map which shows deeply incised canyons, and you can also see that on the LiDAR map, which is to the right. And what's interesting about this map, it also shows that the road situation, and what we don't have in that area are roads, which basically contributes to prime wildlife habitat. The next slide shows that we are in a category 1 and category 2 critical aquifer recharge area. The next slide. DFW actually rates habitat, and they rate it in the preserve as high and the surrounding area as low. The next slide. What we have in the area, of course, are fish along Illahee Creek. We have lots of birds. The next slide, we have mammals, and we actually have occasional bear and cougar come through, and of course, amphibians. Next slide. Our species and communities, we actually have 10 that show up on the list. We're going to go through some of those. The first one, next slide, is Puget Sound steelhead. They actually utilize Illahee Creek. The last note there, USGS has modeled Illahee Creek. They actually took it from the Bainbridge Island water aquifer study that was done there, and they noted that development of the watershed threatens the aquifer recharge needed to keep Illahee Creek as a valid salmonid stream. The next slide. The fish that are on the list are coho, returning chum, and cutthroat, and these are all pictures from Illahee Creek. The next slide shows the state candidate of concern is the pileated woodpecker, and we have lots of those in the preserve because we are large enough to have lots of them in there. They create large cavities, and 20+ native species use their secondary cavities. And the goal is to protect and maintain all the existing old growth and watershed habitats. The next slide. Riparian areas. The Elliott property is a 1/4 mile of the South Fork of Illahee Creek. It has a pond in it. The wetland parcel that we're looking at is the headwaters wetland to Steel Creek. And the corridor property that we're looking at is the headwaters to State Park Creek. Biodiversity areas and corridors. We have the area has been documented by DFW in a report. This is a 2005 report, and I know you can't read it, but it's been documented after that in a number of reports. The going back, we didn't finish that one. Oh, you didn't change it? Okay. There we go. We do have old growth. This is a culturally modified 800-year-old cedar in the riparian area. We have mature forests. The DNR land was logged in the 1930s, which makes this forest between 80 and 90 years old, except we have a number of pockets of old growth. The next item is the vulnerable status of this forest that I think they were just talking about on Bainbridge Island. It's vulnerable, and we're trying to protect it with this grant. Moving on, pollinator habitat. Management goals are to retain existing forests and wetlands and control invasive non-native plants, which we are trying to do. The next slide shows the surrounding larger ecosystems. And of course, Bainbridge Island, which you just saw, they have the Gasm Lake Preserve, which is right across from Illahee. We also have Illahee State Park, where we're trying to come up with corridors between the Illahee Preserve and the state park. And then we have the Cheney Estates, all major, larger ecosystems. Next slide. As far as plan support, the county has their PROS plan. And in that, they note that heritage parks are basically the foundation of the county's park system, and they comprise 75% of all of the parks and open space in the county. Primarily, they're undeveloped natural areas with environmentally sensitive areas preserved and enhanced. And next slide. As far as public engagement, the county has gone out and queried the public what they want. And the top 4 requests are for trails, open spaces, conservation, and land acquisition. And this project meets all 4 of those requests. As far as community, the local surrounding community of the Illahee Preserve has been extremely supportive. Just their contributions, financial contributions, just for acquisitions alone since 2015 has been over $300,000. I included this Kitsap Sun article. We were short a little bit to close on a piece of property, and within a week we put out the notice and we raised $37,000 for a blue collar community. That was good. The Rotary donated a shelter in 2018. Next slide. Our biggest threat right now is development. This 29-acre parcel that we're looking at has the stream. You can see the stream and the pond there, quarter mile through there. We would love to get that. That basically would be the finishing touch on much of what we're trying to do as far as protection. He gets offers frequently. Our goal is at some point to convince him that a life estate purchase would be good, but right now, all he's willing to consider is an easement on the east border. Next slide. The threat to the wetland, it's a commercial piece of property, storage complex, and it's in the upper left-hand corner of that slide where you see all those buildings there. That's where the wetland is. It's some appeals are on hold right now. Ecology and the Army Corps came in and rated that wetland as a Category 2. DNR typed the stream that goes from that wetland as F in 2018, and because of that, the owner is willing to look and sell us that property because the mitigation ratio has increased. Next slide. The wildlife corridors, corridor number 3 is kind of in the top view there, and it's a little over 6.5 acres, and it's an estate, and the family members have, they want to get rid of that, and so we need to come in there and see if we can't buy that. The other corridor, number 4, we have 2 properties at the south end that were actually gifted to the county and to the preserve by Kitsap Bank. We had 2 properties that were ready to be, they were going through final permitting, and we came in there and put a down payment on those to stop that property. And we have 1 more property that has simply come up with a for sale sign on, and we need to get that property as it would block that wildlife corridor. Next slide. Our goal of protection for these properties is fee title acquisitions for everything that's developable, conservation easements for those that are not developable. With the Elliott property, we're going to be looking at a conservation easement to begin with, and hopefully a phased acquisition later. As far as community benefits and public access, Olympic College uses the preserve, WSU Extension, public schools, we have nature walks. We have a native plant demonstration rain garden at the middle of our major parking area with interpretive signage. And we do work with the county and the community with benthic testing of the Illahee Creek watershed. Next item is Is it next one? Underserved. There we go. We do have some underserved communities in the area. We're in the Bremerton School District. The nearest school is View Ridge Elementary. 60% of the children there receive free or reduced meals. We also, Bremerton and the Kitsap County qualify for community development block grant funding. And there are some SCORP findings. Multiple benefits. The Elliott Property 1A provides a connection. We're trying to connect another piece of preserved property, and we need that connection for trails and for wildlife, and we need to clean up that one area. If we could get that 29 acres of the stream and riparian area and the forest, that would be a great addition for the public. The wetland, again, that would be wetland and habitat protection. Olympic College would probably use that as a wetland study site. It does also provide us public access from State Route 303. It's a flag-shaped piece of property in the lower right-hand corner, and you see that green area that connects up with State Highway 303. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, wildlife corridors, multiple benefits. The north-south corridor 4, it provides a forest trail along Illahee Road. It protects that hillside tree canopy, and it connects the preserve to Illahee State Park. And the east-west corridor protects 7 acres of forest habitat, provides that second wildlife corridor with Illahee State Park, and provides a local trail system and a connection to a regional trail system. Now the next slide. It isn't going, okay. So, okay, here it is. Management and stewardship plan. We do have a stewardship plan, a salmon recovery addendum. We got you, Marguerite. We're trying to implement an ecology $250,000 study that they did on the watershed and water systems around the preserve. So next one. It's that one double. I don't know. There it goes. We do have some restoration. The Elliott Connection 1A. We need to clean up the trash, remove invasive plants. He wants a 6-foot-high fence along that east boundary of the property, and he would like another fence, and that can be negotiated fence for the other side, and we do need to put a trail system through there. So let's see, the next item is capacity. Something isn't working here. Let's see. Capacity, parks, manages over 10,000 acres of parks and open space. The preserve was actually established by community members and is supported by them from financial support to labor. The parks also works collaboratively with the park stewards and a 501c3 organization established to support the preserve. And additionally, the East Bremerton Rotary Club has adopted the preserve and actively supports the work parties. They finance the shelter and all the signs that go up and a lot more. The next slides are basically showing one of those $5,000 signs that they purchased for the preserve, and they're putting that up. By the bottom left-hand corner is a group from Starbucks in Seattle that came over to help us in the preserve. Washington Youth Academy helps us. You can see the bus there. They put chips on the trails, and we get a lot of church groups that come and help. The next slide, it is a Kitsap Heritage Park, which means that the county supports it. The adoption by the local Rotary Club has helped, and in 2019, over 8,000 hours were documented of support from the local community. As far as the Growth Management Act, Kitsap County has their comp plan from 2016 that goes 20 years to 2036. And the population, if you look at Bremerton, is, I know on the Bainbridge slides that they had it at 37, we just rounded it off to about 40,000. The proximity to Bremerton, we are actually on the border of Bremerton. We're also in the Bremerton UGA and the Kitsap County UGA. And in summary, we do have highly valuable habitat in a dense urban setting. The parcels that we have are 4 and they're threatened with development. The landowners are willing to sell or consider a conservation easement. Development will impede public access and use, species habitat, species numbers, and availability of the nearby forested sites. And the acquisition need is urgent if properties are going to be saved from development. And there we are. Are there any questions?
So comments from the team. Janet, it looks like you have a question.
Hi, Dan. Thank you for spending your time with us this morning. So my just immediate maybe reaction in terms of the presentation is that some of your maps are very hard to read. And I'm thinking about the use of red and green on a mostly green background. That's the map that's up now is kind of hard to see. And some of the early slides, I think, included maps that were giving important information, but the project boundary wasn't included in some of them, unless I missed it. So I was just recommending maybe some consistency in use of the project boundary and use of your colors.
Yeah, I think it's probably the colors are a little dark. The red, it might be helpful to, if you can change that to a bright yellow or something like that, that might stand out better on your aerial views. Go ahead, Bill.
Actually, was a pretty thorough presentation. It was pretty good. You had some pictures of the old growth timber. Is that on the site or is that in the other part, the northern part of the preserve?
It's the old growth. I'm not sure how much, there's a ridge line right by where the property that we're looking at, that Elliott property, that 1A. There's a ridge line there that looks like it's all old growth along the ridge line. So it would be part of the property that we're looking at. Again, we're looking at, you know, that conservation easement through there. So it's close by.
Okay, good. And the other question was, the northern part, the Rolling Hills Golf Course, is that an active golf course still operating?
It is, yes, yes. It was gifted to the county about 5-6 years ago. We talked to the owner and eventually he gifted it to the county and to the preserve specifically.
Anything else, Bill?
No, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, Penny, go right ahead.
Good presentation generally. I had a couple of general comments. You do have a lot of text on some of your slides. It might be better to say those things and have more pictures filling your slides. That gives us a better sense of what we're looking at. And you can describe what you're trying to point out rather than putting lots of text on the slide. I agree, some of the maps need to be, and some of your images need to be a little more readable for us so that we're not distracted trying to figure out what you're talking about by looking at the image, you know. And then lastly, you have a lot of parcels and it's a little bit, just think about how you can walk us through the values and what you're expecting for each of those so that we have a better sense of what the full project entails. Because you were talking about values on one parcel and then on another parcel is a little hard to follow for me. So just kind of think about that generally in your presentation. That's all.
Mickey.
Okay, here I am. Thank you for the presentation, and I admire your ambition in trying to go after that many different parcels. I wanted to ask particularly about the Elliott homestead, the one that seems the almost 30 acres that seems to be the most, certainly the largest and perhaps the most important. And you refer that as a life estate, meaning you're purchasing the property subject to a life estate.
That's what we would like to do if we can. The property owner is in his late 80s, and so, yeah.
Okay. And would there be any access to the property during his life or only after his death?
That would have to be negotiated.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Dave.
Hi, Jim. Confession from me, I am red, green colorblind, and so I struggled through the whole presentation. That part, perhaps because of that, some of the comments that people have already made seemed a little bit more difficult, were a little bit, you know, I had a little bit more difficult time understanding specifically the differences between the values you spoke of for the entire site versus the values of the properties to be acquired. And I was thinking that maybe some better organization. I looked at your species and communities table, and it wasn't clear whether those values were from the properties, the parcels to be acquired, or all the parcels, and some clarity there. Maybe going over the directions and say, you could just say properties 1 through 6, you know, and that would communicate to me that those are the properties that you're acquiring, that those values are on that. Probably separating out the old growth, saying what properties the old growth is on is a good thing, and not you know, separating that out and kind of showing what that value is. So yeah, I think for me, just trying to hear the information as you spoke. At times, I think there was too much information, too much specifics, and I think maybe just reviewing the criteria and then trying to condense the information and only include information on your slides relative to the criteria would be helpful. And then somehow organizing your discussion versus site-wide versus parcels a little bit better. And maybe grouping some of the parcels together on some of the values, some of the threats and things, maybe what parcels, you know, that where there's immediate threats, maybe list in parcels 1 and 4, immediate threats. These are the types of threats that they are, you know, and that will help us understand, help that information get communicated to me. So I don't know how much of this was because I was sitting there and staring at the project map for the longest time, trying to figure out what was what, but that's probably part of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? John, did you have some thoughts that you wanted to share?
Yes, thanks, Marguerite, and thanks, Jim, for the presentation. I want to echo what Dave just said in terms of clearly identifying the values on the parcels versus how the parcels and acquisition of those would contribute to the whole. And really, one area that jumped out at me where I think there may be some real value is in the educational or the public access. If any of the parcels give a different opportunity than already exists in the existing protected area, then you might want to highlight that rather than just say, we get lots of school kids out to the site. Well, how does the acquisition improve that? I think would be a wonderful thing to address. The other comment has to do with, and maybe as you address the red-green issue, when you were talking about the corridors and the connectivity values of the parcels to other areas of the landscape or that are within the view, for example, of the map that's currently up. you mentioned it, but there's nothing on the map that illustrates that for me. And I think somehow enhancing the map to convey that for you would be important. That's all.
Great. Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments or recommendations from team members? Well, Jim, we want to say thank you very much for joining us today and for presenting your project. We look forward to seeing you in September when you are presenting as part of the evaluation meeting. And I'm sure Kim will be in touch to share other thoughts that she might have as you get ready for that next step. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I do have some notes. I'll make sure you get those.
All right,
Cool.
all right, thank you.
Our next urban wildlife habitat project proposal was submitted by the Department of Natural Resources. Hi, Katie. You may unmute yourself, and I think you're all good. And I'm just to let you know, I'm going to turn the controls over to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna take them away from you, Jim. And I'm gonna turn these over to Katie. Let me find you on the little list here. So Katie, what device are you? Oh, there you are. I see it. So just to let you know, a couple of little tips is if you double click on the slide, that will give you the remote control. Usually it helps if you double click. Yeah, that works better. And the second thing to tell you is when you are about 15 minutes into your presentation, I'll turn my camera back on and that way you'll know, hold up a little sign that you've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, cool. I was hoping we
Okay.
could sync our time
Oh.
too, just so I can.
Oh, if you've got a timer, then I don't need to worry as much.
Oh, okay.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'm going to shut my camera off and mute myself so you can get busy and.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Katie Woolsey, and I'm a Natural Areas Manager for the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. I will be presenting Stavis Natural Resources Conservation Area in the Urban Wildlife Habitat category. It doesn't look like this. Oh, there we go. Okay. The goals of this project are to protect a high quality, regionally recognized rare forest similar to the historic matrix of forest lands on the Kitsap Peninsula by acquiring 187 acres of critical habitat along the forks of Stavis, Harding, Seebeck, and Boyce Creeks. There's quite a delay. The sites are located along the Hood Canal, just outside Seebeck, 5 miles west of Bremerton and Silverdale in Kitsap County. Here is our site location map. The black lines is the Stavis NRCA boundary. The hatched lines is the Kitsap Natural Area Preserve boundary. The light green is the existing Kitsap Forest NAP. The darker green shows Stavis NRCA. The light pink and blue color shows DNR State Trust lands. The yellow is the existing private lands that are eligible for acquisition. The black hatched line are the priority parcels for acquisition for this grant. I will now talk about ecological and biological characteristics. The black outlines on this map is the NRCA boundary. Yellow are our priority parcels. This really shows our success to protect rare forest and shoreline and what we have left to conserve. But our NRCA boundary does not guarantee long-term protection. Only when we purchase properties are they protected. NRCA boundaries have no say over what private owners can do within the boundary. As you can see, we've been pretty successful in the boundary this far, but you can see development is coming. Now let's take a look at our priority parcels. Here are some photos of Parcel A showing the wetlands, forests, beaver ponds, and the unique views from the site. Parcel A is 94 acres of older forest with a wetland complex and beaver activity with a fish-bearing stream. Parcel B is 51 acres of older forest with steeper slopes and a multitude of feeder streams to the Hood Canal shoreline and riparian habitat. Here are some photos of Parcel B. Parcel C is 2.5 acres on the edge of development and in the heart of the conservation area. This includes important fish habitat and a rare forest community. Here are some photos of the site, Parcel C. Parcel D is 10 acres of forested land leading into Seebeck Creek, which is zoned for residential development. Here are some photos of Parcel D. Parcel E and H contain riparian habitat on Stavis Creek. Parcel E is 5 acres, Parcel H is 6.5 acres, Parcel F is 2.5 acres, and Parcel G is 7 acres. Here are some photos of the creek and the mature trees in the stream corridors on Parcel E and Parcel H. Parcel F and G contain older forest habitat and a rare forest community. Here's a map of fish streams, freshwater wetlands, WDFW priority areas, and the Washington Natural Heritage Program priority features. Let's zoom into each parcel, which contains rare forest communities and salmon streams on each priority parcel. Parcel A contains freshwater forest, shrub wetland, and freshwater emergent wetland with fish streams that leads into Harding Creek, a key pocket estuary for summer chum. And with this acquisition, all sources of the stream would be protected by DNR trust lands and conservation lands. And finally, with an active beaver pond and mature forest. Priority B also contains older forests and multiple non-fish streams, but flow into a fish-bearing stream along the Hood Canal. The Natural Heritage Plan prioritizes the stream and riparian corridors present at our sites and those we are hoping to acquire as some of the better quality remaining conditions in the Puget Trough for salmon spawning. Priority 1, which means the ecosystem has little to no representation in natural area system and is in the greatest jeopardy of being destroyed. According to the Washington Natural Heritage Program, Parcel C contains some of the best remaining examples for Douglas fir, western hemlock, evergreen huckleberry forest community. Fish distributions include on this parcel are cutthroat and coho, breeding area, known juvenile rearing, and resident coastal cutthroat occurrence and migration. Parcel F and G, and most likely E due to its close proximity to the Kitsap Forest Natural Area Preserve, also contain some of the best remaining examples of the Douglas fir, western hemlock, evergreen huckleberry forest community. The fish distributions also include cutthroat and coho and resident coastal cutthroat. The Douglas fir, western hemlock, evergreen huckleberry forest community is listed in the Natural Heritage Plan as a priority 2 because there are only 9 examples remaining and Stavis and Kitsap is in the best condition. The Douglas fir, western hemlock, Pacific rhododendron forest is also a priority 2 with only 7 occurrences remaining. This occurrence at Stavis is about 1 mile away from parcel D and E. Both of these communities are considered globally impaired as well, which is a system used by NatureServe and Natural Heritage to facilitate species rarity. The intact wetland systems also provide habitat for beaver that are very active here and cavity nesting ducks. Forests provide habitat for a wide variety of resident and neotropical migrant bird species. The property supports pollinator species and will play an important role as long-term refugia and provides a diversity of flowering plants, egg, laying and nesting sites and contains important materials such as decaying wood, mud, host plants, cavities, leaf parts, and tree resin that are also important for certain pollinators and must be found in close proximity to nectar and pollen sources. Unlike many urban wildlife habitats, wide-ranging carnivores still use the area because it is part of the much larger Western Kitsap Peninsula undeveloped forest area. This map shows marbled murrelet habitat in yellow. Parcels C, G, E, and D are in the quarter-acre buffer around this core habitat, which are still critical to conserve since they are in a radius that would negatively affect potential marbled murrelet habitation. Other important ecological features that drove the establishment of the Kitsap Preserve and Stavis are the relatively large area of mature native forest. Stavis is one of the only extensive mature and old growth forests left in the Puget Sound Basin. Here are the species with special status table. It is an extensive list. The stars represented show species in greatest conservation need according to WDFW's Washington State Wildlife Action Plan. Here's the additional species. And many of the communities and species are considered imperiled, critically imperiled, or threatened in the state, and in some cases, the world. Zooming out a bit, this site is unique and significant for its special ecosystem and old growth conditions. The site is also part of one of the relatively few large forest landscapes remaining in the ecoregion. The teal line is the Puget Trough ecoregion. On the left map, purple is the last remaining contiguous forest landscapes. The red triangle is Stavis NRCA, and Stavis is considered one of the top 1/4 of such areas in terms of conservation value in the entire ecoregion. It is the highest quality remaining lowland forest in the Puget Trough ecoregion. And Stavis Natural Area Preserve and NRCA protect the best remaining examples, and our priority parcels are mapped as having those forest community types. And so looking at this broad scale of the entire peninsula, DNR is a major public resource agency. The pink are our trust managed lands, and Stavis is outlined in black. The hatch green are very recent conservation easements and forest legacy parcels we hold. And what's remarkable about this area is that the majority of the private timberlands are owned by just 3 companies. And we in DNR, and of course, many of our partners are working together in driving conservation of this unique and important landscape before it is lost forever. I'll now talk about planning and community support. Starting with planning priority and statewide significance, NAPs protect the best remaining examples of ecological communities. The Kitsap Forest Natural Area Preserve was created in 1998 to protect the highest quality examples of 3 rare native plant communities. In 2004, DNR established Stavis NRCA to completely surround the NAP to protect 7 high-quality ecological communities. Today, the site is grown and managed as one conservation site, yet following statewide objectives from both programs within DNR. And there's numerous support from multiple other agencies and partners, such as the Nature Conservancy's Eco-Regional Assessment and Washington Biodiversity Council, which highlights Stavis Creek as an important conservation opportunity in the Western Kitsap Priority Conservation Area as one of the most important landscapes for biodiversity. And supporting DNR's conservation priorities is called out in the Great Peninsula Conservancy's 2016 to 2021 Conservation Plan. Kitsap County's parks called out Stavis Estuary and open space acquisition in the conservation area for habitat and greenways as a continued priority for Kitsap citizens. The Hood Canal Summer Chum Recovery Plan in Kitsap Salmonid Refugia identifies Stavis Creek as having one of the highest priority refugia ratings with natural ecological integrity. Stavis is one of the few semi-pristine stream systems in the Puget Sound, and sporadic sightings of summer chum have been noted in Stavis Creek. This project fits with many of the strategies in the action agenda and the near-term actions for the Puget Sound, such as to protect and restore native diversity and abundance of Puget Sound species and acquire high-priority marine and freshwater habitat identified in salmon recovery and local plans. The site is in the Hood Canal Action Area and recommended for implementation in the 3-year work program of the Hood Canal Coordinating Council. And more importantly, we're focusing development away from ecologically important and sensitive nearshore area and estuaries, as well as protecting and recovering salmon. This project is a significant component of many recovery plans in the Hood Canal and the Puget Sound area, such as summer chum and the Puget Sound Recovery Plan. We've always had to continue to have strong partnerships and support and have received many letters of support. We have partnerships with many of the organizations, if not all, that you see on the screen. We have on-the-ground support through education programs with the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group. Here are some quotes from previous grant applications, but DNR expanded the NRCA boundary back in 2014 and received overwhelming support to do so. And we are actively seeking to acquire those parcels in our expansion area from 2014. And there's an immediacy of threat to the species and communities through logging and development, which causes fragmentation and leads to loss of wildlife that prefer unfragmented systems. We are trying to prevent this with the acquisition of large, relatively intact forests with native origin and good quality that affords them their priority status. Here's the forest cover change in the Hood Canal, ranging from forest green, which is 5% positive additions, to forest loss up to 40%. The circled areas where we hope to acquire lands. Forest change of less than 5 to 20% in the last 10 years. The green of Stavis is green in part thanks to our conservation area, but there's an increased threat of forest change as you zoom out of this map. And development is an imminent threat to our site if it is not protected. This map shows yellow shorelines with a high development threat and urban community edges And the main threat here is isolated and fragmented parcels. This was a study done by the US Navy created to assess forest conversion risks in the Hood Canal watershed. Recent estimates produced by OFM show Kitsap County as the third most densely populated county in Washington. This map shows Kitsap County's zoning designation. Our priority parcels are zones as rural residential, which means up to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, the yellow. This means that for our priority parcels, we're hoping to acquire 9 of them. That could be a total of 34 homes. Our conservation area could easily look like the forest on the right in 10 years, which is less than 5 miles away. The risk is only heightened with this current market that is driving people out of urban cities due to the high cost to find housing. And this is what jeopardizes our forest lands. I will now talk about community and public access. Education and research are among the main goals identified in the statewide NRCA and site-specific management plans. The site has good access for education and research in places and groups like the Seaback Alki Salmon Team, and local schools have expressed interest at formal education facilities. In partnership with the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group and Mason School District, DNR is reviving Students in the Watershed curriculum, a program where 12th grade students learn a salmon-related topic throughout the year and then teach that subject to 4th grade students out in the field. Stavis Watershed is a WDFW intensely monitored watershed to better understand complex relationships of salmon habitat. Here's a map of current recreation access at Stavis. We've been very successful in purchasing property in our newly expanded area, and property A and B could have more options for siting a small day-use trailhead or parking area for the community to park and hike to amazing views along Harding Creek with epic views such as these. Here are some views from priority A and B parcels. And what's really missing throughout the entire peninsula are hiking trails that end with an amazing view. A lot of folks get tired of only having Green Mountain as an option. And with this acquisition, we could have a trail that ends with amazing views such as this. And since the start of Stavis, many local neighbors and community members have been interested in an education or a salmon center. There's public access via Kitsap County's Gilmore Cove Nature Reserve, which is adjacent to the Stavis NRCA shoreline. And the other parcels fill in critical gaps in public ownership, which could lead to future trail connections. Here are some more photos of current trail opportunities at Stavis. We have decommissioned roads to provide trail access as well as interpretive signage. The Kitsap Peninsula includes 371 miles of coastline on the Puget Sound in Washington State and some of the most spectacular opportunities. In 2014, the Kitsap Water Trail was designated as a National Water Trail by the National Park Service. Finally, DNR is a signatory to the U.S. Navy Defense Department's Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration REPI agreement. This allows the Navy to contribute funds for conservation acquisitions along the Hood Canal and is a tool used to prevent further development in the vicinity of operation bases. So this project is literally helping to support Navy base operation and protection efforts. This has allowed our previously awarded grant funds to really go far, and we really hope to continue to make conservation happen in this landscape. And there are many actions that are occurring at a landscape scale that complements our conservation efforts. The Hood Canal Coordinating Council has a strong in-lieu fee mitigation program with partners to apply for mitigation through enhancement, restoration, and preservation. Other land acquisitions were funded by WWRP Urban Wildlife and riparian grants and DNR's Trust Land Transfer Program. I will now talk about management and stewardship. If we are successful in acquiring the property, we could continue decommissioning and abandoning old forest roads that go along steep and wet terrain. This is the same for the other parcels where we could decommission about 2 miles of forest roads. So the benefit is beyond the property itself and enhances the whole conservation area. And these particular acquisitions fit with our overall goal in the expansion area, which is to first acquire lands near DNR trust lands and then block up conservation ownership. This proves to be a more successful strategy and better management in the long term versus acquiring parcels that aren't contiguous to each other. This project is viable in the long term, and once acquired will be managed in perpetuity under DNR statewide natural areas program. This map shows the locations of natural areas across the state and demonstrates the commitment DNR has to protecting these important landscapes. We have 2 natural areas managers that work in Mason County, as well as a full-time WCC crew, recreation manager, education and enforcement specialists, trail maintenance workers, DNR police officers, 2 natural area program ecologists, and a robust Forest Watch DNR site steward volunteer program. And we have capital and operational funds each biennium from the legislature dedicated to natural areas management. We have a lot of experience restoring ecological systems as well. This was a property purchased along the Hood Canal in 2006. Here's what the site looks like after 10 years, a thriving pocket estuary at Stavis that connects nearly a mile of undeveloped shoreline along the Hood Canal. And what's wonderful about Stavis is that it's really cared by the people living around the site. They are people who care for this forest and routinely monitor and report to us. The DNR has WCC crews that can complete large-scale restoration and follow-up monitoring for projects. Others come to our sites to learn more about restoration. And I'd just like to show the incredible success at Stavis, starting with the Kitsap Forest in the 90s. And a few years later, we started Stavis NRCA. And 10 years after we started, we've acquired the green. And this is, and the other map shows in 2006, the orange were our trust managed lands and the yellow were priority parcels. And flash forward, look at what we have accomplished to be managed under a program specifically designed for conservation. This map shows the Natural Areas Program and how we are committed to this landscape in the long term. And so this is an opportunity to protect globally impaired communities and thriving salmon habitat. It's a project for now and in perpetuity. And this is extremely rare to have this opportunity in a growing urban environment. We have really strong partners working together to help protect Stavis. And it's exciting and can honestly only continue with this funding. So thank you for your time. 1 minute to go.
Katie, that's what stood out to me is you actually finished ahead of time this time. Good job. We're going to start with Dave.
Hi, I thought it was a good presentation, really good. And I want to say I do appreciate your species and status table. It's really, really clear and good and really helped me out. I was interested, I liked I like the way you focus on the parcels, the way your slides, you identified each parcel and the values of those parcels. I thought that was excellent. And so I really don't have a lot of comments except for I'd like to, when you were starting out in the ecological first section, I'd like to see more of the maps. Maybe hold those maps a few seconds longer so that we can see. I was trying to see something and then boom, you were on the next topic. So maybe hold those maps, make sure the important maps that you've got are great, and just let me see them a few seconds more each. But otherwise, I mean, I thought that was a really nice presentation and really, really communicated well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bill.
Katie, as usual, you gave a great presentation. I do have to take a breath when you're done to catch up with you. I think one of the more important slides that you showed was, I can't remember, it was slide 44 or 45. It was the one right before the Navy assessment. It shows the future change in forested areas. I didn't quite follow exactly what your point was. I had a sense that that's a very important slide, but it wasn't that one. It was the one maybe before that. This is the one, 43. Explain that a little bit more. That looks like your area that you, for the Natural Area Preserve, is in the orange and it's declining. Maybe a better explanation of what that means.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill. Penny?
Hi, Katie. Great presentation as usual. Looked really good. So I agree. Your walkthrough, going through each of the parcels, the priority parcels. Great job. It was pretty easy to follow, and you did a good job of connecting us. I had one question, actually two, on your written submittals on the expanded project description and explanation on management and stewardship. You should look at that section because you don't really talk about management and stewardship in it. So have a look at that and maybe expand. Your slide presentation was really great. Mm-hmm. So you explained it in the presentation, and that was good. And then the other quick thing that it would be good, and I know this is always kind of hard to do, but knowing what's the existing public access for Davis, what are you proposing? How does that impact these parcels? A little bit more. You kind of went through it fast, which of course you were trying to meet your timeline, but just a little better explanation of what's existing, what the plan is, and how you might get some of that done. And that's it.
Great, thank you. John, you have some thoughts or comments?
Yeah, hi, Katie. Great job. I'm going to echo a couple of comments. One is, I would say you went way too fast on the slide transition, in particular early on. The value of showing a slide is to let people absorb it, and when you click past it really fast, the value is lost. So I don't know if that means you have to decrease the number of slides, or you had a minute or two to spare, make use of that. But to me, you went so fast early on, it was distracting. The other thing is, and the map that's up right now illustrates that. That's an interesting graphic. It's pleasing to the eye, but and I would say this one, and in particular a couple of others, they're a little bit complex, and it's going to take the viewer, us, the evaluators, a little bit to absorb it. So I don't know if you can keep them all in, or change the narrative to explain them a little bit more, but they're really good. And I don't know, I'd maybe suggest putting together a, what do you call that, test panel of people, get some folks that aren't involved in putting the slideshow together, just run it by folks to see how quickly they can pick up on it. Again, they're really valuable, but the amount of time that you had them up on the screen didn't allow me to really absorb what the heck I was looking at. So.
Okay, thank you, John. I think we have questions or comments from Mickey.
Come on. Sorry, here I am. Katie, thank you. I did get to see you 2 years ago, and I know how good you are, but you are faster than we are, which I think is what some of the other commenters are saying. But I've taken the opportunity to learn, and maybe some of the advisors can also help me understand, how does DNR decide what project goes in the natural areas category and what in urban wildlife?
So
maybe Marguerite answers that question.
So Katie, and Deanne is online as well, so I'm not sure if Deanne had conversations with staff. So Katie, I think a part of it has to do with which ones meet the eligibility criteria. And so like for most entities, Mickey, they have quite a few projects. And so I think what they really do is sit down and strategize and say, okay, these really kind of suit this. This one qualifies for this category. So then they'll choose, if it appears to qualify for urban wildlife, they will choose urban wildlife. If it's mostly riparian, they will choose that. And the idea is not to monopolize one category, but to sort of spread things around. And typically DNR chooses about 2 of their projects, 1 or 2 each biennium, that they feel like really fits the urban wildlife category. And I think it's just a strategy that most agencies do when they have a lot, is where does it best
sense here with the population nearby. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I thought I saw another hand, but maybe that question was answered. Hearing no others, Katie, thank you very much. Is this your last project for today, or will we have you back a little later?
I think you'll see me after lunch.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, thanks
Well,
everybody. Thanks for your feedback. Appreciate it.
good.
See you soon.
So team members, we actually have a break right now, and it looks like we're running just a little bit ahead of schedule. And Tessa gave us a whole 15 minutes. So if we all get back in 15 minutes, that will allow us to get started. But our scheduled start time for our next presentation is 10:45. And if we are back just a little bit before that, we'll see if our applicant sponsor is ready to go. So thank you. Enjoy your time, time for relaxing and refreshing for a minute or two. Hey, Lawrence,
Yes, hi, Marguerite.
how are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
Excellent.
We are still recording, but I did just want to say hi and make sure you are all set and ready to go.
I am, yep.
Good. So when we get ready to get started again, what I will do is I will turn the remote control over to you. So I'll pull up your presentation, turn the remote control over to you. And to make it work, what we found is if you double click your mouse, that usually gives you the control. And then when you want to advance your slides, just go using the keyboard arrows. Usually works a little bit better than trying to use the mouse.
Okay.
And just remember that there's typically a couple of seconds delay on your end. So
Got it.
hopefully that'll help things work as smooth as possible.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
The other thing is I have a little timer. And so usually what I do is I flip my camera on after 15 minutes. And then that way you'll know you've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a quick break and then we'll start up again here soon.
All right.
And feel free to sing or hum or play music so people are entertained.
Okay, thank you, Marguerite.
think we are just about ready to begin, Lawrence. I'm going to pull up your presentation. Make sure I get the right one. Lower Henderson Inlet. Welcome back, everybody. I think everyone's here, ready to go. And I am going to give the mouse to you. And I have a little timer, and I think we'll be good.
Great, thank you. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Lawrence Reeves, and I'm the Conservation Director at Capital Land Trust. Before I get started, I want to thank each of you on the review team. I know it's a voluntary commitment, and I know it takes a lot of time and diligence, so I just want to say thank you for your willingness to be part of the process. So our project is called Lower Henderson Inlet Habitat Conservation Phase 2, and it's in the WWRP Urban Wildlife category. And let's see. Seems like I'm not able to advance the slides. Oh, there we go. So the project goals and objectives are to place a conservation easement on the largest unprotected property on Henderson Inlet. It has 94 acres of biologically sensitive salt marsh, nearshore, and riparian habitat. 46% of the property is wetlands. It has 2,100 feet of marine shoreline and 3,600 feet of type F stream bank. In the blue inset map, you can see a statewide view of the project location. And on the larger map, you can see the project location relative to South Sound. It's located at the southern or lower end of Henderson Inlet in northern Thurston County.
Hey, Lawrence.
Yes.
Will you double click to make sure you have control?
Okay, maybe that was the problem. Thank you, Marguerite.
Okay, I'm
Appreciate
going to
that.
try to mute myself again.
Okay, thank you.
And you might have to click, but.
Okay. Okay, here you can see the project site in red. It's adjacent to DNR's Woodard Bay Natural Resource Conservation Area and within a 5-mile radius of the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually Wildlife Refuge. And again, you can see the project site shown in red, and I'm moving my cursor around. There's the project site. The phase 1 parcels are in orange or yellow, depending on how it looks on your screen, and you can see where I'm moving my cursor there. And then in purple, you can see the Woodard Bay NRCA. Here's an aerial map of the 94-acre property known locally as Myers Point, with Myers Creek running through the center. So the total project cost is a little over $1.3 million. We're asking WWRP to fund $633,000. And the funding in hand is about little under $660,000. And the funding partners thus far are the Salmon Recovery Funding Board, National Coastal Wetlands Conservation Grant, the Squaxin Island Tribe, and Odessa Environmental. So at this point, we have over half of the funding already secured. The project site is the largest unprotected property on Henderson Inlet. It's 94 acres with very little development, just a house and 3 outbuildings clustered in a 1-acre area on the southern edge of the property. And you can see those here on the left side of that aerial image where my cursor is. The property so that leaves the remaining 93 acres undeveloped. The property has 2,100 feet of unarmored Puget Sound shoreline, 3,600 feet of Myers Creek shoreline, and 44 acres of wetlands. Of the 44 acres of wetlands, 39 acres are considered decreasing wetlands, meaning each year there are fewer of these wetland types. These include forested, scrub, emergent, and intertidal emergent wetland types, all found on the property and all largely spared from human modifications. This is a photo of Myers Creek as it runs through the property. The property's vegetation ranges from salt marsh emergent species such as pickleweed, saltgrass, and seaside arrowgrass to Puget Sound lowland forests of Douglas fir, western red cedar, red alder, and bigleaf maple, with an understory of sword fern, deer fern, lady fern, salal, salmonberry, and skunk cabbage. There are a multitude of animal species that use the site, including at least 133 species of migratory and resident waterfowl, shorebirds, waterbirds, and land birds. Steelhead, Chinook, coho, and chum salmon have been documented using the marine waters within the project site for rearing, foraging, and migrating. Orca whales, harbor porpoises, and harbor seals have all been observed foraging in the waters of Henderson Inlet. The adjacent Woodard Bay NRCA has a large harbor seal colony and haulout, as well as the largest known bat colony in Washington, hosting mostly Yuma and little brown bats, but also California bats, which forage in forested environments like those found on the property. There are 6 federally listed species that are known to use Henderson Inlet. With the exception of killer whales, all of these species have either been observed on the project site or their use is highly likely. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has designated all of Henderson Inlet as critical habitat for Chinook and killer whales. The property also supports these 13 secondary target species that depend on intact shoreline and salt marsh habitat in Henderson Inlet. Our target communities are the intact estuary and marine shoreline and salt marsh. Why is this community so important and worth conserving? In urban areas of Puget Sound, loss of salt marsh habitat and intact shoreline is nearly 100%. It's critical habitat for a multitude of ESA species. And once it's gone, it's very hard to get it back. According to the Native Pollinator Habitat Resource Guide, the 5 largest threats to pollinators are habitat loss and fragmentation, habitat degradation, pesticides, non-native species, and climate change. The conservation easement that we will be purchasing will first and foremost prevent habitat loss, fragmentation, and degradation. The CE will also place limitations on pesticide use and the introduction of non-native species. While a CE can't directly address climate change, the property itself has a high degree of climate resiliency. With its gently sloping topography, shoreline species can migrate as sea level rise. And the wide variety of habitat types and moisture gradients will ensure wildlife can continue to use this property for years to come. Structural and species diversity is a critical factor to forming rich, varied pollinator habitat, which this property provides. Here's a partial list of plants found on the property that provide nectar to butterflies, bees, and hummingbirds, and host to butterfly larvae. The definition of unique is being the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. And looking at the parcel map of Henderson Inlet, it becomes exceedingly clear that this property is one of a kind, or more appropriately, the last of its kind. It's the last property on the inlet of any substantial size that isn't protected from subdivision and development. To date, Capital Land Trust, in collaboration with governmental and private partners, has conserved over 500 acres across 11 sites in the Bud and Henderson Inlet region. This project builds on the exceptional conservation work carried out by the Department of Natural Resources by expanding the conservation of critical habitat outside of the Woodard Bay NRCA boundary, which started with our Phase 1 acquisitions, which are shown in orange on the map. The Phase 1 acquisition effort conserved over 150 acres, 1.8 miles of marine shoreline, and was also funded through the Urban Wildlife Program. As you can see on the map, Phase 2 provides a vital corridor between the southern extent of the Woodard Bay NRCA and Henderson Inlet. The project supports multiple plans. The Henderson Inlet Watershed TMDL report states that protection of sensitive locations in the Henderson Inlet watershed will help implement goals of controlling and reducing bacteria pollution. The Henderson Inlet and Nisqually Reach Shellfish Protection District's implementation work plan calls for the purchase of key Henderson Inlet shoreline properties to protect water quality from further degradation and to protect existing valuable wildlife habitat. The RIA 13 lead entity 4-year work plan specifically calls for acquisition of the project site. The Squaxin Island tribe developed 2 shoreline habitat prioritization models, one looking at direct shoreline features and the other including the adjacent upland catchment basins. Both models prioritize this site for protection. The comprehensive plan for Thurston County prioritizes the protection of important marine shoreline features, such as undeveloped bays and the protection of habitat for Washington state priority species and federally listed species. This project also directly assists in implementation of Thurston County's Shoreline Master Program, which calls for the protection of natural shorelines. The Henderson Inlet Watershed Characterization Report identifies this sub-watershed as having high ecological value, making protection of large, mostly undeveloped properties a high priority. The project was ranked #1 by the RIA 13 Citizen Advisory and Technical Advisory Committees for the 2020 RCO Salmon Recovery Funding Board grant round. WSU has spent the last 4 years engaging the public on their plans for Myers Point, from multi-day workshops with property tours to individual meetings with neighbors. The common sentiments among these groups were 1, support for developing an environmental field station on site, and 2, to ensure the property remains intact and minimally developed. Because the project dovetails with the conservation efforts in the nearby Woodard Bay NRCA, the Department of Natural Resources has provided a letter supporting our efforts to conserve critical habitat outside of the NRCA. South Sound Green has been bringing students here for over 10 years for watershed education and supports this project. Likewise, Taylor Shellfish Farms has provided a letter of support because of the importance of clean water to their business. The Squaxin Island Tribe and Odessa Environmental have both pledged in-kind match to show their support for the project. This slide clearly shows the level of parcelization and development surrounding the project site, as well as its proximity to the Lacey and Olympia urban growth areas. There is a perception that since the project site is already owned by the state, it's therefore protected. This is simply not the case. WSU is a teaching and research agency. They do not hold lands for conservation. In fact, almost all of the real estate donated to WSU gets sold to support their mission. Their mission does not include holding land. The only reason this property is still owned by WSU 30 years after it was donated is because some members of the faculty had a vision to see the site used for education. However, during periods of tight budgets, this property has been on the chopping block, and it will likely be again, especially with the unprecedented economic collapse we are seeing due to COVID-19. If WSU were to sell it outright, we could never compete with the price a developer would pay. But if we can get the funding to acquire a conservation easement, we can greatly minimize its development potential and protect the majority of the property. And if you doubt this, just look at the surrounding land use in the map. Zoning ranges from 1 residence per 1 acre to 1 residence per 5 acre, which is the zoning for this property. So subtracting wetland acreage, it could still be divided into 11 shoreline parcels. Historically, all of lower Henderson Inlet was mapped as salt marsh. Now the majority of the shoreline has been modified and looks like this. 2 studies from the early 2000s found that total Puget Sound tidal wetlands have decreased by between 60 and 83%, and that was nearly 20 years ago. That number has surely decreased since then. Henderson Inlet specifically is impacted by riparian habitat destruction and water quality degradation, which have cumulative impacts to the nearshore and estuarine environment. And all of this is caused by human land use practices. This project is the second phase of a 2-phase acquisition plan. Phase 1, shown in orange, was a 150-acre acquisition of 3 parcels funded through, in part, the WWRP Urban Wildlife Program. This phase will purchase a conservation easement, which is much less expensive than attempting to purchase the property outright. Using this approach, we can remove the residential development pressure from the property while still allowing WSU to use the site for research and education. We feel this is a win-win outcome that fully supports the goals and objectives of the Urban Wildlife Program. So all these factors, increased development and manipulation of uplands, loss of intact shoreline and estuarine habitat, and increased runoff, have reduced water quality in Henderson Inlet. As this slide shows, 520 acres of Henderson Inlet is closed to shellfish harvesting. Shellfish are the canary in the coal mine. This project addresses water quality by preventing unlimited development of the shoreline and uplands of the largest unprotected parcel on the inlet. As a conservation easement acquisition, RCO does not require public access. However, Capital Land Trust has a strong commitment to getting people out on our conserved properties through volunteer work parties, birding and plant ID tours, and other community events. We would expect to provide these same activities at Myers Point. And as mentioned earlier, WSU's goal for the property is to establish an environmental research station on the property where students, faculty, and visiting researchers can conduct experiments on site and have infrastructure in place to facilitate these activities, such as a dormitory, kitchen, and laboratory. Since 2007, South Sound Green has been bringing students to this property for watershed education because of the uniqueness of the habitat and the great learning opportunities the site provides. South Sound Green is a local watershed education program housed at Thurston Conservation District that strives to connect communities and schools for watershed protection. The property also hosts the Henderson Inlet Community Shellfish Farm, which provides hands-on learning and recreation as community members get to learn about and participate in shellfish growing and harvesting. The landowner provides the Nisqually tribe terrestrial access to their tribally owned shellfish beds, which are adjacent to the property. And finally, the property provides a stunning view shed for kayakers coming from the nearby kayak launch at Woodard Bay and to other recreational boaters. Having WSU as the landowner, the ability to provide opportunities on the property for underserved communities is much greater than it would be with most other landowners. 40% of students enrolled at WSU are first generation. These are students who tend to be from minority and/or economically disadvantaged communities. By partnering with WSU, we believe this project will create meaningful opportunities for underserved communities to experience nature. The property provides other multiple benefits to the community. It provides protection for the ancestral lands of the Squaxin Island tribe and Nisqually tribe. The learning, research, and education opportunities offered by the site enrich the knowledge base of our community and the larger society. It improves water quality benefits that benefit the aquacultural industry and the economy. It reduces ESA liabilities for the community. It provides numerous ecosystem services, and it complements DNR's work at the adjacent Woodard Bay NRCA. Sorry about that. Approximately 20 acres of the 94-acre site could be developed with field station infrastructure. That's the areas shown in orange on the map, with the highest intensity occurring in the western area along Shinky Road. So that's to the very left. The 3-acre area closest to the shoreline will only allow the existing 3 structures to be maintained or renovated. If this project is successful, the property will never be subdivided for residential development and will allow WSU to provide outstanding research and educational opportunities on the property. And we understand the RCO rules won't allow WWRP funding to be used for the acquisition of parts of the CE that will allow for development. Capital Land Trust has over 30 years of experience stewarding conservation properties, most of which have a shoreline component. We have a strong stewardship and monitoring program, which engages community members through our volunteer land steward program and regular volunteer work parties to help maintain healthy habitats on our properties. We prepare baseline documentation and stewardship plans for each property and monitor our properties at least annually. We also have an experienced restoration team that will work with the landowner to provide support and expertise to ensure the important habitats on the property remain functional. And finally, we maintain a robust legal defense and stewardship fund, and we are an accredited land trust. So thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Lawrence. Appreciate that. Dave Hayes has questions for you.
Hi, Lawrence. How are you doing?
Good, Dave. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was really nice. It's very interesting. I think that this issue with the University of Washington has come up in other projects that I'm aware of, and I think maybe just a couple more things about the properties that have been on the chopping block, like what year, when did this happen, and before, and were these for sale, or were these on the list to be sold? That kind of thing would be helpful. Can you talk a little bit about phase 1 or phase 2? You basically talked about a lot of educational access. You didn't talk about any trails or public access. Is that not in the plans or in the plans?
Well, since we'll only be owning a conservation easement, we aren't the property owners, so we can't we can't guarantee that there's going to be trails or sort of unfettered public access. And just to be clear, that's not a requirement. That's not an RCO requirement either for conservation easement properties. Okay. And a comment on your species of special status. I think it'd be clear if you maybe try to use the RCO format a little bit more. Identify species that are present on the site, and then talk about the larger area. The providing, like the NRCA, the peregrines there and the eagles there, and how they would be in the larger area. It was confusing to me, both the slide and the table. Okay. So I would work on those. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Let's hear from Penny.
Hi, Lawrence.
Hi, Penny.
So I had a couple of comments. The first one, in your expanded project description that you submitted, it looks like you're using old criteria instead of the new one. So I would look at that again. So the criteria that you're answering isn't necessarily the ones that we're using now. I mean, you did in your slide presentation. That was great. Okay. The other thing, I would like to hear more about how a field station is going to work with the conservation goals of this site as you go through the presentation. You indicated that there's several acres that could be more developed or used more for the educational, environmental educational, and maybe field station functions. But I want to know how that works with the conservation values, and also if you can't use WWRP money for development for a property that's going to have development, how are you separating those? Is that 2 CEs? Is it anyway? Just a little bit more explanation of how conservation and use of the site are going to be compatible with one another and go together.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I think you are next.
Hi, Lawrence.
Hi, Joe.
On your species table, both in the communities table, both in the written material as well as in the presentation, I noticed you listed quite a few different ecosystem types that the Natural Heritage Program has classified, which is great to see. The way that it was presented, and I don't know if this is what you intended or not, but it was a little unclear. So the source was listed as the Natural Heritage Information System, which I interpreted, and maybe others wouldn't, as that those ecosystem occurrences were in our database in terms of a site conservation priority. I did see those in the database. So I also was wondering, maybe what you were suggesting is that you've identified those communities as being present, which I think is great and fair. And if so, you might consider focusing instead of, so that there's no confusion about whether or not the Heritage Program has identified it as a conservation, because we go, it's not just the presence, it's also we apply additional criteria of how big is it and what is its condition before we decide it goes in our database, which these may meet that criteria. We just haven't looked at it, I guess. But you might also consider just focusing on maybe their global and state conservation status ranks. You know, how imperiled are they or not? If they aren't in the database, I think it's fair to just say they're present. Here's how threatened they are globally and within the state of Washington.
Thank you.
Great. Lincoln, I think you are next.
Yeah, I had a question about the community shellfish farm and the tidelands also that are harvested for shellfish. I was just unclear whether this property includes tidelands or not, and who actually owns the tidelands, and where the community shellfish farm is in relation to the other tidelands used for shellfish harvesting.
Yeah, so Lincoln, would you like me to answer that, or are you asking me to clarify that for the final presentation?
I think if you just try and clarify it on the map, so we've got a clearer picture of exactly what's going on.
Okay, great.
And it looks like Pat has comments or questions.
Yeah, just a follow up to the one they had, because that was going to be my comment too on the conservation easement. I think your first or second slide talked about an easement on 94 acres, and then when you put the potential development acreage in there that you probably won't be buying with WWRP, you might want to change the slides to reflect what you're really going to be purchasing with WWRP and not the whole 94.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point.
Other thoughts or questions? Lydia, do you have comments?
Yeah, I think I was just going to echo that it would be great to hear more about threat to the area, especially if the more developable acres are being removed, like how much of the remaining site is wetlands and what kind of protections are there, like how much development is actually possible in that remaining area. And then also if WSU is planning on building structures, then what is the likelihood then of them wanting to sell the property after that? So.
Okay, thank you.
Other thoughts or comments? Well, thank you very much, Lawrence. I think everybody has commented for this particular proposal. And
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate everyone's time.
We look forward to seeing you in September.
That sounds great.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to get the next presentation ready here. And it looks like we're going to head to the east side of the mountains for this one. And Hannah, I'm sorry, I think is it, who's our next presenter? Oh, there you are.
Hi, it's Hannah.
Great. It's great, Hannah. I just want to give you just a couple of little tips here. I'm going to turn the mouse control, the remote control over to you. And it seems like you have to double click it first to make it start working. And then then it's better to use your arrow keys to move back and forth through the slides. But first you'll want to double check, and we can do that. Let me see if I can turn that. You want to try that now and see if you have control. Great.
Okay.
And then if it looks like you're not as far along as needs to be, I will turn my camera back on and hold up my little trusty sign to just let you know you've got about 5 minutes left. So I'm giving reviewers just a chance to make their last 1 or 2 minute notes for the last project. And I think we are just about ready to begin. So I'm going to shut my video off, and you may have to double click again.
Okay.
And you may start whenever you are ready.
All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Hannah Beener. I am with the Chelan Douglas Land Trust in Wenatchee, Washington, and thanks for taking the time today to learn more about Chaffee Mountain, which is our submission for the WWRP Critical Habitat funding category in 2020. It's worth noting that all the photos that are taken in this presentation are taken on site at Chaffee Mountain unless otherwise noted. Oh. What did I do? I'm sorry. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so what we are looking at here is a photo of the site. We are talking about an acquisition project here of conservation easement on over 600 acres of wildlife habitat. The Chaffee Mountain property was purchased in 1903 by Charlie Chaffee and has been in the same family for over 100 years. The descendants of Mr. Chaffee live on the property with their spouses, and they want to protect the large tract of property from development in the future. They actually approached the land trust on the recommendation of a WDFW biologist, Department of Fish and Wildlife biologist, who was doing a mule deer study on their property. And they wanted to explore options for protecting their property. The land trust plans to add a second complementary property to this project, which was donated to and is owned in fee simple by the land trust. It's 21 acres in size, and it's located close by and protects similar habitat to Chaffee Mountain. So here's our regional map. You can see we're located, our project location is just west of Wenatchee, which is right about in the center of the state. And this is, you know, the western foothills of Wenatchee are important as a transition zone, basically between the Columbia River Basin and the eastern slope of the Cascades. And this project is right in those foothills. Okay, so looking zoomed in a little bit more to our site location, you can see the big blue polygon there is the Chaffee Mountain property. The little blue polygon to the lower right of that is the 21-acre CDLT owned property that would be considered part of the same project. The whole site is just about a mile west up the #1 canyon drainage from the city of Wenatchee, which is indicated with the urban growth area boundary there in gray. #1 canyon is along with #2 canyon, which is immediately south, and with some rocky prominent outcroppings, Castle Rock indicated on the map, Saddle Rock, that kind of defines the western foothills of Wenatchee. And Horse Lake Mountain, which is west of and uphill from the Chaffee Mountain property at the head of the #1 canyon drainage. That Horse Lake Mountain is the highest point in the immediate neighborhood, and that's about 4,600 feet. You know, Wenatchee is our regional population center combined with East Wenatchee, which is immediately across the Columbia River, and that's about a population of 60,000 in the area near our project site. A little more detail on our project proposal. So we are seeking a conservation easement to be acquired with RCO funds on the 2 parcels outlined in yellow here that are owned by the landowners of Chaffee Mountain. The larger parcel of 520 acres, it's anticipated that there will be a withholding of 80 acres from the easement area out of that 520. We don't have that completely defined yet with the landowners, but the full 80 acres of the second little parcel there to the right. And then, as I mentioned, that small pink polygon to the lower right, that's already acquired. That's owned by CDLT outright. It's worth noting that all the various colored properties on this map have management objectives related to preserving open space and habitat, and we'll talk more about that. Moving into the evaluation criteria with ecological and biological characteristics, this project meets goals I've identified in several plans, including the Land Trust Habitat Plan, also in the Chelan County Comprehensive Plan. So there's land use goal 4 in that plan, which is to preserve the integrity of significant natural, historic, and cultural features by minimizing the impacts of development. And rural element goal 2, maintain natural environment features that support and enhance natural resources-based economic activities, wildlife habitats, traditional rural lifestyles, outdoor recreation, and open space. It's also supported by the Wenatchee Foothills Community Strategy, which was developed in 2010 by the Trust for Public Land, Chelan County, the City of Wenatchee, and the Land Trust, Chelan Douglas Land Trust. This planning document identifies protection of wildlife habitat in the Wenatchee Foothills, and specifically mule deer winter range, as being critical. When we talk about uniqueness and significance of the site, it's worth noting that the Chaffee Mountain property is actually the last privately owned parcel of significant size in the Wenatchee Foothills that doesn't have some form of protection from development. This is noteworthy, and it occupies this unique location where it's both adjacent to private land in the #1 canyon drainage and up on the slopes that's being developed rather rapidly, but it's also adjacent on 3 sides to land that is already protected in some form, whether it's public land or private conservation properties or other wildlife preserves. So it's really a keystone property and a puzzle of multiple ownerships with wildlife habitat protection identified in their management goals. The property is defined by 2 creek drainages, which are indicated here with arrows, and those have narrow corridors of riparian shrublands on either side of them. And then it goes into steep-sided ravines with sandstone cliffs and rock outcroppings up into these kind of more gentle and broad upper and open basins. As I noted here, it provides both vertical connectivity from 1,400 up to 2,600 feet, and then Horse Lake Mountain, which you can see in the background of this picture, is at 4,600 feet. And then it's also connectivity between kind of the wildland urban interface that's lower down in #1 Canyon and the true wildlands to the west of the. It has high potential and documented high use as mule deer winter range. Statewide significance, it protects and supports priority species and habitats identified by state agencies, and protection meets objectives identified in the Washington State Mule Deer Management Plan. It also supports habitat that's important to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners in Flight program. When we talk about our target species, we're talking about Rocky Mountain mule deer. The property does also support golden eagles with a documented nesting site nearby on adjacent property. But Rocky Mountain mule deer and the migratory herds, they're very large in these foothills of the Cascades and down into the Columbia Basin. And this property is, it adds to already protected habitat, and it is very high quality habitat, and to be able to support this species, which is kind of a keystone species in our Eastern Cascades ecosystem, is really important. It also supports habitat for healthy populations of 2 endemic plants, the long steeple globe mallow, the rare fuzzy-tongued penstemon, which is pictured here on the left, and also a new plant that we actually just discovered and confirmed since we've uploaded our application to PRISM, which is the Snake River cat-eye, which is a cryptantha. So that was not in our species and communities of special status table when we uploaded it to PRISM, but it's in this presentation and it will be in our final as well. These plants are found at various aspects and elevations on the property, and indicating that it's a great habitat there. And target communities for protection are obviously mule deer winter range, as well as a couple of imperiled or critically imperiled communities. The quality of the habitat, it's a large site. It's large enough to make it complex with both riparian and shrub steppe communities, seeps, cliffs, and a range of elevations and aspects. Anecdotally, a lot of the Wenatchee Foothills area burned in 2012 wildfires, including probably over 90% of the Chaffee Mountain property. And it seems from our research that the Chaffee Mountain property is recovering far faster and better than the more degraded similar habitat that's lower down in number 1 canyon. And that's due to the well-established fire-resistant plant species, the native plants. It has come back much less weedy than some of the other habitat nearby. So that speaks to the quality of it. When we talk about quality of habitat, we also need to talk about climate change resilience. We use the Climate Mapper tool, which is the culmination of work of a bunch of organizations, including Nature Conservancy. And we can see that the property will become even more important as the effects of climate change manifest. So looking at the left, landscape permeability, that looks at how much access a species has to alternative climate niches and vegetation types within kind of its immediate neighborhood. And Chaffee Mountain, as you can see, has high potential for this ecological flow. That's the dark teal and the light teal there. Ecological flow into an area from a surrounding landscape, which means the species can survive without moving too far. Regional connectivity identifies areas that facilitate a larger scale ecological flow, and Chaffee Mountain is part of a broad, intact area where things can move unrestricted and unimpeded. And then topoclimate diversity refers to the range of temperature and moisture regimes available to a species, and Chaffee Mountain is mapped almost entirely at a moderate to high level, and that's likely due to the complexity and variations in the site related to slope, aspect, elevation. When we're talking about species or communities with special status, all of the species that everything in the next few slides is actually existing on the site. It's documented on the site. We have not been able to do an exhaustive inventory of the property yet, so I would imagine we might add to this list. Obviously, this photo of the golden eagle that was taken on site. WWRP has confirmed that there's a documented nesting site nearby on adjacent property, and that the eagles use both the Chaffee Mountain and the CDLT 21-acre parcel that's nearby, and as part of this project, and that for hunting habitat. You can see there's a wide variety of habitats that are a priority or imperiled, like the Intermountain Basin's Big Sagebrush Steppe, or critically imperiled Columbia Basin, foothills, riparian woodland, and scrubland on site, as well as that mule deer wintering range, which is our target community for this site. And when we talk about plants, I mentioned the long sepal globe mallow, that's on the left there. The center photo is that Snake River cat eye cryptantha, which we only recently discovered, but it has been confirmed. And that's a range expansion for this plant, which makes it more significant. And then on the right, we have that fuzzy-tongued penstemon. So all those plant populations exist in very robust, healthy populations and subpopulations, and they're in various different areas on the site. So that speaks to the quality of the habitat that we're protecting, but we know that those plants are rare, and that protecting a site like this is even more important, and therefore the species are more threatened from being removed from an already narrow range that they have by threats to the habitat through habitat conversion or loss. That can be due to agricultural processes, development, or stuff that's related to climate change, like intensified wildfires. Similar threats affect the availability of adequate winter range for migratory mule deer, and it's really important not to lose the contiguous linkage between the winter range habitat and the lower elevations of the foothills and the higher elevation to the west on the public lands. So in this photo, I just wanted to point out, you've got number 1 canyon there in the bottom, which is developed. The red circle is around a house. I hope you can see that there. This photo is taken from Chaffee Mountain, looking at the bottom half of Chaffee Mountain, which is much bigger than where that yellow circle is, or oval, but that yellow oval shows that, it's got those broad rolling slopes. If a house can be where the red circle is, a house could easily be on the property that's in the yellow oval and beyond there. So threat of development is real on this site. When we talk about the importance of the habitat, I can show you on this map here to the right. So here's Chaffee Mountain outlined in red, and I wanted to zoom in on the map, so I cut the legend off, but basically all the dark orange or red brown shading here is denoted as high potential for mule deer winter range. So you can see the property has high value for that, and then the connectivity to the lands that are already protected on either side. Okay, I actually messed up my slides, so I'm going to skip ahead. They got switched around. So we're still talking about species and communities with special status. The rarity, like I said, we've got the long sepal globe mallow that was only recently removed from the state rare plant list in 2017. It's still under watch. Fuzzy tongue penstemon is still considered rare. Those are both endemic. And then the Snake River cat-eye cryptantha, like I said, that was a range expansion to find that plant here and have it confirmed. So we still need to do a lot of scientific research. There's opportunities, I guess, for scientific research related to just why that species has expanded here and what this habitat provides for it. Okay, now we're going to go into manageability and viability, talking about the threat. This is a photo taken from a different conservation property looking at Chaffee Mountain, which again is much bigger than where that yellow oval is, but that yellow oval again shows that kind of broad upper basin that is super high quality winter habitat for mule deer, and also probably very high threat for development. You can see the roads that have carved up the hillside there. Those are all 20-acre exempt parcels that have been developed in the last 8 years. You know, our landowners, they want to protect the site. Development pressures are real. They came to us looking for options. They have applied for open space category with Chelan County, but they haven't received it yet. And that doesn't provide the same level of protection as a conservation easement. So we are trying to find the right fit for them, and a conservation easement, acquiring a conservation easement on this property would reduce the threat to the habitat there. Okay, talking about why we're doing a conservation easement, it allows the continued private ownership of a property that has a great deal of historical significance to the family. They want to remain on the property and retain ownership, but they want to ensure the protection in for the whole property long after their lifetimes. As I mentioned, the landowners will reserve about 80 acres from the total of 680 acres, and that's where their existing homes are or any future development will be. That means there won't be any reserved rights within the conservation easement, and that makes the long-term management much simpler. And the second 21-acre property owned by CDLT is also permanently protected already by our ownership, and we did receive an RCO waiver of retroactivity for that property. Long-term viability, it's a mutually beneficial partnership for us to hold a conservation easement on their private property. When CDLT takes on a new protection project, we require that money be added to our stewardship fund to be able to draw from the interest on the corpus so that we can provide adequate protection to the property in perpetuity. There won't be any additional foreseen challenges to the annual monitoring of the site, which is located less than 4 miles from our office and in close proximity to other preserves and protected properties that we have management responsibility for. And as I mentioned, the Chelan County Comprehensive Plan supports the protection of the Chaffee Mountain property. So when we're looking at the enhancement of the existing protected land, all these colored polygons, which I've put my own legend to the left thereof on the map, those all have some form of protection already. The orange color is federal or state protected land. This pink is owned by the Land Trust Preserve. The dark blue over here is the city of Wenatchee natural areas acquired with RCO funding, so that has the state deed of right. And this green is owned by our Chelan Public Utility District as mitigation property, and that is actually a wildlife preserve with the management mandate of manage for the exclusive benefit of wildlife, and very specifically mule deer. So you can see the contiguousness between these two habitats and then to the federal land beyond is really important here. Obviously I should identify that Chaffee Mountain is right here in the center where my mouse is. And you can also see that if that property isn't protected and it is developed, that is a big chunk of contiguous habitat that then is broken up. Migratory corridors are disrupted, and that has an impact on the protected lands that are around this site as well. Okay, public benefit and community support. Chaffee Mountain, one aspect of public benefit is view sheds. It protects a view shed from Wenatchee looking west into the foothills, but also this picture was taken from a CDLT owned property with a really popular segment of the foothills trail system, which is well over 20 miles of trails in the Wenatchee foothills. And you can see that the view shed would be severely impacted if Chaffee Mountain was developed, and that, you know, would just lead to a feeling of less solitude and less recreational enjoyment on the trail system. There's important scientific value for researching migratory mule deer, plant species, and ecological recovery from wildfire. And we have support from those entities listed there. Uh-oh. Okay, multiple benefits. So the landowners are supportive of hosted outings on the property for the enjoyment of nature or educational purposes, and those would be open to the community, free of charge. The site is not logistically suitable for a trailhead or a formal public access point in a trail system at this time. On a different note, another benefit that's provided by this property in its undeveloped state is the prevention of erosion and potentially damaging flooding of lower number 1 canyon in the city of Wenatchee. That has happened in recent years. And Chelan County has actually purchased a 20-acre parcel from the landowners that we're working with to do this conservation easement project, specifically for flood control purposes. They have spent a lot of money on flood control concerns because of past issues with that. If this property at Chaffee Mountain were developed, that would definitely contribute to issues related to flood control down canyon and in the city of Wenatchee here. So by being undeveloped, it is it's useful in that capacity and provides another benefit. So that is kind of where I have it ending for now. I'll take any questions from you guys at this time.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Questions and comments from the team? And looks like we're going to start with Dave.
Hi, Hannah. Thanks for the presentation. You covered a lot of ground. You said something about your slides being mixed up, and I noticed that you had some planning information that was in criteria 1, and be better if that was in the criteria 2, which covers planning. So I was thinking perhaps that was part of it, or just maybe moving that needs to be moved down to number 2. And I think your overall pace was a little rushed. If you could slow down a little bit. We're just learning this stuff for the first time, and so it's going to take us a little longer to absorb your information. So if you are a little bit slower in your presentation, that will help us absorb more information. You can also maybe condense some of go through each criteria and condense your information to provide less, but then that'll focus the high important points to us better. It'll help those sink in better. Mm-hmm. I had a couple other comments that I wrote down. The developed property, if they're going to reserve 80 acres, where is that? You know, if you don't know if that's related to could that be anywhere in the property at this time, or is it going to be in one place? If you have that information, it could make a lot of difference in, the effects of that potential development on the whole site. So that's a really important thing if you can get that nailed down, or a general area where that might be. The other thing I noticed that you had a couple good slides where the habitat quality looked great, but then I started thinking from the very beginning of what's the quality of the habitat, and then you started answering that question. But I had that question because I was looking at the slides and was like, I can't tell whether this is high quality habitat. So maybe if you can get a few more slides, provide that. Or just say, it's more degraded in the upland, but much higher quality in these areas or something like that. That'd be a better description to us, and that one might follow the slides better, you know. So there was kind of disconnect with me with the quality of habitat and then what you were saying. So I think going around with that and maybe think through that a little bit more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Penny, think you have some comments?
Actually, I think Dave covered most of it, but I do want to say, Hannah, kudos for including climate change slides in your presentation. That's great. Something that we have struggled with and how to incorporate more concern about future climate changes and that sort of thing. So echoing again what Dave said, the 80 acres, where's that going to be? How's that going to impact the project, etc. Otherwise, good job.
Yeah, the climate change question, I mean, it was in the PRISM application, but it's not a specific evaluation criteria, which I find disconnected.
Yes, well, we struggled with that. I'll help.
Yeah, don't worry. The board has been trying to figure it out. And right now it's a question because it's what's the appropriate question. And so sharing that kind of information about the values of your project, it'll help us to get closer to what we should be including in terms of criteria for it. So thank you for including that. Okay, I think that Lincoln has a question or comment. Lincoln, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I've got this kind of double mute thing going. Building on what Dave said, it does seem like there are different habitats or ecological communities on this property, but it's kind of hard to tell where they are. So you've got those riparian areas, but it's hard to see them, or they're not really called out on the maps. So I think that would be helpful to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So John, why don't we hear from you?
Hi, thanks, Hannah. Great presentation. There's one place where I had difficulty making sense of the slide, and I think it has to do with the color scheme. It's on slide 11, and it seemed like the color scheme in the legend and what was on the map was a little bit off, or at least it didn't match what you said.
No,
So,
you are totally right.
okay, so I would do something to try to fix that.
Yes.
So that I'm not here trying to figure it out because it doesn't make sense to me while
yes, when I was practicing this after I uploaded it, in addition to having slides mixed up, I also noticed that the legends didn't correspond. Yes, I will improve this slide for clarity.
Okay, and those are great slides. So they're valuable to spend a little time to fix and keep. So.
Yep, thanks.
Other thoughts? Hey, Matt, did you have a comment that you wanted to share?
Yeah, I did. Just a quick question. Is there existing grazing on the property, or do they have any plans to graze with their conservation easement in the future?
No, there hasn't been grazing in a very long time. The current owners aren't aware of any grazing on the property. It doesn't really show signs of historical grazing either, and they certainly don't have any plans of operating livestock.
Yeah, it's just pretty rare in that area to not have grazing on a piece of property like that. So anyway, thank you for answering that question.
Okay, yeah, and I guess I didn't even include that evaluation criteria because there's not grazing. Maybe I should at least mention that. There hasn't been and there won't be.
Other thoughts or comments or suggestions? So Hannah, when you were talking about public access, I know that there's a lot of properties around the area where the public does have access to.
Mm-hmm.
Any connectivity here or long-range plans, or is it the landscape is just not suitable?
It's not suitable. I actually work as the Trails Program Manager for the Land Trust, and one of the issues with that is that any sort of trail, the way the property is draped over the topography, any sort of trail system would lead to people going straight up and down slopes, and
Got it.
it's just not conducive to adding to our trail system at this point anyway.
Good. Thank you. Dave, go ahead.
I just forgot one small thing, Hannah. The first couple of slides, it took me a while to catch on that it was bordered by three sides by protected lands, and perhaps maybe darkening the color, shading that more. Like I didn't understand. I didn't notice the Forest Service property till you were like in, well into your presentation. But it'd be nice if it started out and there was just that quick picture that says, oh yeah, this is bordered on three sides. This is going to have high connectivity. That I see that and I make that connection right away.
Okay.
That might really help. I don't know. I just thought I'd mention it.
No,
And
that's
Dave,
great.
you're talking about like when she's talking about the bigger picture of
Yeah,
what we
right at
have
the
going
start.
on.
Right at the start. It took me a while. And
I think
making
even the
that
site
impact right
location-
away might be really helpful.
Yeah.
Great. Any other suggestions for Hannah? So Hannah, we want to say thank you very much for preparing. I know that it's not perfect. Everybody always wants to get it perfect, but that's what technical review is all about, is giving an opportunity to run through, see what kind of information you might need to provide to help applicants later on. And so I think you'll be ready.
All
And
right.
we
Thank you
look
so
forward-
much for everyone's feedback. I really appreciate it.
We'll see you in September.
Sounds good.
Great. Well, team members, we have made it to through the first half of our day, and it is now time for lunch. And our plan is to start up again at 12:45 with another East Side project. So I hope you enjoy your lunch break and look forward to seeing you back here in about an hour. Thank you. Sandra?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I am doing just fine.
I just want to let you know unfortunately my camera does not work, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay.
I'm going to get your slide up. And so you're doing Simcoe, correct?
Yes.
So I am going to give you controls.
All right.
And hopefully you'll be able to control it. Let me find you on the list. There you are. And so just a quick reminder that for the most part, I won't do anything, but if you lose control, just give yourself, a lot of times people go too fast. It's easier to manage it using your arrows on your keyboard.
Okay.
But if, for example, I take back control for a minute to turn my camera on to let you know that you have 5 minutes left, then when you get it back, it might be just a slight delay.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I'm going to turn my camera off. First, I'm going to welcome everybody back. The advisory committee members, welcome back. We are ready to start the second half of our day. And our first project proposal is from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Sandra is on the phone to introduce herself, and she will be ready to go here in just a second. I'm going to turn my materials off.
I can no longer hear you, Margaret. Am I good to go?
Yes, you are. I'm sorry. Once I wanted to give you back the controls, so I'm letting go, and then yes, you may start.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Yonker. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Southwest Washington with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And thank you for the opportunity to present this proposal to acquire just a beautiful portion of the Simcoe property in Klickitat County. The goal of the Simcoe project is to achieve a significant and lasting conservation impact. I'm not sure if my slides are working. Oh, there we go. The goal of the Simcoe project is to achieve a significant and lasting conservation impact by protecting this large, diverse, and strategic location in the southernmost portion of the East Cascades in Washington state. This proposal is to acquire approximately 5,000 acres, which is phase 6 of a larger acquisition proposal of about 20,000 acres of habitat. This acquisition provides the opportunity to directly implement species recovery by protecting and managing unique and critical habitat for fish and wildlife, maintains landscape connectivity and secures a large block of landscape. It improves habitat manageability while abating the impending threat of development, and allows for a unique partnership between WWRP and the Central and Eastern Klickitat Conservation Districts to manage the property within a working lands framework. As you can see, the Simcoe project is located in Northeast Klickitat County in Washington. And the project is located east of Highway 97. And as you can see, is adjacent to the southern border of the Yakima Indian Nation. It's close to the Columbia River Gorge, and it's in a primarily rural area with larger towns further north and east. In this slide, I just want to highlight that the project here is pictured in dark green, and I wanted to point out that it's located within the upper reaches of the Rock Creek drainage, which is outlined here in blue. And that Rock Creek drainage is an important tributary to the Columbia River. The project area borders the Yakima Nation, BLM lands, as well as state parks, DNR lands, as well as private ownerships. And it's about 14 miles approximately northeast of Goldendale, with access roads to the south as well as to the east. To provide context, here's a brief summary of the lands that we've acquired to date. And all of this has been possible through the RCO WWRP grant funding. for a total of about just over 10,000 acres so far. This is so exciting and also really grateful to see this being accomplished. And as you can see here outlined in red, this phase 6 would be a big step in this effort. The Simcoe property acquisition represents an important opportunity to protect significant fish and wildlife resources over a really large landscape for conservation connectivity, unique habitat types and species, and key watershed protection. There are unique ecological and biological characteristics on site. Like I mentioned, the property contains the upper reaches of the Rock Creek watershed, supporting unique fish and wildlife species, a diversity of flowering plants, open meadows, mature stands of pine and oak trees, a multitude of streams, stands of young white oak, shading grasses and forbs, a diversity of habitat types in close proximity, young and mature stands of pine dissected by small streams, as well as blue bunch wheatgrass and flowering balsam root. And to be honest with you, it would really be fun to spend the 20 minutes just showing you pictures of this area. It is just truly stunning, but I won't, I'll continue. The Rock Creek drainage represents a unique ecotone within the eastern extent of Oregon white oak habitat that transitions into interior shrub steppe grassland, and it's situated within the East Cascades ecoregion. The diversity of habitats supports dozens of species of greatest conservation need, and the vast majority of those species listed for this ecoregion are found right here in this basin. So the unique landscape and the potential to ensure a large block of public ownership make the acquisition of this parcel a priority. The East Cascades Ecoregional Assessment, the Washington Biodiversity Conservation Strategy, and the Columbia Plateau Connectivity Analysis confirm the importance of this location. And the Rock Creek watershed itself is listed specifically in 8 plans for its importance to aquatic, terrestrial, and floral natural resources. In addition, the Western Gray Squirrel Recovery Plan specifically directs to this location, and WDFW's Priority Habitat and Species, or its PHS list, identifies species and habitats that are hallmarks of this property, such as oak habitat, the Western Gray Squirrels, and deer, just to name a few. You can see here this proposal lies along a transition zone between wetter habitats on the west and drier habitats on the east. Therefore, this proposal contains high biodiversity in a relatively short interval that supports and provides critical habitat diversity for a wide array of species. A unique attribute of the project lands is the amazing juxtaposition of diverse, extremely high quality habitats within a very short interval, and the high diversity of vegetation communities across the project area. The proposal provides landscape connectivity that is significant for conservation, and there are unique species and communities that are found on this property that are important to protect. And the area supports ecosystem function within a large scale and intact habitat. So there is significance to supporting local community values and activities important to Washington State. As I've mentioned, there's incredible diversity of fish and wildlife and habitat types on this property, as the 4 pages of the species and communities with special status table illustrates that you have in your packet. Given the breadth of biodiversity, I will just highlight several of the species and habitats that stand to benefit most by conservation of this property, but understanding the whole time that there is benefit to many, many more as well. The Western Gray Squirrel is listed as a state threatened species. The proposed acquisition lies within one of only 3 remaining geographically isolated populations in Washington. And the oak pine habitat found across this acquisition proposal helps support the most robust remaining Western Gray Squirrel population in the state. The project land supports one of the 3 major deer herds in eastern Washington and provides year-round mule deer habitat, critical range, and strategic corridor migration habitat. The Rock Creek watershed provides critical spawning and rearing habitat for federally listed Middle Columbia steelhead. The Rock Creek has been identified as one of the priority unique watersheds for steelhead recovery and has high potential productivity in the Mid-Columbia River fish recovery area. The project land also supports a rich array of snakes and lizards, and one of which is the southern alligator lizard, which is narrowly distributed in Washington State. And the Washington Herp Atlas here shows this proposal as one of the few places in the state supporting southern alligator lizards. These three woodpeckers illustrate or represent the unique transition of forest types found in this part of eastern Washington, from the east side ponderosa pine to the mixed conifer found in isolated locations to that unique white oak ponderosa pine forest. The project lands represent an intact block of forested habitat that has been lightly managed for decades, which is really apparent when you go on site. I highly recommend that. It's beautiful up there. With the upper riparian zones comprised of that ponderosa pine, Douglas fir, and Oregon white oak communities, while the mid-elevation riparian areas are made up of a unique, high-quality white alder plant community that's not found in other areas of eastern Washington. This figure here shows the major ecological systems found on the Simcoe property according to maps produced for our State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP. According to these data, 97% of the Simcoe site is made up of systems designated in the SWAP as an ecosystem of concern. These ecosystems of concerns are known for their importance as habitat for a diverse range of species of greatest conservation need and recognized for being imperiled systems. All these systems have closely associated or endemic species found on the Simcoe, so really illustrating the importance of this area in providing habitat. The project lands support a diverse and rich grassland, as well as forb communities, which speaks to the outstanding past stewardship of the property. There are oak woodlands, which are known to support a significant number of species. The numerous headwater streams in the Rock Creek watershed are high quality and also contribute to the health of downstream riparian communities and species. There are wet meadows spread throughout the property, providing early spring forage, and they contribute to stream flow well into the summer. Loss of this area or changes in landscape use would be detrimental to many fish and wildlife species and communities. The western gray squirrel populations are isolated and in decline, and this project area is identified as core remaining habitat for the western gray squirrel. The steelhead in Rock Creek are considered genetically distinct from other mid-Columbia stocks based on the geographic isolation of their spawning populations that have had no significant hatchery influence. Golden eagles are a state species of concern, as well as a PHS species, and there's concern throughout the West that their populations are on decline. The importance of habitat acquisition is demonstrated by the size of the parcel and the intact ecosystems that support the recovery and persistence of multiple species that we've just been looking at, such as that western gray squirrel, as well as providing the critical range for priority habitats such as Oregon white oak and species such as mule deer. The habitat acquisition supports golden eagle by providing important foraging areas, as well as steelhead by protecting the headwater streams that significantly benefit downstream habitat and water quality. There are a multitude of unique ecological roles for the host of species and communities in this project area, as well as taxonomic distinctness. The ecological role, for example, for the western gray squirrel, besides being adorable, as they are here, they're known to be associated with many species within the ecosystem that they inhabit. They disperse seeds, fungus, and fruits, as well as being prey themselves for carnivores and omnivores. There are 3 subspecies of western gray squirrels in the western US, and the western gray squirrel is taxonomically distinct and is the only member of its subgenus. And the subspecies found in Washington is restricted to range of 3 isolated populations in Washington. Steelhead and salmon are known to have a positive relationship with over 100 species of wildlife, and they perform these ecological roles both as predators and prey within the ecosystems that they inhabit and are important in nutrient cycling. NOAA lists 15 species as distinct population segments, or DPS, for West Coast steelhead, and the steelhead in Rock Creek are included in that mid-Columbia DPS and are listed as threatened by NOAA. So in addition to these listed species, the Rock Creek watershed provides habitat to a variety of unique fish and wildlife, as we've identified earlier, and are rarely found in Southeast Washington, and each of which play an important ecological role. Compromise of this habitat associated with the proposal would mean a substantial loss of function to the ecosystem on a broad scale. There are several species and communities that are rare that can be found here, such as the unique high quality white alder community, the large assemblage of white oak, the intact functioning habitat, the priority of watersheds for steelhead recovery, and the winter and summer habitat range for several hundred mule and black-tailed deer. Multiple site visits so far have shown for sure that the bees and butterflies are buzzing on this landscape, supporting the feeding, nesting, and reproduction of pollinator species. Rare Care, which is a trained volunteer group that truly enjoys scouring this landscape, to date, they have a list of over 300 species of plants that they have documented, which is just amazing and that they share with us. So the sheer abundance and diversity of flora is truly amazing and provides habitat and resources for pollinator species and the significant ecological role that they play. If maintained as an intact tract of land, this property has long-term viability for species, communities, and overall ecosystem function. However, when considering the immediacy of threat, the landowner is selling now, so the opportunity to acquire these lands for conservation is now. As you can see, this is the phase 6 that we talked about on a previous map, and this parcel right here is 1,100 acres that was just sold a few months ago to a private entity. So it's within that geographic envelope that we're looking at, and we just found that the landowner has listed all these properties on its website. And currently the land use is for primarily 20-acre residential, but has some minimums of 2 acres. So if not acquired, this vital location for all the unique habitats and species that we've just talked about would be lost. I just really can't stress the urgency of this. So given that the landowner is looking to sell now, a conservation easement is not being considered. Through a unique partnership with the Eastern and Central Klickitat Conservation Districts, WWW and the CDs are, whoops, I don't know what happened. Oh, sorry, you're just, sorry. WWW and the CDs are jointly developing a management plan for this area through what's called the Coordinated Resource Management Process, with input from multiple entities as seen listed here that represent diverse participation and expertise. Consistent with fish and wildlife species recovery, the CRM will emphasize protection of habitat, critical habitat, management of forest restoration for health, management of grazing that would be compatible with critical habitat requirements, compatible recreation, sensitivity and protection of cultural resources, protection of the hydrology, and maintenance of the infrastructure. The habitat is in good condition from previous light touch forestry, and there's quality habitat within the current grazing activities that occur on the property. There are also a myriad of opportunities for both aquatic and habitat enhancements, and long-term monitoring of the habitat with this acquisition would be conducted. The property is bordered by a combination of Yakama Nation, BLM, DNR, and private ownership. So protection of this property would enhance the Yakama Nation land to the north and south, as well as DNR and BLM ownership to the south, and of course now as well to the east with WWW. So combined, these protected lands complement the project and provide connectivity across the greater landscape. These lands will be managed as part of the Klickitat Wildlife Area and be accomplished through the joint management and stewardship with the Eastern and Central Klickitat CDs. The Klickitat Wildlife Area has existing personnel and equipment in place to manage the project lands. The management of the grazing would be compatible with critical habitat requirements. The grazing management plan would be developed through this coordinated resource management process, and it would ensure that grazing protects or enhances the species and communities described in this proposal, and will incorporate current rules and guidelines for species and habitat protection. WFW has ecological integrity monitoring as a focus of our grazing program, and so that would be part of this. And the previous grazing has been light touch, so there's quality habitat with the current grazing activities on site now. There's no known opposition to the project. It has broad support from the groups listed here and has active participation from several of these entities in our coordinated resource management process. And we've also engaged frequently with the Klickitat County Commissioners who support the project for the values of conservation and working lands. The project lands are an important location for research on a variety of species, and current research projects include golden eagle ecology and interactions with wind farm development in Klickitat County. This part of Klickitat County is mostly private land, and the acquisition would increase the amount of public ownership in this area. Acquisition would facilitate a diverse array of activities such as hiking, birding, hunting, photography, fishing. This area has been closed to public access for over a decade, so would be a unique and quality recreational experience. And we would, through the CRM management plan, ensure that the spatial and temporal distribution of recreational activities would be compatible with fish and wildlife habitat conservation goals. So using the coordinated resource management process and utilizing the experts from multiple agencies and entities, WFW and the CDs plan to use established management practices to enhance habitat and species diversity and complexity to achieve conservation goals that ensure long-term protection of fish and wildlife habitat and provides connectivity within a working lands framework. This supports the benefits of historical uses and values to the local community and continuity in traditional and historical value and uses to the Yakama Nation. In addition, the property would be closed to motorized vehicles to minimize disturbance to wildlife and habitat, as well as to protect habitats from off-road vehicles. This property supports so many unique species and habitats that are within an intact functioning ecosystem that secures long-term conservation benefit and value. And as we know, it's becoming rarer and harder to find opportunities to secure protection of critical habitat of such high quality and at such a scale as this property. It also provides a unique management opportunity with multiple entities from state to private to conservation entities, federal, tribe, that in partnership promote the values and interests of the local communities in sustaining the cultural and resource importance of this area. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time and be happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments from the team? Giving folks a minute. It looks like Dave and Bill both want to share something. So why don't we start with you, Dave?
Sandra, thank you for the presentation. It's a nice presentation. Was wondering, you mentioned something, I don't know if I caught it clearly, that the current parcels that have been acquired do not have public access, but this property would provide public access. Is that correct, or was?
Oh, no, sorry if that was confusing. No, it does have public access both on the east side from county roads and off the south on Box Canyon Road, right off of 97.
Okay, great. The current properties do?
Yes.
Okay. Something I noticed, the species table didn't identify the ecological systems. You could add them to there.
Oh, okay.
You can also update with species of greatest conservation need and then drop the state monitor. And the other thing I saw there was the location. It wasn't clear whether these animals were either on the envelope area or the property to be acquired. I think clarifying that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bill.
You'd mentioned during the end of the presentation that you're coordinating with wind power development. Well, I couldn't quite catch what your meaning was. What was the importance of that?
No, we're not coordinating. It's just that there's research, there's current golden eagle research occurring in this area that's looking at the interaction of golden eagles and wind power in Klickitat County. So I was just addressing the criteria that asks for what kinds of research would be occurring or could occur on this property. And the golden eagle research is currently happening, and that is associated with looking at impacts of wind power.
But there's no prospect of wind power development on the site.
No.
Oh,
But given that golden eagles use such large territories, there's wind power close to the site.
Did that address your questions, Bill?
yes. I enjoy your enthusiasm. It's great.
Thank you. This means a lot. It's an awesome property and it's just so exciting.
So let's hear from Matt.
Hey, I just have thank you for a nice presentation. I just have one point, is that several of the maps show the entire Simcoe parcel and they don't break out the parcel that you guys are trying to buy. And I just think it'd be nice to be clear on those to make sure that, you know, we're not getting that entire piece as part of the RCO grant, just that one little parcel. And I just noticed that on several of the slides. But anyway, that'd be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Sandra, looking at the parcel map, just to go back,
Sure.
maybe this one,
Mhm.
it's what's outlined in red that you plan to buy?
Yeah, so in the first couple maps, in the very beginning, it should
Oh, yeah.
say that, yeah.
Okay.
But I can definitely, if that wasn't clear, I need to make that clear.
Make sure you did. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, Penny, I think you had a question or comment.
I do, just briefly. So one thing I noticed, given Dave's comments about your species list, it looks like a fair amount of inventory has been done on this property. Are there no rare plants on it? So that would be something that I'd want to see if indeed there are. Secondly, I'd kind of like to hear more about uses and about past use, what the plan is for managing use in the future, if you're going to continue grazing, do you have funding for fencing, for critical areas, that sort of thing. So I'd just like to hear more about how's the property been used, what's the potential, or how are you going to manage it in the future?
Great, thank you.
Any other thoughts or recommendations that might help Sandra prepare for evaluation? Sandra, I don't think there is any other questions or comments at this point.
Great.
I want to say thank you very much for preparing and for presenting. And hopefully we'll be able to see you in September.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity and all the feedback. I really appreciate it.
Great.
See you in September.
Thank you. Our next project proposal is submitted by the Department of Natural Resources. And Katie, are you presenting this one?
Yes.
Okay, so as before, I am going to do my best to give you control. Okay. And then when you're ready, you can get started.
Okay. I'm gonna double click. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll start my timer then. So hello again, my name is Katie Woolsey and I'm a Natural Areas Manager for the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. I am presenting this application to acquire land in the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area in the Urban Wildlife category. The goals for the project includes conserving high quality habitat within one of our conservation areas in the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area and prevent a future residential development in the heart of a beloved conservation landscape. Our objective is to acquire 170 acres on Rattlesnake Mountain. To quickly orient you to the site, the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area is located in East King County, outside North Bend and Snoqualmie. Here is our site location map. The black outlines are our conservation area boundary. An NRCA boundary represents the extent of important and high quality conservation features identified by the DNR Natural Areas Program. Dark green in this area is land owned and managed by DNR as natural resources conservation areas, which protect outstanding examples of native ecosystems. What's unique about this site is Rattlesnake Mountain, the green here, are both co-owned by DNR and King County Parks. And the gray lands here to the north are solely owned by King County. And then the hatched green here to the south are King County conservation easements. And then the red outline with the hatched black and the yellow backdrop are our priority parcels we've identified for acquisition for this grant. I will now talk about ecological and biological characteristics. Here's a photo of the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area in the yellow box, which is approximately 2,000 acres of mature forest with stands of old growth and wildlife-rich snags and extensive stream systems, as well as dramatic scenic viewpoints of the Snoqualmie Valley. And the yellow arrow is the property directly adjacent to the scenic area. And zooming in closer, this photo really shows how Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area has protected ecologically sensitive areas and wildlife habitat in the lower Snoqualmie Valley, but also shows how development pressures and how a housing development could creep up the mountain. Here's a zoomed Google Earth image of the property, which is 170 acres of forest and with multiple stream systems originating just upslope on Rattlesnake Mountain. Here are some photos of the site, which I actually took from the realtor's website, of the streams and snag-rich habitat. As you can see, it is in the heart of a contiguous conservation landscape. Here are some photos from the site from various points in Snoqualmie Valley, including a view from Mount Si and from Mailbox Peak. This map shows the property mapped with WDFW priority species and habitat, containing resident and winter migratory elk, that's in the orange hatch, and winter migratory and snag-rich habitat, which is this hatched green, including on the Rattlesnake Scenic Area and on the property identified. And so the entire Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area is considered long-term forest covered for marbled murrelet, and additional land will be considered marbled murrelet in approximately 10 years. And this is what's outlined in the yellow dots. This project conserves headwater forests, which is critical to protecting hydrological and sediment processes that support resident trout habitat and water quality conditions downstream for threatened salmonid species. The streams from the property here flow into fish-bearing streams and eventually into the South Fork of the Snoqualmie River. While this acquisition will protect a variety of species, it will most importantly protect species and add much needed buffer habitat to species that are federally threatened, state endangered, state sensitive, or state monitored, such as northern spotted owl, peregrine falcon, osprey, and marbled murrelet. Other species present or expected include black bear, coyote, cougar, bobcat, and others associated with mature and old growth forests. Potentially occurring threatened and endangered species derived from studies done for the Habitat Conservation Plan on the adjoining and adjacent Cedar River watershed include the following, as well as these following species. The property supports pollinator species and will play an important role as long-term fuchsia and provides a diversity of flowering plants, egg-laying, and nesting sites. This site contains nesting and egg-laying sites and materials such as decaying wood, mud, host plants, cavities, leaf parts, and tree resin, which are really important for certain pollinators and must be found in close proximity to nectar and pollen sources. WDFW priority species for this database include Columbia black-tailed deer and Roosevelt elk. Here's a list of priority species, communities, and habitat type within the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area. And the yellow star identifies species in greatest conservation need by WDFW's State Wildlife Action Plan. This project area is a unique jurisdiction as it is actually the focus of two conservation entities. And the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area is the first and only parcel of land to be co-owned by DNR and King County Parks. And given this new title of Scenic Area, Rattlesnake Mountain represents a coordinated effort by both agencies to preserve the scenic and ecological character of the mountain. This map shows how well our priority parcels are some of the last remaining inholdings in a very significant conservation landscape of protected lands. DNR purchased the Raging River State Forest in partnership with King County approximately 10 years ago, and Rattlesnake and the property provides a vital landscape connection to the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, Alpine Lakes Wilderness Area, and the Cedar River Watershed, and other DNR conservation areas and state forests. And 10 years ago, King County purchased the development rights for over 90,000 acres of the Snoqualmie Forest in orange, providing significant habitat benefits that complement this proposal. I will now talk about planning and community support. This project is supported by DNR planned, statewide, and site-specific. And there has been a tremendous amount of investment and planning in our project area. The Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Management Plan provides direction for the protection and management of ecological systems at the site. Acquisitions were prioritized according to the State of Washington Natural Resource Conservation Area Statewide Management Plan. And King County Open Space Plan places a high priority on protecting lands that link open spaces. This project would provide critical links in King County's system of open lands and open spaces and wildlife habitat connectors. The project furthers many other agency, nonprofit, and forum priorities, which also fits within the larger conservation landscape. The Snoqualmie Watershed Forum, a partnership of elected officials, citizens, and representatives from conservation organizations to support salmon recovery in the watershed, are supporting this particular grant because it advances the forum's goals of achieving salmon recovery by protecting watershed health. The 2015 Snohomish Basin Protection Plan recommends decreasing the number of private inholdings surrounded by public lands through acquisition. The King County Parks Department supports this grant due to our decades-long partnership, conserving properties and providing recreation access, and specifically this parcel to ensure that previous conservation efforts are protected in perpetuity. This project is strongly supported by Forterra's Cascade Agenda, a collective 100-year vision for conserving Washington's remarkable landscapes in the face of a growing population, and prioritizes a few remaining inholdings in and near established conservation sites. This project is located in the Snoqualmie Watershed, RIWA 7, Snohomish, Stillaguamish watersheds in the Whidbey Bay Action Area. This project follows strategies set forth by the agenda, such as focusing land development away from sensitive areas, which this application will protect with acquisition, and restoring upland riparian ecosystems and protecting rare habitat. The Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area Plan was developed using the NRCA Statewide Management Plan with King County staff, civic organizations, neighboring landowners, and members of the public to identify key issues, collect inventory information, and determine appropriate stewardship and boundary recommendations. And due to the current COVID-19 status, the boundary hearing for expanding the NRCA boundary for this property was delayed. But even back in the management planning in 1999, this property was identified here on this map as containing mature second growth forest, perennial riparian habitat, riparian wildlife corridors, and having potentially significant impact on water quality. This project is significant because it is in the heart of the Mountains of Sound Greenway, a recently designated National Heritage Area. The Greenway is a 100-mile landscape of forests, wildlife habitat, and open spaces along Interstate 90, stretching from Seattle to Ellensburg. Here's the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area in the inholding that we are seeking to acquire with this grant. This project has significant and continuous support from the community, interest groups, volunteers, and public agencies for over 30 years. This map shows in red all forests with a high risk of conversion near anchor forests, which are designated forest lands or public lands. This is shown in the blue, brown, and tan in Washington State on this map. And so if you were to zoom in, our priority parcels are at high risk for conversion to another use. We are continuing to see this in the town of Snoqualmie, which this is an image of. The species and communities of this project are threatened by conversion of lands to residential, and the increasing urbanization, especially along the northeast side of Rattlesnake Mountain, poses a serious concern for wildlife as the buffer between developed areas and quality habitat erodes. Forage areas will be lost, domestic animals may prey on native species, and natural predators may prey on domestic animals. Large predatory mammals may be considered pests in urbanizing areas. And so I really just want to highlight the intense development pressure that's occurring in East King County right now, especially around open space and natural areas. All of these photos were taken of new development within just the past few years. The city has approved over 800 to 1,000 new housing permits this past year, with more in the hopper. The city of Snoqualmie growth rate over the past 10 years is 900%. And King County is the most populous county in Washington. According to OFM, it's expected to hit 4.5 million by 2025. And people are wanting to build homes with views of iconic mountain peaks and are sometimes right in the middle of our conservation areas because our NRCA boundaries do not protect against development. They are only conserved when landowners willingly sell their property to DNR. And secondly, this is a photo of another in-holding on Rattlesnake Mountain. That's just a half mile from this site. This was harvested, prepared for development through a forest practices conversion permit. The road was later paved and power and a well was installed for 6 large homes until DNR and King County were able to purchase at the last moment. And no one thought this could or would happen because it was considered too much of an investment for a developer or a landowner to accomplish, but it did. And this can certainly happen again on our priority parcel. In fact, it's currently listed on the market right now. Here's photos from the realtor site in the description below. And so we can prevent road paving and building now, which leads to residential development. And so the current owner would just like to sell now and not invest in any of these road paving or home site development upgrades. So now's the time to purchase for conservation. I will now talk about community benefits and public access. So the Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area contains the immensely popular Rattlesnake Mountain Trail, which is a 10-mile trail connection from Snoqualmie Park Point to Rattlesnake Lake here. Snoqualmie Park Point also serves the 17-mile mountain bike oriented single track trail system with opportunities for hikers. This trail system is growing and will eventually expand to offer 35 plus more miles of non-motorized trails in the adjacent Raging River State Forest. And this is an incredible opportunity because King County's Trailhead Direct program has been a real success, servicing public transportation from Seattle to DNR's Mount Si, Mount Tenerife, and Mailbox Peak trailheads. And so future access, expanded access is planned for the Rattlesnake Mountain Trail as well. And so another component of future access is the City of North Bend and King County partnered to purchase new land call and will develop a trailhead called the Tenant Trailhead Park. And so DNR is applying for grants to connect the City of North Bend to Rattlesnake Mountain on this map. And connect the Rattlesnake Mountain Hiking Trail and the Raging River Mountain Bike Trail System. And this is part of a phased system to provide community connections to public lands instead of just relying on cars to get folks to trails. And so in particular, this property adds greater flexibility and loop options to connect trails instead of just having to fit this trail connection in a narrow public land corridor. This project will provide access to incredible views and options for lower elevation loop options with views such as these and provide connections to other views here. And these views and outdoors experiences is such a sought after experience with more and more hiking groups becoming more involved with seats at the table. We have working groups with other land managers and nonprofits in the Snoqualmie corridor focusing on diversity and inclusivity, and providing these community connections and lower elevation loop trails is often identified in those conversations, which this project would help provide more opportunities. This project has tremendous scientific and educational opportunities. These photos are of students performing research and restoration projects at our conservation sites. Educators come to Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area because it has developed facilities, trails, and interpretive signage. And our priority parcel has the potential for educational and scientific values, and also restoration projects and long-term monitoring opportunities such as climate change and related studies. If funding is not secured for the property, it will most likely be developed. This will have a greater negative effect on streams, tree canopy, and a critical wildlife corridor. These spaces between wild and conservation lands and in the lower valley are critical for wildlife habitat. So keeping this habitat intact will provide multiple benefits. And this is just an image of a potential cluster development that could occur. And actually, again, the property that was prepared for the housing development before DNR and King County purchased is on this map. It's just in this parcel right here. You can see the outline of the harvest. And also, I just wanted to mention that the property that we're purchasing, it used to be bigger when it was owned by a previous landowner. And so it was subdivided and sectioned off, and that's what these homes are on the hill. So once those were sold by the previous landowner, they were developed. I will now talk about management and stewardship. In terms of management and stewardship needs, we will allow natural succession to proceed while maintaining management flexibility to enhance or restore disturbed area. Where natural succession processes have been disrupted, we will facilitate habitat diversity in even aged portions of the property. We will decommission all non-essential roads and revegetate to prevent erosion and reconstruct natural stream channels where the banks have been disturbed. And King County provides forest stewardship planning to the University of Washington graduate students to plan restoration activities on newly acquired forests. So we can partner with them like we have in the past for a forest stewardship plan for the site. And this project is viable in the long term, and once acquired will be managed in perpetuity under the statewide natural areas plan. This map shows the location of natural areas across the state and demonstrates the commitment DNR has to protecting these important landscapes. This project is also a high priority for the Upper Snoqualmie Valley Elk Management Group. The Elk Group is a collaborative group of public agencies, tribes, nonprofits, and citizens that have a mission to manage elk for a variety of recreational and educational purposes, including hunting, scientific study, cultural use, wildlife viewing, and photography. This project provides a key link in the system of open space that is used by elk, and these photos show how the Elk Group show the Elk Group capturing elk and collaring them for their study. DNR and our partners at the Mountains of Sound Greenway Trust, Washington Trails Association, Rare Care Volunteers, and Washington Conservation Corps are committed to success and ongoing stewardship in this landscape. The Greenway monitors and controls invasive species every year in the conservation areas, as well as builds and maintains trails in our natural areas. We have a dedicated natural areas manager, as well as full-time WCC crew, recreation manager, education and enforcement specialists, trail maintenance workers, equipment operators, a DNR police officer, 2 natural area program ecologists, and a robust Forest Watch DNR site steward volunteer program. We have capital and operational funds each biennium from the legislature, which is dedicated to natural areas management and projects and invasive weed control. And so wrapping this up, this is a culmination of years of conservation success, but we're not quite done yet. We finally have a willing landowner at the site, which has not been there for the past 30 years. And so we've been waiting for about 30 years to potentially acquire portions of this property. And so this is all within the greater Seattle area, most populated region in Washington, and in the growing city of North Bend. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. We'll see who has questions for you. Team members, Katie is all poised and ready for your questions or comments. So it looks like Janet is going to be the first one.
Hi, Katie. Your pace was better than your previous one, so thank you. My only comment was when you were speaking to the community benefits, it was hard for me to understand, I guess specifically in what you were saying and the maps that you provided, what the actual property will contribute to that. It seemed like a piece of the whole. And I don't think your project boundary was included on a couple of the maps around like slide 35 to 37-ish. That might be helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you, Janet. Penny, do you have some thoughts for Katie?
Just briefly, on some of, like on this aerial view, we get the idea. Maybe having a little spot or something where your parcel is might be helpful on a few of the maps. Just have a look at that to be sure that you're connecting what you're talking about with what you want funded. And then the other question I had, would you mind going to slide 42?
I'll see if I can do that for you.
Oh, thanks. I tried clicking a button.
Go back here. Is this the one you're thinking
Yes,
of?
that's the one. So this is the parcel that you're after. Yes?
Yes.
And
Yeah, the outline in white.
okay, and what we're seeing on the parcel is existing, is not existing.
Oh, no, sorry. That's like an alternative future if
Okay,
we did not acquire it. I should make that more clear.
Yeah, I thought that's what you said, but it's a very convincing Photoshop, or however you did that. It's very convincing. So.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I think that's the only comment that I had. Look good. Good job.
Yeah, Katie, I think I actually had to go back and look because this is the actual property.
Sorry.
So this one shows the property. So one thing you could do is you could put those side by side, just kind of illustrate that as well, that it might help to slide or do one, have one and then superimpose just to remind folks that this is the potential based on zoning. This is what could potentially happen to that property. But yes, I had to go back and wait a minute. I don't think there were structures on it.
Oh dear, that would be so many structures.
No problem. Let's hear from John.
Hello again, Katie. Good job. I think I would encourage you to really try to emphasize what this priority parcel provides, and be real clear about it and kind of own that. That is, I look at it and I don't see in and of itself all those great biodiversity conservation values, but it does have a lot of value as buffer, as keeping development at bay. And I would just fully own those. And so I guess as maybe a sort of an illustration, in the slide where you were talking about the education and research value, you said, and the priority parcel has potential. Potential for what? You didn't elaborate. And I would say potential to research how buffers help maintain the values in a core, or we will be able to monitor active restoration projects on these parcels. Whatever those direct values are, I'd elaborate.
Great, thank you. Dave, you have some thoughts?
Yeah, Katie, thanks. Looking at this aerial photo, slide 8. So there's looks like there's the road. There's like a trail there existing on the old road. Is that? I don't remember. I couldn't figure out whether that you mentioned that was being currently used by the public or as a trail or anything.
No, currently there's no designated access on that parcel.
Okay, so it's not a power line right away. It's an old road or way or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing to consider in your discussion is where do you want this parcel to be? As John was saying, what do you want the parcel to function as in the future, in the long term? And even to, I would talk a little bit about growing habitat for some wildlife species. I know you mentioned marble murrelet, but basically saying here in this parcel we're going to be enhancing these values. I guess I would kind of focus on that a little bit more. Okay. Thank you. Good presentation.
Questions or concerns? Lincoln, do you have a question?
I do. I just had a point of clarification. In the written materials, it refers to parcels plural. Is this just one single parcel that we're talking about?
It's technically two. There's the big parcel, and then if you look to like the south, can you see my arrow on the screen? There's like a little, oh, there's an arrow. Yeah, it's that little like access point.
Down here?
No, to the right, or yeah, east. Like the very east corner of the property. There's like a little
right
circle.
here.
So, yeah, so it's two parcels,
okay.
But that's like that road access parcel.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments about this project? Okay, Katie, thank you so much for sharing this one with us. And we will see you in September.
Alrighty, thanks everyone. See you then.
Thank you very much. Deanne, are you on the line? And that's
I am on the line.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
That's great. Jennifer, it looks like you are the one that's presenting. Oh, there you are.
I am.
Hi, Deanne.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, how are you?
Good to see you.
You as well.
Great. I just wanted to say hi to Deanne. It's like I spend my time in this room and I don't get to see my team. So thank you, Deanne, for popping in. Okay, Jennifer, I think this is just about ready. Are you and Jeff presenting together?
Yes, I'll be taking lead and Jeff will be here for a Q&A afterwards.
Oh, good. Jen. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. So Jennifer, I'm going to tell you how we try to make this work.
Okay.
I am going to turn the remote control over to you, and because you're the one that's doing the primary presentation.
Okay.
But to make it work, typically you have to double click to make sure you've got the controls. And then it works easier if you use your arrows on your keyboard to move your slides forward and backwards.
Okay.
But you definitely have to double click. So I've already given you control, but I'm going to turn my camera off and my microphone off. And so you may have to click again just to make sure you have control before you start. Does that sound right?
Yep,
Great.
that sounds good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and proceed. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Fink, and I am Park Planner and Project Administrator with the City of Issaquah. Today I'll be presenting our application for the Harvey Manning Park Expansion Acquisition Project in the Urban Wildlife Habitat category. I'm also joined by Jeff Watling, Parks and Community Services Director. I will start today's presentation with a brief introduction to the project site. The Harvey Manning Park Expansion Project site will permanently protect 33.53 acres of contiguous mature forest on Cougar Mountain and is located in King County, 12 miles east of Seattle, in the Mountains to Sound Heritage Area Corridor. The project site is located just south of Lake Sammamish and Interstate 90, as well as Tibbetts Creek and Newport Way, and is within a 5-mile radius of the cities of Renton, Bellevue, and Sammamish. The regional urban growth boundary is shown on this map in red. The Harvey Manning Park Expansion Project will provide contiguous habitat with the adjacent 5,000+ acre Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park, Squak Mountain State Park, Cougar Squak Corridor, and is within the greater 15,000+ acre forest that rises above Lake Sammamish called the Issaquah Alps, comprised of Tiger, Squak, and Cougar Mountain. This project fulfills a multitude of goals that have both ecological and benefits and human benefits. Protect our native forest hillsides and Issaquah's scenic viewshed, connect existing parks and trails, regional transit to Cougar Mountain, and neighborhoods to nature, foster and create partnerships, as well as fulfilling plans and goals set forth in the 2018 Park Strategic Plan and Habitat Conservation Account. The objective for this project is to acquire 33.53 acres of forested hillside to expand Harvey Manning Park, to protect Issaquah's forested hillsides, and to connect residents to nature while preserving contiguous habitat within the Issaquah Alps. I will now talk about criteria 1 and address the project site's ecological and biological characteristics. This 1946 image of Issaquah shows the project site as undisturbed forest, which has allowed it to evolve into a diverse layered forest system. This acquisition is the gateway to Cougar Mountain. This acquisition will protect habitat that supports wildlife corridors on Cougar Mountain and cool freshwater creeks that feed Tibbetts Creek, a salmon-bearing waterway and tributary to Lake Sammamish. The project site is located within the Tibbetts Creek Drainage Basin in the Cedar Sammamish Water Resource Inventory Area 8. The 2017 update of the RIA 8 Chinook Salmon Conservation Plan identifies the importance to protect and restore forest cover and headwater areas. The project site targets conservation of 33.53 acres of mature mixed forest containing 0.2 acres of riparian habitat, including 6 streams with 0.9 miles of stream bank, 1.8 acres of wetland habitat comprised of 12 wetlands, and 31.53 acres of upland habitat. Of the 6 streams, 1 is perennial, Stream A, shown at the top left of your screen, while all others are presumed seasonal. Stream A begins off-site within the Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Parks, comes into the project site, and again leaves, merging downstream with Tibbetts Creek that supports evolutionary significant units of Puget Sound Chinook and Puget Sound steelhead trout. Evidence of fish in Stream A is not documented. However, it is assumed to be fish-bearing because of its connectivity to a fish-bearing waterway. The 12 non-delineated wetlands consist of 8 slope wetlands, 1 riverine wetland, 2 depressional wetlands, and 1 mosaic wetland with polystrine, scrub, shrub, and/or emergent vegetation plant communities. Here are 2 photos of the site's riparian habitat and stream banks, and the site's wetland habitat and upland habitat. The acquisition site is located in the Western Cascade Lowland Level 4 ecoregion. The forest has diverse tree species and a layered understory, which creates high level of habitat structures, including niches, snags, and fallen logs. The habitat provides wildlife opportunities for nesting, roosting, and resting, while moderate to steep sloped hillsides that run through the middle of the project site can provide additional protection and habitat for wildlife. Pollinators such as the western bumblebee, moths, hummingbirds, and common butterflies like the western tiger swallowtail can be found throughout the project site. These and other pollinators are vital in maintaining native plant communities, assisting in crop production, and providing food that sustains other wildlife. Pollinator plant species that provide the food and shelter found on include big leaf maple, vine maple, common snowberry, tall and low Oregon grape, ossoberry, red huckleberry, salal, and trailing blackberry. In small isolated areas of the site, invasive evergreen and Himalayan blackberry may be found. While present, these invasives also have numerous flowers that are used by pollinators. Invasive species cover only approximately 1.7 acres of the site, with the heaviest concentration of English ivy along Newport Way, the urban edge. Fortunately, critical areas have minimal invasive coverage. Forest animals expected to use the site include large mammals such as coyote, deer, black bear, bobcats, and possibly cougar. A large male black bear was seen on the site just 2 weeks ago. Smaller mammals are also known to use the site. Several bird species, including red-tailed hawk, woodpeckers, bald eagle, osprey, and Bowes swift, and great blue herons, as well as cavity nesters like blue jays, may also frequent the site. 3 bird species are of local significance in King County and have been identified as the osprey, bald eagle, and great blue heron. An osprey nest is located at nearby Tibbetts Valley Park, while bald eagle and great blue heron nests are found in neighboring Lake Sammamish State Park. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has designated the Bowes swift as a candidate for listing in Washington as state endangered, threatened, or sensitive species. It is highly likely all these birds use the site as resting area forest perching for foraging. And we can't leave out the amphibians such as red-legged frogs, toads, and salamanders that are found in the site's wetland environments. According to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Priority Habitat Species on the Web, site's target priority habitat is the biodiversity areas and corridor, defined as an area within a city or urban area that contains habitat that is valuable to fish or wildlife and is mostly comprised of native vegetation. Targeted priority wildlife species such as Townsend big-eared bat, big brown bat, little brown bat, and Yuma myotis are likely to use the forest for breeding, roosting, and foraging. The service area for this acquisition is the city of Issaquah. The project site is unique as it remains one of the largest parcels of native land in private ownership within city limits, zoned residential, with an active 57-lot development proposal submitted to the city. Should the city acquire the property, it is the city's intent to rezone the parcels to community facilities open space. I will now transition to criteria 2, planning and community support. The project acquisition is supported by the city's 2018 Park Strategic Plan and Habitat Conservation Account. Natural open space strategies set forth in the Habitat Conservation Account identifies acquisition as a method for preservation and protection of open space in freshwater and forest habitat areas. It also identifies protection of wildlife corridors along Tibbetts Creek and forests as priority habitats for conservation. An extensive public engagement effort created the 2018 Park Strategic Plan. Public engagement identified and prioritized hillside acquisitions. The project description reads, acquire forest hillside land to preserve Issaquah's character, protect the native environment, and provide recreational opportunities. Properties which provide connection to or link adjacent park properties are considered to be a priority. There are other regional planning documents, initiatives, strategies, and goals the proposed acquisition is in alignment with. Those plans are shown on the screen. The Bergsma family owned the 46-acre project site since the 1940s. On multiple occasions over the years, the property had been proposed for development. In 2017, Windward Bergsma LLC submitted a development application for a 57-lot residential subdivision to the city. Save Cougar Mountain, the Issaquah Alps Trails Club, and community members attended city council meetings to express concern over the deforestation and other impacts the proposed development would make on Cougar Mountain's forests, streams, and wetlands. The biggest threat to the project's ecological integrity is the forest habitat fragmentation the proposed development would create, damaging the site's contiguous biodiversity and corridor area. King County's 2008 biodiversity report states, this area is probably experiencing the pressure of an expanding King County population more than any other ecoregion. This statement reinforces the importance of preserving the site's ecological integrity. This image was created by a community group to demonstrate the impacts the development would have on the Cougar Mountain hillside. With an active development proposal on the project site and with growing public pressure, the city has partnered with the Trust for Public Land in King County. In August 2018, Issaquah City Council authorized Resolution 2018-13 in support of pursuing purchasing all or a part of the 46 acres proposed for development. Through our partnership with the Trust for Public Land, King County will seek acquisition of 12.5 acres adjacent to Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park, and the city of Issaquah will seek acquisition of the remaining 33.53 acres. The city intends to purchase the Harvey Manning Park expansion property as fee ownership and will hold the land in perpetuity. As part of the partnership strategy for this acquisition, both the city and King County have committed funds, and the Trust for Public Land will provide bridge funding. The state grant we are requesting is the final piece of this funding strategy for this acquisition. The objective of this acquisition is to retain the site's current forested state and the city will seek conservation easement through King County's Land Conservation Initiative Conservation Futures Program, which requires conservation easement to be recorded against the title. Many letters of support have been received not only for this acquisition, but in support of our grant application. Letters have been received from the Trust from Public Land, King County, Mountains of Sound Greenway Trust, Issaquah Alps Trails Club, and Save Cougar Mountain. Save Lake Sammamish is also a very strong supporter of this project and has contributed funds to the acquisition. I will now talk about criteria 3, community benefits and public access. The Central Issaquah Plan identifies where Issaquah's future dense urban growth area will occur, consisting of mixed-use buildings and future light rail. This area is outlined in yellow on this map. A key community vision for the Central Issaquah Plan is the green necklace of connectivity, linking neighborhood parks, riparian corridors to other urban spaces. This project is uniquely positioned to support both connectivity of urban residents to the outdoors while connecting forested urban habitat or forested habitat. As Central Issaquah's population continues to grow, the project site will provide passive recreation, public health, and cultural opportunities to residents within a 10-minute walk of transit-oriented, affordable, and multi-family housing developments, shown here in cyan. The project site serves as a regional gateway to Cougar Mountain, providing a direct connection between regional transit station, shown here in the yellow dot, which can serve as a weekend trailhead and access for the underserved. Access to the outdoors is paramount to active, healthy living and enhances quality of life. The project site is the gateway from Issaquah's valley floor into Cougar Mountain public system. As city open space, the public will have access to the site. Natural soft surface trails with possible footbridges over critical areas will easily connect visitors from nearby Issaquah Transit Station and neighborhoods. Once acquired, future recreational improvements will be limited and fully compatible with natural forested environment and preservation. Future amenities may include benches, informational kiosks, interpretive signage to educate visitors, such as Tibbetts Creek watershed, site cultural history, forest protection, site habitats, climate change, and regional ecosystems. The conceptual plan also identifies 2 areas for seasonal overlooks, providing views of Lake Sammamish and the city. The proposed acquisition retains 33.53 acres of urban tree canopy, upholding the city's 51% tree canopy coverage, which was updated in 2019. By acquiring this site, both ecological and human benefits of urban forest preservation are achieved. Ecological benefits include reduction of stormwater runoff and erosion, improved water quality and stream function, air quality, provide wildlife habitat, reduce energy use, combat climate change, and offer carbon storage as well as buffer noise. Human benefits of urban forest preservation include boosting local and regional economies through regional tourism, community building, community aesthetics, physical wellness and well-being, as well as educational opportunities, stewardship activities, and more. Harvey Manning, for whom the city park is named, is a longtime Cougar Mountain advocate, environmentalist, and avid hiker. Issaquah Alps Trail Club members have shared with us that Harvey Manning used the proposed 33 acres as the corridor to access Cougar Mountain in its early years of advocacy. With more than 200 miles of trails, over a dozen trailheads, and over 1,400 acres of city protected open space in our backyard, it is easy to see why Issaquah is named Trailhead City. I will now talk about criteria 4, our management and stewardship of the site. The city has a successful history of open space conservation and management within city limits. The city's management of Harvey Manning Park will align with the 4 project goals, which are protect, connect, partnerships, and fulfill plans. The Harvey Manning Park expansion project provides contiguous habitat with the 5,000 plus acre Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park, Squaw Mountain State Park, and Cougar Squat Corridor. It will also uphold the existing ecological viability of the project site, the city's 51% tree canopy coverage, promote carbon storage, and forever be protected against the threat of future development. Stewardship activities will be conducted through the city's Urban Forest Management Green Issaquah program, as well as other partnerships, including Forterra and the Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust. Restoration efforts will focus on invasive removal and native restoration plantings, including pollinators, stream and wetland buffer protection, canopy coverage, and understory diversification. The city's operating budget will fund both the management and ongoing stewardship of the project site, and funding may be supplemented with grants, donations, partnerships, and the community stewardship program. Should the proposed acquisition be successful, the city plans to undertake trail development for public access and focus on invasive removal in 2021. The project site is unique as it remains one of the largest parcels of native land in private ownership within the city limits, zoned for residential development with an active 57-lot development proposal submitted to the city. Once acquired, the Harvey Manning Park expansion project will protect in perpetuity 33.53 acres of mature forest containing riparian habitat, nearly 1 mile of stream bank, wetland habitat, and upland habitat. Thank you for this opportunity and your thoughtful consideration of the City of Issaquah's application for the Harvey Manning Park expansion acquisition project.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Jeff, I think you are going to make yourself available as well. So that, good.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
well, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Marguerite.
Our first question, I think, is coming from Bill.
I'm
Might
gonna-
be a comment as well.
I'm going to assume David's role a little bit here. On your list of species, the far majority of the item species listed just say that it's on adjacent land that's presumed to have access through stream A. Anywhere on your maps can you show where stream A is and how that connectivity can take place?
Yes, hang on here, let me. Stream A starts off-site, merges into the site, and let's see here.
Let's see, can we go to them?
Yeah.
Can you show it from that one?
Yeah, I can show that from that one, actually. Bear with me. Oh, sorry, me getting that delay. So stream A is shown here, and it comes from King County. Oh, actually, it's right here.
Yep.
King County, and it comes in, and then it comes back out again. So it comes in and out of the property. And then it connects to Tibbetts Creek on the other side of Newport Way here. So while it comes into the site, a lot of the stream, there's no known fish in stream A. However, because of its connectivity, it is assumed to be salmon bearing. But we just recognize that a lot of those supported species shown in the communities list are more for Tibbetts Creek, but this is an important tributary to Tibbetts Creek.
Okay, anything else, Bill?
No, that's good, thanks.
Okay, why don't we ask Penny?
It was a good presentation. I did have a couple of questions. It did, just to follow up on Bill's comment, it seemed like on your species list, you either had to fly or swim to get to the property. You didn't have anything that actually might have walked there. So anyway, so you might want to think about what other species might be on the property and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And then the other comment that I had is some of your maps are too busy. They're giving us too much information, maybe zooming in. The map, particularly on slide 11, with all of the wetlands identified. We don't care about that, but it would be good to take off. So I would take off all of those labels and just say there's 1.8 acres of wetlands and here they are. As an example. So I would just kind of look through your maps on your slides and be sure that you're getting, number one, you're getting your main point across, and two, it's easy for us to see what you're talking about without too much other information that's not germane or helpful.
Super. Thank you.
Really helpful feedback.
Sure.
Go ahead, Dave.
I enjoyed the presentation. I had on your slide 50, it showed an area that looks like it's on the, so over to the left part of the screen. It showed an area there that is not part of the regional park. So there's an isolated piece of Cougar Mountain Park adjacent to the property. Is that correct? So
Correct.
And the question would be, what do you see planned for that property that is, isolating the other properties?
Yeah.
David, are you referring to the property still in private ownership?
It looks like that's what I'm saying. It looks like that's still in private ownership. Is that correct?
Yeah, our partners at King County continue to pursue those as potential acquisitions as part of their Cougar Mountain strategy.
Okay, so there's no ongoing development in progress for those properties at this time?
No, the proposed, as Jennifer mentioned, this proposed acquisition, the 12 acres that are the westernmost of this, where it says Bergsma parcel, that would go to King County. The remaining properties to the west are fairly isolated and probably are not under immediate threat of development, but I know, again, the King County team is long-term pursuing acquisition of those pieces as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Hey, John, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah, hi. I want to echo a comment that Penny made and maybe point about some of the maps or graphics being a little too detailed to read. And for example, on slide 38, which I think is a graphic from some other publication, there's a lot going on there. As you were speaking with that slide up, I wasn't able to focus in on what you were talking about that relates to what's on the map. So either that graphic ought to be redone, or I would look for opportunities like that where there's a lot on the slide on a map or a graphic, and make sure you're bringing our attention immediately to the point you're trying to make. Otherwise, I'm spending my time looking at the map, trying to figure it out, and then I'm not listening to you.
Right. No, great point. Thank you very much.
Really helpful, John. Yeah, the point we're trying to make is that the planned development that's happening in that area. But yeah, it's great feedback and more immediately getting to that point.
Yep.
Thanks.
One other comment for you, and then I have a question maybe for Marguerite. The very last slide, and there were a couple of others where it's kind of an oblique looking at the project area. That last one, go back one.
With the fall colors?
No, sorry, one more. Maybe, yeah, that one. It'd be nice on at least one of these if you could show kind of the existing Cougar Mountain Regional Park, the other areas. I know that oval, I mean, I assume it's meant to be this project, but
correct.
What's the boundary of other stuff there? It'd just be really helpful. if you can
That's
do
great
it.
feedback. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yep.
I
Great.
mean, it provides a lot better context.
Agreed.
And Marguerite, maybe this is for you, I don't know. Jennifer, the microphone was kind of, or the sound was coming in and going out a little bit with you.
Okay.
And so I don't know if that's totally just in your control, or Marguerite, maybe if, given what's at stake in all of these, if ahead of the finals, if there's a way to dry run everyone's connections just to make sure they're going to work kind of optimally. I'd hate to see somebody get to that point and be cutting in and out
Great point.
and losing points.
Thanks for that suggestion. I think it's really with your mic, Jennifer. And I wasn't sure if you're using a computer mic or you have an external one.
It's a computer mic.
Yeah, for some reason or other, it wasn't working quite as well.
Okay.
And so you might test it out, call Jeff or something like that, and you test it on each other. And if it still sounds, because when you first started, it sounded more echoey. And so Tessa and I were checking to make sure it wasn't something on our end as well. And so you can test it out on each other, and you can also try to call in early and we can test it. And if there really is a problem, then we can give you a phone number where you can talk over the phone and then still be able to present like you are.
Great. Thank you. We'll get that refined.
And then one other suggestion for you, as folks have talked about not being able to see the graphics, one thing I kind of noticed is you really have a nice background slide or template that you're using, but it seems like about a third of your template is taken up with white space or text or something else. And a lot of the presentation, the photos are filling the screen similar to what you did on this one. And so you might want to think about, okay, I can make the criteria title in that green space at the bottom, as opposed to, it's nice to have your project number, but we all know you're in urban wildlife, so you can put your project number, but you could do but you might do the titles down there and then use more of the white space to enlarge some of those images.
Super.
So yeah, the template is nice, but it's just, I realized, wait a minute, maybe if we were able to enlarge more of them, that might help.
Yep. Great suggestion. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments that folks have that might help them in the scoring process? Well, hearing none, thank you both very much for participating. It's always good to get a preview of what's to come. And we look forward to seeing you here in September.
Sounds
great. Marguerite,
well,
thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the
channel.
feedback. All righty.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Gonna take back control of the mouse here. Jennifer, let go of the mouse.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm gonna try to get it here under control. Okay, now you can move your mouse and it's all good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Take care.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
I think the city of Newcastle is up next. And Jeff, are you presenting for Newcastle?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Oh, that's great. Good afternoon. So Jeff, just a couple of little things for you. We're going to start the clock here in just a moment. Is somebody presenting with you or you're doing it on your own?
I am doing it for most part by myself, but I also have Darcy Hughes with me.
Oh.
So she may step in depending on the content.
Hi, Darcy.
Hi there. Good to see you, Marguerite, again.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
So just so you know, Jeff, I'm going to turn the controls over to you. And when I do, you'll have to double click just to make sure and make sure you can move it before you get started.
Okay.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to stop my video. And so you won't hear me talking to you. So that's why I say if you double click, and then it's best to navigate by using the arrows.
Okay.
And then if it starts to look like you're not quite getting to the last question, after 15 minutes, I usually flip on the cameras just so that you can see and know. Most of you have timers to help you with the pacing, but it'll just be to make sure you know how much time you have left.
Okay. Thank you, Marguerite.
Okay. With that, we'll let you get started here. Let me get this off.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Bruns, the Public Works Director for the City of Newcastle. I will be presenting the city's urban wildlife application to acquire land for the DeLeo Wall Conservation Project. I'll first provide an overview of the project site. The project is located in central King County on the east side of Lake Washington. On a regional level, the project site is in the southeast corner of the city of Newcastle, directly adjacent to the Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park, It's approximately 2.5 miles east of Interstate 405 and about 5 miles south of Interstate 90. Zooming in a bit further, this aerial shows the project site in relation to the existing residential development to the north and west within the city of Newcastle and to the southwest within the city of Renton. The significance of the Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park is shown to the east. The project goal is to acquire the parcel to prevent clear-cut logging and development for the purposes of preserving the existing habitat and passive public use. The location of the DeLeo Wall Trail, just one of an extensive network of trails in the area, as shown as it traverses the project site. I'll now turn to the ecological and biological characteristics of the project. The project area composition consists of second growth forest. It also includes the DeLeo Wall, a unique geological feature consisting of dry, rocky southern exposure. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner of the slide, the steep elevation contours that are present in the upper reaches of the parcel, which is circled in black oval. The lower portion of the property approaches May Valley Road and features a more wetland type of habitat and also contains tributaries feeding into May Creek. And that is shown in the center bottom of the slide, circled in black as well. The project area is composed of several dramatic vistas showable or viewable from the DeLeo Wall Trail. Shown here are views from Mount Rainier to the south and Lake Washington to the northwest. And here's a spectacular vista of the Olympic Range out to the west from the DeLeo Wall Trail. The project site composition is completely wooded, as I've mentioned. The upper wall habitat is primarily coniferous forest, dominated by Douglas fir with hemlock, cedar, and madrona present. Deciduous trees include big leaf maple, red alder, cassara, and hawthorn. The understory includes vine maple, hazelnut, Indian plum, salal, Oregon grape, sword fern, salmonberry, and red huckleberry. The DeLeo Wall's dry southern exposure supports strands of Pacific madrona, Gary oak, patches of Indian paintbrush, and chocolate lily, all rare plants for this area. Here are some additional photos of species present in the project area, including the wake robin, orange honeysuckle, and cliff paintbrush. The project site and the adjacent Cougar Mountain Park are home to a diverse and wide-ranging habitat. Bald eagles are commonly seen flying, mating, and nesting all over the regional park, but as well as from the DeLeo Wall Trail. Wildlife occurring on and around the project site include those shown here, which are the bobcat, cougar, black bear, and pileated woodpecker. Additional species include the saw-whet owl, osprey, red-trailed hawk, sharp-shinned hawk, ravens, as well as multiple species of swallows. The project location borders regionally significant assets, and most important of those is the 3,000+ acre Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park shown here. And the project location on the western periphery of the park is indicated in yellow. Cougar Mountain Park is also connected to the Squaw Mountain State Park by the Cougar Squaw Corridor Park, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. Together, these parks are about 5,000 acres of protected area, and this public land is known as the Issaquah Alps. I will now share the planning and community support for the project. The project has had significant and continuous support from the community, interest groups, volunteers, as well as public agencies. There is no known opposition. Local residents shown here have attended multiple City of Newcastle council meetings to express their support for the project and to encourage the city's continued pursuit to acquire the property. The upper left-hand photo is the Save the DeLeo Wall group, which set up a table at the City of Newcastle's annual town hall meeting last June. The local community is fully engaged and committed to preserving this property. Letters of support have been written by, and some are shown here, by Save Lake Sammamish, the Issaquah Environmental Council, the Washington Native Plant Society, the Issaquah Alps Trail Club, the City of Renton, Newcastle Trails, and Save DeLeo Wall. Additionally, 15 letters were written to Governor Inslee by local elementary school students, encouraging him to act to save this valuable resource. Several site visits have occurred in support of the project. Shown here in the upper left was the King County Conservation Futures Grant Evaluation Committee last spring. In addition, there have been advocacy site visits with members of both the City of Newcastle and the City of Renton City Council members. And in addition to attending council meetings, which were shown in a previous slide, the Save DeLeo Wall has been active in increasing awareness for the project and has done so by going around knocking on doors as well as posting signs like shown here. I've shared with you several letters of support written for the project. The core support team is listed here, with the City of Newcastle being the lead agency and partnering with Forterra and King County Parks in supportive roles. And Darcy is with me with Forterra, and we are working closely with them on our acquisition strategies. And is there anything you'd like to add, Darcy?
Thanks, Jeff. I just wanted to add that Forterra is supporting this project. We're ready and willing to jump in. Originally, we were thinking this could end up being a buy and hold situation where Forterra might need to secure it temporarily while grant funding was raised, and then sell it back to the City of Newcastle. That's definitely still on the table. Hopefully we won't need to go there, but we're ready and willing to jump in. And right now Forterra is also managing the appraisal process on behalf of the city and King County.
Thanks, Darcy. And I should add that, that the Save DeLeo Wall group raised the money to fund the commercial appraisal all on their own. So there's no public money in that effort. So it demonstrates the amount of commitment and desire on the public community to support this project. And that's a good transition, that the project is a priority due to an imminent threat. The DNR, or the State Department of Natural Resources, received a forest practices application in 2018 to perform clear-cut logging on the site. And this was done without any recognition of City of Newcastle processes or environmental permitting requirements or the sensitive nature of the site. And as a result, the City of Newcastle has been in active litigation with the state of Washington since 2018 to prevent logging from occurring. And then beyond logging, the property owners have expressed an interest in developing the site. So mentioned previously, the project goal is to acquire the project in fee title, which would permanently protect the site from logging and development. And what's shown here is the limits of the particular tax parcel in question. Continuing with the community benefits, the DeLeo Wall Trail is located on the project site. It's frequently used, as the photos show, and is well maintained by community groups. It's a pretty neat regional asset to take this trail and take in the vistas. Now this project, the project site shown in the bottom right corner of the slide, serves as a gateway between the city of Newcastle and King County's trail systems. To the west, as shown here, is the city of Newcastle's broad network of trails, and the May Creek Trail, which runs along the bottom half of the slide, will eventually connect to the regional East Side Rail Corridor located parallel to Interstate 405. King County is currently developing this 15.6 mile East Side Rail Corridor, which they've rebranded as East Trail, and in conjunction with the Interstate 405 corridor widening project. And then to the east, there's over 35 miles of trails contained in the Cougar Mountain Regional Wildland Park. Beyond Cougar Mountain, there are connections to the City of Bellevue Trail System, which is located in the upper left area of this map shown before you, as well as there's the Cougar Squawk Corridor Park, which I've mentioned previously, which is in the bottom right hand of the slide, and those then connect to the Squawk Mountain State Park. Besides hiking, the project site offers diverse opportunities for wildlife viewing and birding, and no formal access restrictions are proposed to this site. Now on to management stewardship. The project is located in the Cedar River Lake Washington watershed, or WIRA 8. Streams located on the project site drain directly to May Creek, which is a tributary of Lake Washington. A May Creek Basin Plan was Basin Action Plan was adopted in 2001. And this project will contribute a primary goal to the May Creek Basin Action Plan, which is to protect and enhance fish and wildlife habitat and water quality in the basin. Now, in this effort, many studies have been completed in recent years within the May Creek Basin, and these include a baseline stream conditions report, a biological evaluation report, drainage and restoration plan, an erosion stabilization report, a sediment transport study, and most recently, a wetland delineation report. In terms of the organizational capacity to support this project, the City of Newcastle maintenance staff, along with volunteers from the Newcastle Trails Group, keep the city's trail network in great condition. And then trails in the adjacent Cougar Mountain Park are actively maintained by King County Park staff, along with advocacy from Newcastle Trails and the Issaquah Alps Trail Group. This project is viable long-term, and once acquired, it will be managed in perpetuity by the City of Newcastle in partnership with King County Parks. The Urban Wildlife WWRP grant will provide the final piece of financial support to make this acquisition possible. As shown here, it will be the final contribution towards a anticipated $1.5 million acquisition price. Thank you for your time this afternoon. In summary, we are seeking to acquire the site to preserve habitat, maintain existing trails, and most importantly, to prevent clear-cut logging and development. The project has very strong community support led by the grassroots Save the Leo Wall organization. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. The fun part is always taking the mouse back.
Oh, yes.
So I can turn my video back on. No, you still have some level of control. So Bill, it seems like you have a question, but I think Penny raised her hand first.
Either way, doesn't matter. So thanks for the presentation. I have a few comments. I'll try to click through them here. On your project description that you submitted, the written material, you didn't use the criteria, the urban wildlife criteria. You didn't answer those questions. So you're answering scenic value question, for example, and that's really, I mean, you can talk about it, but it's not in the criteria. So I would look at that. The other thing, just a general comment, think about on your slides, and this goes back to your comment on the last project, Marguerite. We're looking at your slides on various sized screens because we're remote. So some of us have big screens, some of us have small screens. So think about how busy your screen, your slide looks, and if you're maximizing what you're trying to show. So your format has a really large header that is nice looking. The format's nice, but you're taking up valuable real estate to show what you are trying to actually focus on.
Yeah, good comment. Thank you.
On slide 4, which was one of your very first ones showing the site, it would be really helpful if we could see the city limits with that and what the, some of the boundaries of, you talked about several things that were around it, but all we could see was just the boundary of your project area. And I think, oh, one other quick question. You indicated that there's no access limits. Is that including motorized use? What kind of use is going to happen on it? So that's
I'm sorry, yes. Actually, what I meant is no access limits to the current allowed uses, which is just foot traffic, no bicycles, no motor vehicles.
Okay, you just
I'll make a point to clarify that.
Yeah, clarify that. And I think that's enough for me.
Okay, we can come back if there's something else that Bill doesn't cover. Go ahead, Bill.
On slide 19, there's a rather provocative picture there on the right side of the screen. Is this a hypothetical? You didn't really talk about it, so I'm just curious. A hypothetical of what could be, or is that an actual clear cut and development that took place on adjacent property?
Hypothetical. To be honest,
it's a hypothetical then.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I don't actually know the location of this. The Save DeLeo Wall group is the one that created that photo. So it's just to demonstrate the possible effects of the clear-cut logging.
And you just probably want to be clear about that when you bring up a slide like that.
Sure.
You can say this is simulated or whatever it is, but you just want to make sure you sort of say. You can also put a little label on it or whatever, so if somebody's not looking immediately, they would at least know what it was.
It's an illustrative intent. Same with the development. That's just a hypothetical. What would happen to a nice forested environment that would be clear cut for future development.
Great.
Thank you. Bill, anything else?
No, that was it.
We'll move on to.
Actually, on your written presentation, you had a picture of the wall itself, and your slide presentation didn't have a picture of the wall itself.
Yes, that's a good. I realized that after I'd submitted that if there's some beneficial pictures that I intended to put in and just did not get captured. So thank you for reminding that.
Okay, Dave, I think it's your turn.
Hi, thanks, Jeff. So, and Penny started this, and I'm going to continue a little bit, is that all your slides where you have the old outline of the project area, it'd be good to add the other public lands, and in some of them identify what's private, what's public surrounding your project area. We had too many slides just of your little sliver of property. I think it would really be helpful to show what you're essentially doing from a wildlife habitat perspective is you're adding a piece of property to Cougar Mountain Regional Park. And you've got an opportunity to take credit for that in your species and status table by saying, what values are on the property, and then also what values are in that landscape. And so you should probably take advantage of that and think of it that way in development of your slides, because there's a lot there's a lot there that you're doing. And then also I was left with the question about where was the private land? Was it all private land outside? Did you not include other public land pieces so that were in the vicinity? So I was asking myself all these questions, and a map that shows, okay, here's the public land, here's the private land, here's the piece we're talking about. Boom, you got everything outlined for me right off the start, and I'm on my way to understanding this project better.
Great, that's a very great suggestion. Thank you very much, David.
Sure.
Any other comments or suggestions? Well, Jeff and Darcy, thank you so very much. We appreciate you presenting. And we look forward to seeing you here at the same place in September when it's time for evaluations.
Thank you very much, Marguerite. I appreciate everybody's wonderful feedback, and that will be taken to make this presentation better.
Great.
Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Team members, I'm going to ask if you can take a shorter break and join us back here at 2:45, and we will do our best to get started and maybe get you done a few minutes earlier today. So if everybody can come back at 2:45, that would be terrific. Thank you. Hi, Paul. Are you there and are you ready? Hi, Allison.
Hi, Marguerite.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Paul, can you hear me okay? I think you've now unmuted yourself.
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. So
Good.
Paul, do you have a camera to turn on?
I do.
That would be awesome. I think it makes it a little bit better because then evaluators and advisors know specifically who they're talking to or who's doing the talking.
The only problem is that the video, why doesn't it? I've never had this happen before. Okay. Every time I hover over the video, the little camera icon, it just says the more button pops up. So it doesn't allow me to like actually unselect that. It's weird.
Okay.
Let's try this. Hold on. There we go.
I think you're there. So yeah. Good job. Look at you all fancied up with the tie and everything. Looks nice.
Excellent.
So advisory committee members, I just want to check and make sure everybody made it back. We invited you back just a little bit earlier to get started so we can maybe end the day a little bit sooner. And it looks like most people, hi Bill, Bill's there. I was just checking for kind of a hand show. It looks like folks are around. I see hands going up. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you getting back just a little earlier. Okay, so just so you know, Paul, I am going to give you the remote control, and you have to typically double click to actually get control after I turn off my camera. And then if for some reason when we get about 5 minutes away from your end time, I'll hold up a little cue card to let you know you've got about 5 minutes left. I'll take the camera and hold my card up so you'll know that. Okay. And it usually works better if you use the arrows once you get started to use the arrows. Any questions for me before you start?
No.
Great. Then I am going to mute myself.
Oh. Let's see. All right. Hi, I'm Paul Knowles. I'm with Spokane County Parks, and thanks for having me here today. Excited to present to you our Antoine Peak Phase 4 project. Oh, there, hold on. There we go. So Antoine Peak is located in Spokane County. It's 3 miles north by 90 and 6.5 miles east or west of the Idaho border. Antoine Peak Phase 4 borders the city of Spokane Valley, our state's 10th largest city at 104,000 people, and is a stone's throw from State Route 290, a major highway running through our county. The property is adjacent to Antoine Peak Conservation Area, an 1,100 acre public conservation area that we own and manage. There are 2 trailheads that serve the existing 14-mile trails system. East Valley School District schools are located next to the site. As mentioned earlier, this is Phase 4 of a project that began in 2007 with Phase 1 and continuing with Phase 3 in 2012. All 3 previous phases were funded through this same grant category, allowing consistent uses and management goals throughout the expanded 1,300 acre conservation area. Our goal here is to acquire this 231 acre expansion to Antoine Peak Conservation Area to preserve the largest adjoining privately owned property, add lower elevation winter range habitat for target species, and directly connect the conservation area to the city of Spokane Valley and East Valley School District. We're asking for a little over 1 million and matching our request with the same amount out of our Conservation Futures Fund. One of the strengths of this project is its diversity. It's a landscape mosaic of different habitats with woodland, prairie, and riparian throughout the 231-acre property. The woodland component, outlined in purple, is dominated by ponderosa pine savanna with mature pine, an understory of native grasses and forbs, and large granitic outcroppings scattered throughout. Here's a view looking southwest from that easternmost woodland. And another shot showing the granite outcroppings that are interspersed throughout. And within this woodland component, there are also several patches of dense Douglas hawthorn where groundwater runs close to the surface. Bordering the woodland areas are prairie habitats outlined in orange here. These make up approximately 1/3 of the property. Overall, this component is in good shape and appears to have been minimally impacted by past cattle grazing practices or noxious weed control due to the ample presence of forbs like lupin and a limited presence of noxious weeds. Here's a view looking west with lupin just coming out in early spring in the foreground there. Splitting the property almost in half is the third habitat component, the riparian corridor, that nearly runs the length of the property, shown here in blue. There are 3 distinct sections or reaches of this corridor. The first is the upper riparian, dominated by aspen, Douglas hawthorn, and red osier dogwood with an understory of ballhead waterleaf and false Solomon seal. For the most part, this reach is in really good shape. Following the creek down, the middle reach is probably the most impacted by past cattle grazing practices, but also has the highest potential for restoration. And lastly, there's the lower reach where the creek drops into the ravine dominated by blue elderberry, ocean spray, chokecherry, and ponderosa pine before heading into a diversion pipe to a cistern pictured here. This cistern is typically overflowing, continuing the riparian area until it percolates into the aquifer below. Phase 4 provides winter habitat for large ungulates such as elk, white-tailed deer, and moose that reside in and around Antoine Peak Conservation Area. This property contains the lowest elevation on Antoine Peak, as well as the larger wildlife corridor that extends northwards to Mount Spokane. These low elevation south-facing slopes stay relatively snow-free in the winter, which is important for these species. The property also hosts several state-listed and candidate species, including pileated woodpeckers, western toad, and Columbia spotted frog. Antoine Peak is also a year-round home to at least 6 bat species found during several years of winter surveys, including Townsend's big-eared bats. We've also noted dusky grouse and northern goshawks on visits to the site. The mature aspen in the upper riparian area also sustains pileated woodpeckers and as well as Lewis woodpeckers and benefits numerous other cavity nesters, including several resident owl species. Because of that mosaic of habitat types, this property provides significant habitat for pollinators. Year-round water and abundance of large blue elderberry, which are favored by some pollinators for nesting, and a large variety of forbs, shrubs, and trees help to support pollinators. From the early emergence of balsam root to late spring, early summer, flowers like chokecherry, red osier dogwood, and Douglas hawthorn, to mid-late summer mock orange, pollen and nectar are constantly present throughout the season. And I will say, as a beekeeper myself, I wish I could have a couple hives up on this property. The noxious weed presence is surprisingly minimal given its past use as a ranch. A vast majority of the noxious weeds are concentrated in the West Meadow, shown in the foreground. Mainly mullein, spotted knapweed, and a little bit of toadflax. The woodland areas are almost completely devoid of noxious weeds. As a phase 4 project to Antoine Peak's 3 previously funded phases, this project would enlarge Antoine Peak Conservation Area by nearly a quarter to 1,300 acres total in size. Adjacent land uses are generally residential to the east and west, residential and industrial to the south, and commercial and private timberland to the north. In addition, this property sits at the very south end of a significant wildlife corridor that extends from this property north to Mount Spokane State Park and Pend Oreille County. The project is supported by Spokane County's Critical Areas Ordinance, which promotes protecting important fish and wildlife areas and open space. The kind of beigey color there on the map to the right shows the property squarely sitting in a wildlife corridor designated within the Critical Areas Ordinance. The expansion of Antoine Peak is clearly called out in Spokane County's 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. The Antoine Peak to Mount Spokane corridor is also called out in the 2014 County Regional Trail Plan. So in 2016, this project was voluntarily submitted by the property owner and considered by Spokane County's Conservation Futures Program. The property went through a rigorous evaluation process, including being toured, scored, and ranked by our volunteer evaluation committee, as well as fish and wildlife biologists against 38 other properties using evaluation criteria and vetted through a public process. Ultimately, that project's evaluation score allowed it to rise to the top of the list as the second highest scoring property because of its large size, quality of habitat, water resources, connectivity, and public support, among other attributes. The only other property to outscore it was Micah Peak North, funded in part by this grant category in 2018. Besides the written support that was submitted as part of our grant application, Washington Trails Association, Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, and Backcountry Horsemen have worked together to develop a trail plan for the site, shown as part of the conceptual site plan submitted in our application. In addition, Backcountry Horsemen has already donated 437 volunteer hours to remove 5-strand barbed wire fencing that crisscrossed the property and bordered Antoine Peak Conservation Area. Antoine Peak Phase 4 represents the largest undeveloped property bordering the city of Spokane Valley. Bordering both the city and Spokane County's urban growth area, this property was destined to be developed. The property has great access off of 2 arterials, Wellesley Avenue and Floor Road, and is less than a quarter mile from State Route 290 and 3 miles from I-90. The property was also annexed into the local water district. So the highest and best use for the property was identified in the appraisal as a 49-lot cluster residential subdivision. Del Rey subdivision, shown to the right here, is a real-life example of what this property's future could be. That development is allowed under current zoning, which, because of its excellent access, building sites, and views, demonstrates that regulations aren't sufficient to achieve the project's goals. James and Billy, oh, hold on here. Oop. So James and Billy Etter are in their 80s, the sellers, and are not interested in selling a conservation easement. When they nominated the property to the Conservation Futures Program, they noted a strong desire to resolve the future of the land before that responsibility landed on their kids. In addition, a conservation easement wouldn't provide the public access benefits that are entailed in this project. The trailhead is currently in planning design phase, and I should be able to include a graphic of that in the final evaluation presentation. Funding has been identified for 2021 in our 6-year capital plan adopted by our board. Given past experience with similar projects, the improvement shown here will be completed by fall 2022, if not sooner. The other unique aspect about this project is when completed, it will provide folks with the only valley to peak trail experience in Spokane County. That alone is going to be a huge attraction for health, fitness, and recreational purposes. The project is situated near 3 East Valley School District schools shown here. One is across the street from the site. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we really haven't had much of an opportunity to work with the school district. However, it's our goal to pull them into planning for the site's future to find ways to integrate Antoine Peak with their applicable curriculum. There's also an old homestead site pictured here that would make an excellent base for outdoor science education. We're hoping that as things again settle down, we'll be able to figure out whether it makes sense to adapt the shelter to facilitate future educational use. It's not unreasonable for folks to use public transit to access the site. Currently, Spokane Transit's 96 route takes you within a mile of the site, or a 20-minute flat walks or 6-minute bike ride. As depicted in this map taken out of the City of Spokane Valley's 2019 Park Plan, the area surrounding this project is not served by any trails, and it's more than 2 miles from an existing park, trail, or open space. The area around the project, according to RCO's grant application data tool, has a median income below state average, has a disabled population higher than state average, and a body mass index which is higher than state average. Acquiring this property preserves an easily accessible place to exercise and experience nature. Antoine Peak Phase 4 is an aquifer recharge site. All water that drains off the south slopes of Antoine Peak enters this property. Even at peak runoff, the creek hits the valley gravels and goes subsurface, helping to feed our sole source aquifer. The end goal of managing this property is to maintain its ecological integrity and diversity through its 3 distinct habitat types. This approach will maximize biodiversity on the site, benefit pollinators, and create additional educational opportunities, as well as varied recreational experiences. With that said, there's an opportunity for riparian restoration, specifically in the middle section pictured here. This provides a great opportunity for community engagement and science education. Consistent with other properties acquired through Spokane County's Conservation Futures Program, we'll be working with our on-call forester. Oh, let me track back there. Our on-call forester to develop a forest management plan for the property. The forest at first glance is in pretty good shape. However, given the proximity to residential, it may be necessary to do some fuels reduction work if warranted. Costs associated with this will be paid out through our dedicated Conservation Futures maintenance and operations dollars. There's also, as mentioned, maybe some noxious weeds on the property, which would be included into our noxious weed control plan. We have a long-standing relationships, including written agreements with Washington Trails Association, Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, and Backcountry Horsemen. BCH and WTA were heavily involved in building the trail system up at Antoine Peak, phases 1 through 3, which now includes about 14 miles of trail. These groups have also been involved in the trail planning for phase 4 and are chomping at the bit to begin work. BCH, as mentioned earlier, has already contributed hundreds of hours towards fence removal on the property. All these past experiences points to sustained volunteer involvement to not only build, but maintain trails in the future for public access. Spokane County Parks, Recreation, and Golf has significant experience managing sites like Phase 4. We manage over 15,000 acres of parkland, with a vast majority being conservation land managed for wildlife habitat and non-motorized use. We work closely with Fish and Wildlife, DNR, and other partners to guide and inform stewardship projects. We have dedicated planning and operations staff, and as mentioned previously, significant volunteer resources to help maintain the site. Lastly, we also have experience improving and creating public access at our conservation area sites. Typically, we're about 2 years out from acquisition to building a new trailhead parking area if needed. Glen Rose Trailhead, shown here, was completed in 2019. Its sister trailhead will be completed this year on a former ranch that was acquired in 2018. Funding is planned for 2021 to build a new trailhead to serve phase 4, with planning and design already underway. And I think that's it. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Some comments from the team. It looks like John has a question or a comment.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, John.
Good presentation. I have a couple of thoughts. One is early on when you were talking about the ecological condition, to my eye, the slides you had, like this one, look like it's actually been degraded through past grazing activity. And so you might want to look for slides with some native flowering plants or shrubs to help convey, if in fact much of the site is in good ecological condition. I'd use native plants to help you illustrate that. And kind of a corollary to that, I guess, is I didn't hear you mention as a possible restoration target those areas where grazing has been or in the past and where it's had a negative impact. So I guess I would encourage you to think about that, and if it's possible to pursue that a little bit. There may well be good restoration projects in addition to the riparian or the forest management activities. You mentioned perhaps fuels reduction, but there might be some other opportunities in there that could enhance the project.
Great, thank you, John. Bill, you want to go ahead and ask your questions?
Yeah, this one is more out of curiosity because I've been up in that area. You mentioned the stream that's flowing through the, bisects the property, and then at the end of the stream, it kind of goes in the ground and fulfills the aquifer. Is that a correct characterization? And is there a water right for that? Do you have a water rights for the water that goes through the land? And could those be sold to help project?
No. So there wasn't water rights associated with surface diversion from that spring. So when we purchase the property, it doesn't come with water rights, if you will. So that, I guess to answer your question, that spring can't be diverted through somebody else that has a water right to it because there are no water rights associated with that spring.
Okay.
Other questions? Dave, do you have some comments that you want to make?
Yeah, I do. So Paul, great, nice presentation, a really nice pace. I really thought that was great. Just the right pace for us, I think. Go back to slide 7, I think is what I was, right at the beginning. I thought that the stage could be set a little bit better with identification of parcels. Yeah, so on this slide, you can, if you just put phase 4 on that lower piece, that add that in, then we're focused right to the property there. I think that would be really helpful.
Okay.
I noticed in your discussion and in the species table both, you focused entirely on the values in this property. Well, not entirely, but mostly. But I think there's a lot more you can do. For example, you didn't have any species that were known to use the other area as, within the envelope or work site, and that, would likely benefit from the acquisition. So there's an area that I think that could be very fruitful for you in improving the presentation. By doing that, besides you mentioned moose, but and then in your table you had, I think you had an asterisk or something to say, but you can actually put that in the table by saying, okay, these are on the property, these are on the work site, and we don't know they're on the property, but they're going to benefit. That's what that table's for. So go ahead and use that table to the maximum benefits you can, and then you can refer to that in your presentation. You're adding a piece to a larger area, of wildlife habitat. And I was trying to give you you might look into some things like wildlife diversity index or something like that, because this parcel looks like it might have really high inherent wildlife diversity given the various, all the edge. And so You might look into that a little bit more if you've got a biologist or someone that you can help you with the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Penny.
Just a couple comments. Good presentation. I agree with Dave. It was a good pace. You kept things moving. You weren't rushed though. Your submitted project description, you don't use the new criteria, so you might want to look at that and answer the questions as they are now.
And Penny, you're talking about the expanded project
Expanded
description?
project description. Yes, I'm sorry. That's right. And then the pink slide really got my attention, but I had no idea what you were talking about with it. So a legend, something to give us an interpretation of that would be great. That was slide 39.
Slide 39.
Yeah. Yeah, see that?
Yeah.
Really got my attention, but I had no idea what you were trying to show us. So
almost as bright as my shirt.
Yeah. Very close to the same color. And then to kind of reiterate what John was saying, a past use of the project area would be helpful for giving us a better sense of ecological condition, etc. So otherwise, good job.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with questions or comments? Well, Paul, we thank you so very much.
Thanks for having me.
It didn't take you as long to get here as it usually does, did it?
No, definitely an easier trip.
Much easier trip. Well, we plan to do the same thing in September. So we look forward to seeing you in September as you make your final presentation. So thank you very much. And thank you for being willing to start just a little early.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right, you take care.
Yep, you too.
We are going to stay with people on the east side of the state. And Alexandria, are you there? Do you want to unmute yourself? Good.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I'm not sure if I met you before.
I'm pretty new with the Land Trust. I've been with Blue Mountain for about a year now, and in my new position, just about 2 months.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. I think Allison Green is on the phone. Allison, I don't know if you folks have even had a chance to meet yet.
We have met via the phone.
There you go. Well, Allison is there, and I know she'll be helping to take some notes for you.
Okay.
So Alexandria, just a couple of little things for you as I'm going to turn the mouse over to you or turn the remote controls over to you. And when I turn them over to you, what we found is that if you double click, then it usually lets you have control. And if for some reason or whatever, it stops, then just try that again. And also it's better to use your arrow keys to toggle back and forth. That makes it run a little bit smoother. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to turn off my camera and then you can double click and see if you've got the controls that you need. So you may have to do it again after I mute myself. So
okay.
We're fighting for the mouse right now, but let me mute. Okay.
Okay. Well, hello. Thank you for your time and interest in learning about Blue Mountain Land Trust's commitment to land conservation. My name is Alexandra James, and I am the North Region Conservation Specialist for the Land Trust. I'm excited to take you on a virtual journey to Allen Family Ranch and share our excitement in the prospects of permanently protecting this unique site. Located just 12 miles southeast of Dayton, the Allen Family Ranch consists of 2,005 acres of farmland and habitat area at the headwaters of North Paddock Creek, straddling the ridge between the Paddock Creek Basin and the Tucannon River Basin in Columbia County. The eastern side of the ranch abuts Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife's W.T. Wooten Wildlife Area, which provides important winter rangeland for big game species and critical habitat for both anadromous and non-anadromous fish species. Funding from RCO's Critical Habitat Grant will allow Blue Mountain Land Trust to purchase a conservation easement on the ranch. This conservation easement will provide permanent protection for 1,064 acres of diverse wildlife habitat that includes riparian protection along an important headwater stream. This acreage is highlighted in purple on the map. Our primary goal for the ranch is to protect and maintain habitat for target species and successional plant communities. To achieve this goal, management objectives will enhance wildlife connectivity corridors, prevent habitat fragmentation and loss, and enhance characteristics of climate-resilient lands. Allen Family Ranch is situated within the Palouse bioregion and exemplifies many of the unique and significant characteristics of the Palouse with nutrient-rich loess soils and volcanic basalt. Encompassing over 2,000 acres above 2,900 feet in elevation, the ranch consists of interspersed farmland and wildlife habitat with extensive reaches of North Paddock Creek, an important headwater stream that supplies cool, freshwater resources to salmon-bearing streams of the Columbia River Basin. Today, 941 acres of the ranch are managed as dryland cropland. The remaining 1,064 acres are currently managed as forest land and grassland to provide much-needed wildlife habitat among a region recently dominated by agriculture and infrastructure development. There are several key facets that support our decision in prioritizing the protection of Allen Family Ranch. One critical facet includes our ability to support landscape-scale conservation that achieves critical habitat protection goals in sync with state agencies. As previously mentioned, Allen Family Ranch sits directly adjacent to Wootton Wildlife Area. However, I want to emphasize that this ranch is one of 3 projects we are working to conserve that will permanently protect an additional 6,830 acres of land directly adjacent to and contiguous with the wildlife area. If funded, these projects, in conjunction with the wildlife area, will provide permanent protection of approximately 23,311 acres of wildlife habitat and open space that include over 20 miles of riparian protection along important Salmonidae-bearing streams. Protection of the ranch as critical habitat is supported by federal, state, and local conservation plans. For example, the project is supported by NOAA's Snake River Salmon and Mid-Columbia River Steelhead recovery plans because it protects important upstream headwaters that provide freshwater resources to Salmonidae spawning habitat. The project is supported by several state agency conservation plans that prioritize the conservation and protection of native fish and wildlife along with their associated habitats. This project is also supported by regional and local conservation plans, including Columbia County's Comprehensive Plan, which is pursuant to the Revised Code of Washington. Specifically, this project supports the county's incorporation of GMA goals that reduces the inappropriate conversion of undeveloped land into sprawling, low-density development, retains open spaces, conserves fish and wildlife habitat, and protects important water quality resources. To determine project priority, our conservation staff met with the landowner to discuss and assess conservation values and management goals. We toured the property to visually assess conservation values and habitat integrity. Using our property assessment rubric, we agreed that this project met a substantial number of criteria used to determine overall conservation value. One component used to assess priority level addresses the project's role in a broader watershed system. Mapping through ArcGIS revealed that a majority of the ranch encompasses a watershed that drains over 3,000 acres of the Paddock Creek Basin. These freshwater resources supply cool, clean water to downstream creeks that support wildlife, plant, and human communities. In a broader sense, this project will permanently protect habitat contiguous with state land and prevent land use conversion for commercial and residential development. thereby conserving natural resources important for the continuity of nearby communities and the economic vigor of the region. As previously discussed, this ranch encompasses a diverse landscape consisting of varied habitats home to an array of species, including target species identified by state and federal programs. However, there are two unique and significant aspects that prioritize the permanent protection of the ranch. First, protection of this ranch would expand permanent protection of important wildlife habitat by maintaining intact habitat and open space between state protected and privately owned lands. Second, the Nature Conservancy has identified the landscape encompassing the ranch as resilient in their 2015 Conserving Nature Stage Report. Data from this report suggests that the landscape is considered to be average to above average in terrestrial resiliency to climate change. The data also suggests that the landscape's density of resiliency is more likely to support biodiversity and ecological function over time in a changing climate. Good farming practices have been implemented over time, minimizing the erosion from the land's erosive soil complex. Abundant forest land and grassland provide dynamic opportunities for plant succession, which maintains soil integrity through complex root systems. The diversity in soil type supports plant communities across ecotones, contributing to the establishment of unique microhabitats within the riparian and upland areas. For example, deciduous shrub and tree species, including black cottonwood and red-stemmed dogwood, provide ideal habitat along the riparian corridor of North Paddock Creek. Riparian-dependent and obligate avian species, including the bald eagle, Lewis woodpecker, willow flycatcher, as well as the rare and federally threatened yellow-billed cuckoo, are known to reside and migrate through the area, benefiting from the established riparian habitats. Big game species, including Rocky Mountain elk, white-tailed deer, and mule deer, forage the grasslands for Idaho fescue and other bunch grasses, and utilize the forest land for protection. Black bears, cougars, and wolves are known to frequent the property, helping to maintain herd populations. Essentially, the intricacies of a healthy ecosystem are well defined across the ranch, especially as wolf populations recover and establish a healthy ecological trophic cascade. Although this ranch shares many similarities among conservation benefits, synonymous with other sites of the same type competing for funding, it is important to highlight the differences that make this project site unique and worthy of immediate protection. First, the Allen Family Ranch epitomizes the ecological characteristics of the greater Palouse bioregion. Nutrient-rich soil deposits and volcanic basalt inundate the landscape, supporting a mosaic of land type. Second, the dominant land types, which include forest land, grassland, and farmland, provide ideal habitat for many plant and animal communities, which support an ecosystem thriving with biodiversity. Third, the location and topography of the ranch supports climate-resilient habitat and connectivity corridors for both plant and animal species across several ecotones. And finally, this project has the capacity to enhance landscape scale preservation by directly expanding upon WDFW's Wooten Wildlife Area and adjoining land trust projects. When addressing statewide significance, protection of the Allen Family Ranch will ensure that current and future critical habitat and freshwater resources for state-identified target species are adequately managed. In fact, protection of the ranch meets priorities identified in 7 state plans evaluated for conservation purposes. Foremost, the project supports Goal 1 of WDFW's strategic plan, which is to conserve and protect native fish and wildlife. This goal further augments the priorities outlined in the agency's Lands 2020 plan. In their support letter, Chris Donnelly, Acting Regional Director, writes that an easement on the ranch will support this goal by permanently protecting quality habitat adjacent to an existing wildlife area and nearby Umatilla National Forest lands. This project also meets priorities identified in the Washington Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery Plan, the Washington State Biodiversity Conservation Strategy, Washington State Wildlife Action Plan, the Wolf Conservation and Management Plan, and the state's Mule Deer Management Plan. We utilized WDFW's Priority Habitats and Species Mapping Tool and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services IPAC tool to identify target species and communities at the project site. Together, the tools revealed 2 priority habitats and 19 target species. Target species include federally endangered, federally threatened, state endangered, and state candidate species. These species are highlighted in the table on your screen. We currently understand that none of the target species or communities are geographically isolated, but it's particularly important to point out that the Mid-Columbia steelhead population is declining. It is also important to point out that Rocky Mountain elk utilize land within the ranch as breeding ground and as important winter rangeland. Recent sightings by the landowner suggest that several herds utilize the area year-round. Gray wolves also frequent the property, and recent landowner sightings suggest that a pack may live in or nearby the ranch's forest land. All currently listed species are likely to use the site well into the future. However, I would like to emphasize that the yellow-billed cuckoo and the Canada lynx, both federally threatened species, have the potential to occupy this site. That likelihood may increase as nearby habitat diminishes and climate alterations encourage species to inhabit higher elevation areas in the region. The ecosystems at Allen Family Ranch appear to be ecologically viable and contain quality habitat for myriad species. Forest land consists of mixed conifer forest stands composed primarily of ponderosa pine, white fir, Douglas fir, and western larch. The riparian areas provide ideal habitat along the riparian corridor of North Paddock Creek and its tributaries. The School Fire and Columbia Complex Fire burned through portions of the ranch in 2005 and 2006. Mitigation efforts, including timber harvest and tree plantings, have increased habitat diversity since the fires, which has likely increased species presence and diversity across the ranch and adjacent landscapes. In fact, 30,000 trees have been planted across the ranch since 2008 as part of cost-share programs funded by NRCS. I also want to note that several springs originate on the ranch and continue to serve as cool freshwater sources for wildlife and as tributaries to North Paddock Creek. Steelhead have traditionally used Paddock Creek and its tributaries for spawning and rearing. Although steelhead are not currently documented in North Paddock Creek, the creek serves as headwaters to Paddock Creek, supplying cool fresh water year-round. Collectively, the size, quality, topography, and location of the ranch and its habitats adequately support the target species and communities previously identified. At this time, there are no known limiting factors that inhibit critical pathways for target species and communities. Earlier in the presentation, I shared our species and community status table. I want to quickly circle back to that table and stress the significance of key species that benefit the most from this project. Rainbow trout and steelhead populations are in decline, especially for those populations who reside and migrate through the Columbia River systems. Protecting headwater streams that supply cool, freshwater resources to rainbow trout and steelhead-bearing streams is critical for these populations as habitat continues to degrade across the region. Rocky Mountain elk utilize the forest and grassland areas of the ranch for breeding purposes and for winter rangeland. Protecting this ranch will ensure that this habitat remains intact and that connectivity corridors for elk remain viable. WDFW indicates that mule deer utilize the Paddock Creek drainage for winter rangeland. Populations are considered to be at high density here during the winter months. In 2019, WDFW reported that the Blue Mountains are now home to 4 gray wolf packs, and with an estimate of 16 wolves in total. Habitat protection of the ranch will continue to support important hunting grounds and migrating corridors for members of the toucan pack. For the last 150 years, the area has primarily served as an agricultural hub for dryland farmers. To accommodate the growing agricultural vibrancy of the region, historic prairies and grasslands were converted to crop fields, displacing the inhabiting wildlife and plant communities. More recently, the area has seen a growth in tourism, driven by the burgeoning wine scene of the Walla Walla Valley and the area's scenic beauty. Consequently, there has been an explosion of development on amenity lots outside of larger townships as these visitors plan retirements or second homes in the region. Several of these homes have been built on wildlife habitat, further reducing the region's already declining wildlife habitats. The Allen family ranch boasts 360-degree views of the undulating Palouse landscape and nearby Blue Mountains, which make it a prime target for development. Habitat acquisition via conservation easement will extinguish 49 potential development sites and serve to maintain critical habitat and connectivity corridors for the region's wild species. Once acquired, the Land Trust will steward the land and actively work with the landowner to manage the habitat area so that it remains suitable for target species and priority habitats. The Land Trust has recognized the importance of strategic conservation. This means that we are actively working to enhance our understanding of current and future conservation challenges and are adopting tools to address those challenges. For example, we have incorporated TNC climate mapping to prioritize the conservation of climate resilient lands. We've also contracted with Flow Analytics to develop GIS mapping tools to enhance our conservation values assessment process. And in addition, we have strategically pursued projects at the landscape scale that offer contiguous protection with other protected landscapes. Facets of strategic conservation support our decision to conserve Allen Family Ranch using a conservation easement. The conservation easement components under consideration reflect both prohibited and permittable uses of the landowner. These uses are listed on your screen. Collectively, the uses provide for adequate permanent protection of wildlife habitat and open space that maintains or enhances ecological characteristics of the site. This is primarily achieved by the removal and limitation of development rights, the incorporation of a site stewardship plan, and the prevention of harmful impacts to the site's natural resources. These components have been reviewed and discussed with the landowner and agreed upon through a signed conservation agreement contract. This contract will help inform the conservation easement and guide long-term viability planning for the site. The landowner purchased this property in several phases beginning in 2004. Interest in the property was largely driven by its amenity value. However, the landowner has since recognized the importance of maintaining the property's wildlife habitat and natural resources. In 2007, the landowner secured the services of John Herbst Forestry to complete a comprehensive stewardship plan for the property. The plan is intended to be used as a guide to improve and maintain forest health, productive soils, and water quality, in addition to maintaining and enhancing wildlife habitat and recreation potential. As part of our conservation strategy, we will develop a detailed stewardship plan to accompany the easement. The plan will augment recommended practices and strategies outlined in the 2007 stewardship plan to assist the landowner with forest land management and provide guidance for maintaining the ecological integrity of the property. Essential components of our stewardship plans address the strategies listed on your screen. Conservation staff will perform annual site visits and conduct a comprehensive review of the stewardship plan every 5 years and update the plan as necessary. All of our projects require stewardship contribution from the landowner upon closing of the conservation easement. This contribution is deposited into our stewardship account. Permanently protecting private land adjacent to WDFW's wildlife area will increase protected habitat through the foothills of the Blue Mountains. Furthermore, preservation of this site in conjunction with our other proposed projects will extend permanent contiguous protection of critical habitat and headwater streams by an additional 6,830 acres. The effect and impact of this rare and unique opportunity for land conservation is unprecedented, especially as the region succumbs to increased development pressures and climate change impacts. This project has received support from federal, state, county, and local agencies, as well as from community members and conservation organizations. The project will advance the agricultural land easement objectives of NRCS and provide habitat protection for federally threatened species, advancing both federal and state agency objectives. The project also advances objectives for the local soil and water conservation district and has garnered support from our stakeholder partners through our Conservation Committee membership. We are not aware of and do not anticipate any opposition to this project, as it supports both environmental and economic benefits to our community. Our active involvement in the protection of this ranch may inform scientific and educational values of the site and greater region. For example, we have the opportunity to protect gray wolf habitat, which may support scientific discoveries for biologists tracking wolf populations in Washington state. We also have the opportunity to protect substantial reaches of intact watershed, which may inform how our community responds to flood mitigation and preparedness strategies. The private recreational uses of the ranch include wildlife and scenic viewing, hiking, hunting, foraging, and occasional ATV use, which are all compatible with habitat conservation. Similar recreational uses are permitted on public lands conserved for wildlife habitat, often to a much greater degree of use than what would be experienced at Allen Family Ranch. So over the last 20 minutes, I've detailed many reasons why RCO should join us in the permanent protection of Allen Family Ranch. Thank you for your time and interest, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Hey, Alexandria. I think it went over a little bit, and so you'll want to make sure you practice and so you can be a little bit more concise. We don't have a lot of time for questions and comments, but Pat is going to start us off.
Thank you. Good presentation. I had a question on the easement itself. When you had the slide up about permissible and non-permissible uses, I noticed under permissible you had fencing, but I didn't see grazing listed on either side. I was just curious if maybe you could elaborate in the final presentation about grazing activity and what that might entail for the future.
Sure, and just to make sure I'm understanding you, grazing uses of wildlife or of livestock?
Livestock.
Okay, there will be no grazing of livestock on this property.
And for now, Alexandria, because of our time, as they're asking questions, then we'll just give them an opportunity. But that was a nice, quick response to that one.
Okay.
Anything else, Pat, that you want to know?
No, that's good. Thanks.
Great. Let's go to Penny.
Hi, Alexandra. Nice presentation. I had a couple of questions that you probably need to answer at the final presentation. The first one is, we see this large area, which you're showing a map of the whole site, but then your conservation easement is only a portion of that. I think in like, I'm gonna say slide 4 or something like that. It was one of the very first slides. Anyway, yeah, if you can find it, Marguerite, I don't know.
I'll go back.
That one. So you do indicate, and this is a comment for all of your maps, please put legends on them so we can figure out what those colors are. It's kind of hard to scan the text to figure that out. But more importantly, I think what I will want to know when you do your presentation is, how are you going to define the CE, the conservation easement, and how are you going to protect it over time, given how interlaced it is with the other parts of the land? We get the impression that you were putting a CE over the whole thing, but clearly now we know you're not. It's only a portion, and that's quite a boundary to try to both define and figure out from a legal standpoint. So addressing that would be helpful for me.
Okay, great. And we are pursuing a farmland preservation for the rest of the ranch.
Okay, that was helpful to know. We didn't know that. So that kind of information is useful, but how that's all going to work together will be important to know for the final presentation. Thanks.
Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Alexandra. Again, I want to follow up on maybe something that Penny started to focus on. I didn't get a clear picture of what the lands that were going to be in the conservation easement. I saw a lot of pictures of farmland, but didn't think that those are going to be in the easement. So maybe showing more. Well, I think it'd be great if you could show a lot of pictures, maybe even confine your photos, all your photos, to the conservation easement, and or as many as you can. Show us the various habitats there. Your species table, I think you should go and relook the yellow-billed cuckoo and the Canada lynx locations. You know, those might be historic. Certainly, I don't know if there's any intent on managing Canada lynx in the Blue Mountains right now. So I don't know, double check that. I think working with DFW biologist on both the species list, you did include the species of greatest conservation need, which could be really beneficial to the project. So I think there's a lot of things that could be done there to really improve the project, and pull out some species that this may be pretty critical for. So I think some more work along that line, maybe even try to get a co-presenter with these projects for you, because you're going to have 3 of them. You're going to be presenting them in one day. It's going to be a lot of work. If you have a co-presenter that can take some of the stress off of your presentations, you'll be able to regroup, move forward when it's your turn again. I think that's a really great way to go. Get some other help on developing this if you can. And oh gosh, I don't know what else, but I put some more comments in you'll see some written comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexandria, are you presenting all 3 or is Amanda doing one of them?
Amanda will be presenting on Wolf Fork, and then I'll be back to present on our final project.
Go ahead, Bill.
Hi, Alex. It's good to see you again.
Hey, Bill, how's it going?
Good. I think all my questions have really been asked. You may want to highlight on the conservation easement the allowed use of residents. Is that the current residents or expansion or rebuilding? That might be kind of helpful. And on slide 33, there's an interesting color combinations on the slide, but no text or reference to what those different color combinations are. That might be helpful to explain what's going on there.
Okay. Any other comments or suggestions from team members? Well, thank you very much. We'll give you a little bit of a break and we'll switch to Amanda, and then we'll be back to you in just a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, Amanda.
Hello.
You've unmuted yourself. That's good. So, Amanda, are you going to take control here? I want to make sure you know how everything is working. Amanda, do you have a camera that you're going to turn on?
I do.
Awesome.
You see me now?
Oh, great. We see you.
I'm not sure how to control it from this view. I've not done this yet.
Okay, so I am going to give control to you, and now we both can control the mouse a little bit.
Okay.
But after I turn off my camera, if you double click on just to make sure that you have control, and then it might be easier to use the arrows on your keyboard to go back and forth.
Okay.
And then if it looks like it's getting close to the end of time, I'll put up my flashcard to let you know how many minutes you have left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am going to stop my video and I'm going to mute.
Okay. Let's see, are you seeing this screen? Hi, everybody. My name is Amanda Martino, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Blue Mountain Land Trust. As my colleague Alex James just presented to you, you might hear some overlap in our presentations, but I'm excited to present to you today about the Wolf Fork Ranch in Dayton, Washington, and our plans to work with the landowner to permanently protect it through a conservation easement. Okay. The Wolf Fork Ranch is located 15 miles southeast of Dayton in the foothills of the Blue Mountains at the headwaters of Wolf Fork. The property consists of 1,300 acres of forest, grassland, and shrub/scrub habitat and encompasses sections of both Chase and Newbie Mountains. The southeast side of the property abuts the Umatilla National Forest, providing for a large contiguous landscape. Funding from RCO's Critical Habitat Grant will allow Blue Mountain Land Trust to purchase a conservation easement on the ranch. This conservation easement will provide permanent protection for 1,300 acres of diverse wildlife habitat that includes riparian protections on substantial reaches of Whitney and Coates Creeks, tributaries of the Wolf Fork, and important spawning, rearing, and migratory grounds for steelhead and bull trout. The property spans elevations between 2,800 and 4,500 feet, providing a mosaic of habitats across several ecotones. This supports a diverse array of wildlife and plant species. Our primary goal for the ranch is to protect and maintain habitat for target species and successional plant communities. To achieve this goal, management objectives will prevent land use modifications, enhance wildlife connectivity corridors, prevent habitat fragmentation and loss, and enhance characteristics of climate resilient lands. Protection of the ranch as critical habitat is supported by federal, state, and local conservation plans. This project is supported by NOAA's Snake River Salmon Recovery Plan and Mid-Columbia River Steelhead Recovery Plan because it protects important upstream headwaters of the Columbia and Snake Rivers that provide freshwater resources to salmon and spawning habitat. The project is also supported by several state agency conservation plans, including multiple WDFW plans that prioritize the conservation and protection of native fish and wildlife, along with their associated habitats. This project is also supported by regional and local conservation plans, such as TNC's Conserving Nature Stage Report and Columbia County's Comprehensive Plan. Specifically, this project supports the county's incorporation of GMA goals that reduce the inappropriate conversion of undeveloped land into sprawling, low-density development, retains open spaces, conserves fish and wildlife habitat, and protects important water quality resources. To determine the project's priority, our conservation staff met with the landowner to discuss and assess conservation values and management goals. We toured the property on multiple occasions to visually assess conservation values and habitat integrity. Using our project property assessment rubric, we agreed that this project met a substantial number of criteria used to determine overall conservation value. TNC has identified the landscape encompassing the ranch as resilient in their 2015 Conserving Nature Stage Report. Data from this report suggests that the landscape is considered to be resilient in terrestrial resiliency to climate change. The most resilient terrestrial sites that will collectively and individually sustain biodiversity as the region experiences climate change impacts. If funded, protection of the Wolf Fork Ranch will expand climate resilient connectivity corridors for terrestrial and avian species. As previously discussed, this ranch encompasses a diverse landscape consisting of varied habitats home to an array of species, including target species identified by state and federal programs. This project offers a diversity of protected lands for plant succession at low, mid, and high elevations. Big game species such as Rocky Mountain elk, white-tailed deer, and mule deer roam the property, as well as black bear and cougar. This project will protect critical headwaters of 4 streams, Spoonmore, Whitney, Coates, and Wolf Fork, on both sides of 3.25 miles of stream bank. These streams are home to federally threatened and state-listed candidate salmonid species, steelhead, bull trout, rainbow trout, spring chinook. In 2007, WDFW reported that more than 50% of migratory bull trout in the Touchy River core area originated from the Wolf Fork population. Protection of these migratory and spawning habitat of steelhead, bull trout, rainbow trout, and spring chinook is critical to preserving the longevity of these species. WDFW identifies 12 priority habitats under the PHS program in Columbia County. Two of these habitats, freshwater aquatic habitat and riverine system, are found specifically at Wolf Fork Ranch. WDFW also identifies 47 priority species under the PHS program in Columbia County. 7 of these species are known to inhabit the ranch, including 3 federally threatened and state-listed candidate salmonid species. The forested reaches on the property contain a variety of mature timber stands that are a healthy mixture of white fir, tamarack, Douglas fir, and ponderosa pine. Riparian areas have been protected from timber harvest, and the stands have been managed to improve forest health and reduce fuels and fire risk. The landowner is willing to continue working under Washington State Forest Practices Act best management practices to continue to manage the forested land for ecosystem health. In fact, protection of the ranch meets priorities identified in 7 state plans evaluated for conservation purposes. The project supports Goal 1 of WDFW's strategic plan to conserve and protect native fish and wildlife habitat. In addition, the land's proximity to the Umatilla National Forest offers a large habitat area for species migration. So to determine wildlife species and communities on the property, we utilize WDFW's Priority Habitats and Species Mapping tool and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services IPAC tool to identify target species and communities at the project site. So again, here's the species and community status table, and I'll highlight the species rainbow trout and steelhead, and Rocky Mountain elk, mule deer, Canada lynx, as our species of concern at the property. This area has seen an explosion of development on amenity lots outside of the larger areas as these visitors plan retirements or second homes in the region. Several of these homes have been built on converted farmland and wildlife habitat, reducing the region's already declining wildlife habitat. Habitat loss, fragmentation, and degradation are key threats to the Wolf Fork Ranch and adjacent lands. There's several cabins that surround the Wolf Fork, and the area is quickly becoming a recreational hub, especially with its streams for fishing and the forest for hiking. And the area would make an attractive location to develop more secondary homes and summer housing. As you can see here on this map of the property and the lots adjacent, there are numerous small amenity lots in close proximity to the property. Again, the area is prime for recreational development, and the cabins that are immediately adjacent to the property have expressed interest in purchasing part of the property from the landowner in the past. Protecting this property now before recreational development continues is extremely important to maintaining the integrity of wildlife habitat. Habitat acquisition via a conservation easement would extinguish additional potential development sites and maintain critical habitat and connectivity corridors. Once acquired, the land trust will steward the land and actively work the landowner to manage the habitat through a management plan so that it remains suitable for target species and priority habitats. The Land Trust has recognized the importance of strategic conservation and has worked over the past few years to develop conservation goals and strategies to enhance our understanding of current and future challenges in conservation and adapt tools to address those challenges. For example, we've utilized extensive mapping of the region, including TNC's climate resiliency mapping, to prioritize the conservation of climate resilient lands. As you've heard in a prior presentation, we've also contracted with Flow Analytics to develop GIS mapping tools to enhance our conservation values assessment process, and have strategically pursued projects at the landscape scale that offer contiguous protection with other protected landscapes. Our Land Trust has developed a conservation plan that has 5 focus areas: climate, species, soil, water, and this property protects almost every single one of those priorities for the Land Trust. The conservation easement components under consideration reflect both prohibited, the conservation easement components under consideration reflect prohibited and permitted uses of the landowner. These are listed on your screen. Collectively, these prohibited and permissible uses provide adequate permanent protection of wildlife habitat and open space, maintain or enhance the ecological characteristics of the site, such as the important water quality aspects of the properties for streams and intact corridors for species distribution. Through the conservation easement, we'll remove and limit development rights, develop property management plans that are specific to managing the forested and riparian areas of the property, and prevent harmful impacts to the site's natural resources by restricting other development uses. The components and conservation benefits have been reviewed and discussed with the landowner and agreed upon through a signed conservation agreement contract. This contract will help inform our conservation easements development and guide long-term viability planning for the site. The landowner and his family have owned this property for 50 years. During that time, they have thinned forest stands to improve forest health and have worked with the tri-state steelheaders to replace and improve a culvert and bridge on one of the property's streams. As part of our conservation strategy, we'll develop a detailed stewardship plan to accompany the easement and incorporate all of this work. We work with the landowner to develop a specific forest management plan to guide future harvest and forest health practices. Annually, conservation staff will visit the property and conduct monitoring and a comprehensive review of the management plan and the easement with the landowner. Every 5 years, staff will revise that stewardship plan with the landowner and natural resource experts and update the document as necessary. All of our projects also require a stewardship contribution from the landowner upon closing of the conservation easement. This contribution is deposited into our secured stewardship account, and the proceeds from that account are used to steward the property in perpetuity. This project has received support from state agencies. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Habitat submitted a letter of support for the Wolf Fork Ranch conservation easement. WDFW states, the easement would ensure the protection of this habitat for many WDFW diversity and small game species on private land into the future. In addition, the development of private ownership parcels in the Whitney and Coates Creek tributaries to the Wolf Fork has the potential to fragment this habitat, some of which already have cabins. This conservation easement would add a significant buffer to that development potential and maintain a contiguous habitat corridor from lower elevations in the Wolf Fork drainage south to the Umatilla National Forest. We are not aware of and do not anticipate any opposition to this project as it supports both environmental and economic benefits to the community. The private recreational uses of the ranch that the landowner currently uses include wildlife and scenic viewing, hiking, hunting, and occasional ATV use, all of which are compatible with habitat conservation. Similar recreational uses are permitted on the adjacent public land and will not be detrimental to the habitat over the long period. So with that, I've detailed the many reasons why RCO should join us in the permanent protection of the Wolf Fork Ranch. And I thank you for your time and interest, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions or comments from the team? And it looks like Dave has some.
Yeah, I think following along my last comment, I think you could enhance the species and significantly, if you look at the species of greatest conservation need in the DFW plan, that might be really helpful. Wolves, I don't know whether, are there wolves that use the area, or do you have any information on that?
So the landowner heard anecdotally from a neighbor that they had evidence of wolves on their property. But the landowner hasn't seen any on his property, and so I wasn't sure whether or not to speak to that opportunity.
Well, I think you could ask if there are wolf packs in the vicinity that likely use it, because I think one of the things it may be critical for is as food for wolves. And I think thinking about the concept of critical habitat, what is this property critical for? Kind of maybe zero in on that more, and then you could provide a little bit expanded presentation on what this habitat is critical for. It's critical wildlife habitat. So focus in on that. Give us an example of why it's critical as wildlife habitat. I mean, you've got a good presentation, a very balanced presentation, but what you said about wildlife habitat is we're gonna, maintain and improve the habitat for the species that are here, and not and not, you really be good if you could focus in on what's critical about this property and give us a little bit of detail about that.
Okay.
Penny, why don't you go next?
Okay, good presentation. This is a spectacular picture, by the way.
I wish I could claim ownership of that.
It's really a cool one. Anyway, so a couple of comments, some similar on your very first, one of your very first slides where you were showing the parcel. You talked about ownership. You didn't show any of the ownership on the adjacent ownership on the map. So it would be helpful to give us a context. What are the surrounding? Is it private? Is it public? You indicated that it was adjacent to public ownership, but we didn't see that on the map. So give us that visual. That would really help. Your maps need legends, so we can see that. That would be really good. And then I noticed you did indicate on your conservation easement residential use. So, and you did talk more about some of the management, the forest management, et cetera, but give us a better idea of what the conservation easement, excuse me, is really going to entail. If there's residential use, let us know, what does that mean? Is that an acre for a house? Is that, 100 acres for other, just give us a better sense of what the conservation easement is going to allow on the land, so we get a better idea of how that is compatible or not compatible with your overall conservation goals.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was it for me.
Any other questions or comments? One thing I would say to you is, don't be afraid to blow up your images.
Oh, I didn't know how to do that. I couldn't read some of my slides.
So just as you, it's a little bit of a challenge. I know everybody's looking at a different size device.
Yeah.
And so you've got a nice graphic, but feel free to fill up your screen with your images, and you can use a little smaller place for your text, and the numbers are, it's always nice to have slide numbers.
Oh, okay.
But on a couple of them, I think that would be a challenge for everybody, just to be able to see the image, and a little bit more visuals, taking people there as opposed to text is always helpful.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure that Allison will have some other thoughts for you after she sees notes that people send as well.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we switch back to Alex. Alex, I'm going to get your other presentation up.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to take back control from Amanda. And I think we're just ready to go. Let me get my little timer here, make sure I do a reset. So I'm going to sign off and at least cut the noise out on my end, and then you can have control. So let me mute my video. So hang on just a second.
Okay, well, hello again. I have the pleasure of sharing information on Blue Mountain Ranch, the final critical habitat project we are seeking RCO funding for. And just as Marty mentioned, you'll probably hear a lot of similarities between our presentations. Blue Mountain Ranch consists of 2,878 acres of farmland and habitat area situated between Stevens Ridge, Segogan Ridge, Pataha Creek Canyon, and the W.T. Wooten Wildlife Area in Garfield County. The western side of the ranch abuts Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife's Wooten Wildlife Area, which provides important rangeland for big game species and critical habitat for both anadromous and non-anadromous fish species. Funding from RCO's Critical Habitat Grant will allow Blue Mountain Land Trust to purchase a conservation easement on the ranch. This conservation easement will provide permanent protection for 2,358 acres of wildlife habitat that includes approximately 2 miles of riparian protection along Pataha and Dry Pataha Creeks. This acreage is highlighted in orange on the map. Our primary goal for the ranch is to protect and maintain habitat for target species and successional plant communities. To achieve this goal, management objectives will enhance wildlife connectivity corridors, prevent habitat fragmentation and loss, and enhance characteristics of climate-resilient lands. Like our other projects discussed today, Blue Mountain Ranch is situated within the Palouse bioregion. Interspersed undulating farmland, forestland, and grassland characterize the ranch and augment the unique geology of the Palouse. 2 riverine systems that serve as subtributaries to the Columbia River flow through the ranch. The western, northern, and southern highlands support productive farmland and forest land. Several canyons, including the Pataha Creek Canyon, provide ideal habitat for native plant and wildlife species. Ungulates, including Rocky Mountain elk, white-tailed deer, mule deer, and moose, reside and migrate through the canyons. Carnivores, including black bears, coyotes, cougars, and wolves, reside and hunt through the canyon draws. Pockets of mixed conifer forestland and grassland support food and shelter for big game species, as well as small mammals and birds. Today, 500 acres of the ranch are managed for canola and wheat production. An additional 1,100 acres are fenced for seasonal cattle grazing between the months of June and August. Similar to our other projects, there are several key facets that support our decision in prioritizing the protection of this ranch. One critical facet includes our ability to support landscape scale conservation that achieves critical habitat protection goals in sync with state agencies. Like the Allen Family Ranch, Blue Mountain Ranch sits directly adjacent to the Wootton Wildlife Area. Together, these projects provide a 4,000-acre buffer around the wildlife area, and when combined with another land trust project, permanent contiguous protection will extend over 6,800 acres. If funded, these projects, in conjunction with the wildlife area, will provide protection of approximately 23,311 acres of wildlife habitat and open space that includes over 20 miles of riparian protection along important Salmonidae-bearing streams. Protection of the ranch as critical habitat is supported by federal, state, and local conservation plans. The project is supported by 2 of NOAA's salmon recovery plans because it protects important subtributaries that provide freshwater resources to Salmonidae spawning habitat. The project is supported by several state agency conservation plans that prioritize the conservation and protection of native fish and wildlife along with their associated habitats. This project is also supported by regional and local conservation plans, including Garfield County's comprehensive plan, which is pursuant to the revised Code of Washington. Specifically, this project supports the county's community identified goals of enhancing land stewardship and reducing haphazard land development. The project also supports the county's commitment to complying with GMA goals and by directly conserving habitat defined under the plan's critical areas provision. To determine project priority, our staff met with the landowner to discuss and assess conservation values and management goals. We toured the property to visually assess these values and habitat integrity. Using our property assessment rubric, we agreed that this project met a substantial number of criteria used to determine overall conservation value. One component used to assess priority level addresses the project's role in a broader watershed system. Mapping through ArcGIS revealed that a section of the ranch encompasses a watershed that drains nearly 650 acres of the Arbuthnot Canyon located to the east of Segogan Ridge. These freshwater resources supply cool, clean water to downstream creeks that support wildlife, plant, and human communities. In a broader sense, this project will permanently protect habitat contiguous with state land and prevent land use conversion for commercial and residential development, thereby conserving natural resources important for the continuity of nearby communities and the economic vigor of the region. As previously discussed, this ranch encompasses a diverse landscape consisting of varied habitats home to an array of species, including target species identified by federal and state programs. However, there are two unique and significant aspects that prioritize the immediate protection of this ranch. First, the protection of this ranch would expand permanent protection of important wildlife habitat by maintaining intact habitat and open space between state protected and privately owned lands. And second, the Nature Conservancy has identified sections of this landscape encompassing the ranch as resilient in their 2015 Conserving Nature Stage Report. Data from the report suggests that this landscape is considered to be average to far above average in terrestrial resiliency to climate change when considering both topo climate diversity and landscape permeability. The ranch spans between 1,000 and 4,200 feet, providing a mosaic of habitats across several ecotones. Forest lands consist of mixed conifer forest stands composed mostly of ponderosa pine, white fir, Douglas fir, and western larch. Deciduous shrub and tree species, including black cottonwood and red-stemmed dogwood, provide ideal habitat along the riparian corridors of both Pataha and Dry Pataha creeks. The diversity in land type at the ranch provides dynamic opportunities for plant succession. Furthermore, the diversity in soil type supports plant communities across ecotones, contributing to the establishment of unique microhabitats within the riparian and upland areas. Riparian-dependent and obligate avian species, including the northern goshawk and willow flycatcher, are known to reside and migrate through the area, benefiting from the established riparian habitats. And although this ranch has many similarities among conservation benefits, synonymous with other sites of the same type competing for funding, I want to quickly highlight the differences that make this project site unique and worthy of immediate protection. In concert with the Allen Family Ranch and Wolf Fork Ranch, Blue Mountain Ranch epitomizes the ecological characteristics of the greater Palouse bioregion. Nutrient-rich soil deposits and volcanic basalt inundate the landscape, supporting a mosaic of land type. Second, the dominant land types, which include forestland, grassland, and farmland, provide ideal habitat for many plant and animal communities, which support an ecosystem thriving with biodiversity. Third, the location and topography of the ranch supports climate resilient habitat and connectivity corridors for both plant and animal species across several ecotones. And finally, this project has the capacity to enhance landscape scale preservation by directly expanding upon the wildlife area and adjoining land trust projects. When considering statewide significance, protection of this ranch will ensure that critical habitat and freshwater resources for target species are adequately managed. In fact, the protection of the ranch meets priorities identified in 7 state plans evaluated for conservation purposes. The project supports Goal 1 of WWRP's strategic plan, and this goal further augments the priorities outlined in the agency's Lands 2020 plan. And again, in their support letter, Chris Donnelly, Acting Regional Director, writes that an easement on the ranch will support this goal by permanently protecting quality habitat. The project also meets priorities identified in the Washington Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery Plan, the Washington State Biodiversity Conservation Plan, Washington State Wildlife Action Plan, the Game Management Plan, and the state's Mule Deer Management Plan. Again, we used WDFW's Priority Habitats and Species Mapping tool and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's IPAC tool to identify target species at the ranch. Together, the tools revealed 5 priority habitats and 17 target species. Target species include federally threatened and state candidate species. These species are highlighted in the table on your screen. We currently understand that none of the target species or communities are geographically isolated. But again, it's important to point out that the mid-Columbia steelhead population is declining, and it's important to point out that both Rocky Mountain elk and bighorn sheep utilize land within the ranch as important winter rangeland. It is suggested that several elk herds and the Two-Cannon bighorn sheep herd migrate through the ranch, and WWW estimates that the Two-Cannon sheep herd includes 20 to 30 individuals. All currently listed species are likely to use the site well into the future, pending protection from subdivision and development. The ecosystems at Blue Mountain Ranch appear to be ecologically viable and contain quality habitat for myriad species. Again, mixed conifer forest dens and riparian areas provide ideal habitat for target species and beyond. In addition, big game species forage in landscape for Idaho fescue and other bunch grasses and utilize the forested canyons for protection. The school fire burned through portions of the ranch in 2005. Mitigation efforts, including forest thinning, have supported plant succession since the fire, which has likely increased species presence and diversity across the ranch. I also want to note that both Pataha and Dry Pataha creeks flow through the ranch, serving as year-round freshwater sources for wildlife. Steelhead have traditionally used both creeks for spawning and rearing. Collectively, the size, quality, topography, and location of the ranch and its habitats adequately support the target species previously identified. And there are no known limiting factors that inhibit critical pathways for these species or communities. I previously shared our species and community status table, but I want to quickly circle back and address the significance of a few key species that benefit the most from this project. So first, rainbow trout and steelhead. These populations are in decline, especially for those populations who reside and migrate through the mid and upper Columbia River systems. Protecting spawning and rearing ground for the rainbow trout and steelhead is critical for these populations as habitat continues to degrade across the region. Rocky Mountain elk. Elk utilize the forested areas of the ranch for breeding purposes and for winter rangeland. Protecting this ranch will ensure that this habitat remains intact and that connectivity corridors for elk remain viable. Mule deer. And mule deer in the Blue Mountains MDMZ depend upon the shrublands, forested ridges, and steep canyons in the mountains for fawning and rearing, migration, and escape cover. The ranch provides ample habitat to support these important life stages and ecological characteristics. And finally, bighorn sheep. There are 17 identified bighorn sheep herds in Washington. 5 of these herds reside in southeastern Washington within the Blue Mountain ecoregion. Many of these populations reside on or adjacent to private land. Habitat quality on these lands influence bighorn sheep reproduction, survival, and abundance. Unfortunately, ideal habitat conditions are deteriorating. Therefore, it is critical to protect and actively steward lands known to support these animals. The ranch is located outside of Pomeroy in the foothills of the Blue Mountains. Pomeroy is well known for its agricultural heritage, which continues to serve as a hub for farmers. To accommodate the growing agricultural vibrancy of the region, historic prairies and grasslands were converted to crop fields, displacing the inhabiting wildlife and plant communities. Recently, the area has seen a growth in residential development. In fact, the current landowner recently purchased an additional 240 acres adjacent to a nearby residential subdivision site. The additional acreage was purchased to create a buffer between the development site and the ranch. Development pressure in this area is high due to county road and power line access, in addition to the high aesthetic value in nearby national forest and wildlife areas. Habitat acquisition via conservation easement will extinguish 110 potential development sites and serve to maintain critical habitat and connectivity corridors for the region's species by reducing habitat fragmentation and loss. And once acquired, the land trust will steward the land and actively work with the landowner to manage the habitat area so that it remains suitable for species and priority habitats. As just mentioned, development pressure is high at this site and for the surrounding area. The landowner has received numerous offers exceeding current market value for this property. Several of these offers have come from developers in the Seattle area interested in developing low-density residential infrastructure. As you may recall from our previous presentations, the Land Trust has recognized the importance of strategic conservation. Similar to the Allen Family Ranch and Wolf Fork Ranch, our current strategic conservation tools support our decision to conserve Blue Mountain Ranch. The conservation easement components under consideration reflect both prohibited and permittable uses of the landowner. These uses are listed on your screen. Collectively, these uses provide for adequate permanent protection of wildlife habitat and open space that maintains or enhances ecological characteristics of the site. This is primarily achieved by the removal and limitation of development rights, the incorporation of a site-specific stewardship plan, and the prevention of harmful impacts to the site's resources. These components and conservation benefits have been reviewed and discussed with the landowner. And once again, we signed a conservation agreement contract with the landowner that will help inform the development of our conservation easement and guide long-term viability planning. The landowner purchased this property in 5 phases over the last 20 years. Interest in the property was largely driven by its amenity value, location, and quality habitat. The landowner has since implemented management practices to maintain the site's ecological integrity. And as part of our conservation strategy, again, we'll develop a detailed stewardship plan to accompany the easement, and will include recommended best practices for forest land management and provide guidance for maintaining the ecological integrity of the site. Essential components of our stewardship plans address the strategies listed on your screen. And conservation staff, again, will perform annual site visits and conduct a comprehensive review of the stewardship plan every 5 years and update the document as necessary. Again, permanently protecting private land adjacent to the wildlife area will increase protected wildlife habitat east through the foothills of the Blue Mountains, including riparian protection along 2 steelhead-bearing creeks. Furthermore, preservation of this site in conjunction with our other proposed projects will extend permanent contiguous protection of critical habitat and headwater streams by an additional 6,800 acres. Again, this effect and impact of this opportunity for land conservation is unprecedented, especially as we encounter increased development pressures and climate change impacts. Approximately 1,100 acres of the ranch are grazed by cattle from June through August, and a cowboy leases the rangeland to run 150 head cattle, which are rotated through fenced sections of the rangeland area. We would support the continued grazing uses at Blue Mountain Ranch pursuant of an incorporated grazing management plan. If we receive project funding, we will work with the landowner, the tenant, the grazing professionals, including NRCS, to develop a plan that maintains or improves the health of the rangeland that also supports the site's target species. We have worked with NRCS, Environmental Science Associates, and Life Energy Guide to develop grazing plans for the agricultural easements we currently hold. And these plans are similarly reviewed every 5 years to assess ground conditions. At that time, we will work collaboratively to update the grazing management plan as needed. And like our other projects, this project has received support from federal, state, county, and local agencies, as well as from community members and conservation organizations. Again, this project will advance the agricultural land easement objectives of NRCS and advance habitat protection for federally threatened species that are recognized by federal and state recognized species of importance. We are not aware of and do not anticipate any opposition to this project, as it supports both environmental and economic benefits to our community. And our active involvement in the protection of this ranch may inform scientific and educational values of the site and greater region. So for example, we recently joined the Northwest Blues Shared Stewardship Group, a group composed of regional stakeholders working together to enhance forest management practices with private landowners. By protecting this ranch, we have the opportunity to enhance regional understanding of forest management by directly working with the landowner to implement an adequate forest management plan. And protection of Blue Mountain Ranch will permit private recreational use of the site only. However, the easement will protect aesthetic and scenic value for community members traveling to and from Umatilla National Forest via Mountain Road. The private uses of the ranch include wildlife and scenic viewing, hiking, hunting, foraging, and occasional ATV use, which are all compatible with habitat conservation. And similar recreational uses are permitted on nearby public lands conserved for wildlife habitat, often to a much greater degree of use than what would be experienced at Blue Mountain Ranch. So in closing, I've detailed many similar reasons why RCO should join us in the permanent protection of Blue Mountain Ranch. Thanks again for your time and interest, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. We'll start with Mickey.
Good afternoon, everybody. Last one, Alex, thank you very much for doing presentations at that time.
So Mickey, the quality is sounding poor. So I muted you for just a second and let's see, can we start it again?
Better?
No, are you using your computer mic?
I am. Yeah.
Well, try and answer your question. We'll see if we can understand it.
I'd like to understand slide 6 better. The map with several different projects and everything. So that's for both of your projects. Did you hear that? No. Okay. I'll do a written comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but if you don't mind, if you can just put it in I'm not sure it's just a water quality that's coming through. Sorry about that, Mickey. Other comments? John, do you want to try?
Hi, Alex. Hopefully you can hear me okay?
You're coming through just fine.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation. And I would say, even though I see the distinctive nature of the different projects, there's enough slides that are either identical or very close to identical with your earlier presentation and the one by Amanda as well. Like the statewide significance components, the stewardship plans, community support. I would really look for a way to make those slides a little different for each project. Maybe you add something to them, a picture, another sub-bullet point, something so that they're not the same from project to project. Remember that we as evaluators are going to sit through a couple of days long worth of projects, and we need to be helped in our ability to distinguish projects. So I'd encourage you to look for ways to make each project and the presentation unique. And on this one in particular, on the one of the slides near the end, the recreation, it wasn't clear to me quite what you were saying, whether recreation would be allowed or not allowed. So make sure that that is either clearly written right on the slide or that you clearly emphasize that.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
All right, I think I'm, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't want to sound like Mickey did. That'd be terrible. So I've a couple of things that I feel like I really could use, really need in evaluating all three projects is a table, maybe one slide that shows acres of farmland versus forest land versus grassland or something like that, the various habitats. How much farmland versus native habitats do we have? Something like that. That would be really great. For this project, it's, I think the disease issue with the bighorn sheep should be clarified, addressed, saying it's not, it's not going to be a problem, or, I think that's an important consideration. I liked your focus on how you narrowed down on those species. That's kind of what I had in mind on the last project as well. So for all three projects, kind of narrowing down on some of the focal species as well would be really good. And I think the other ones are, community support. You have very little community support. Try to get other groups to get letters of support for your project. There was only the NRCS and DFW on at least 2 of these. I don't know if all 3 of them. So try to do that. That'll help your score. And then I think an overall thing with the presentation, remember, a lot of us are going to score this project item by item, slide by slide, category by category. So if your stuff you put in the bigger picture may or may not get scored. So be careful about how much time you spend on the bigger picture versus the other categories, because when we go, we're gonna be twiddling our pencils until you go to ecological and bio, and then we're gonna go, okay, now I'm gonna score. So remember, the bigger picture is just about getting us in the right position, getting us settled down, focused, looking at this project, understanding what this is about in a very big way.
Thank you, Dave.
That's it.
Matt, you want to ask or make a comment or two?
Yeah, I guess my comment would be similar to Penny made a comment earlier about on some of these proposals. On this proposal, there was multiple bullet points on the conservation easement, kind of what it would allow and what it wouldn't allow. But I don't know if it's possible to provide some supplemental information, like maybe a copy of the conservation easement as part of the packages on these things, or just maybe explain it a little bit more in depth. Because even like David said, we don't know what part of the farmland, how much they're already using, what the conservation easement is going to totally allow. And I think these projects are so big, and just be nice to know how much is going to be allowed underneath these conservation easements. So anyway, I'd appreciate any more information on that. Would be great.
Yeah, Matt, we're gonna ask them. We're gonna have a conversation with them because they really need to separate out what's farmland versus what's habitat lands. And then we don't typically the conservation easements are developed as part of the project and not necessarily beforehand. And so we'll talk to them a little bit about how they can maybe provide some key bullet points for you as part of the presentation. And so we'll chat a little bit more about what information you might need that would help you to score, but also being consistent with what we allow everyone to do as part of this part of the process.
Yeah, maybe just drill down on the major ones and just show how that affects the properties. That's all I'm looking for. I really don't want to read the documents either. So anyway, thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks. Then Janet, do you have a question or comment?
I do. So just building on what Dave was saying, I think the message orally, you included many more partners than you had on the slide. And so just the consistency between what we're seeing visually and what you're telling us is important. And then on both of your projects, Alex, I like the map showing the connected landscape of these projects and other public lands. And I was thinking that the Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group data might be a valuable source to pull in just to look at the value of those connections.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments? Bill, did you have another question?
I just want to follow up a little bit on the conservation easements.
Okay.
Are you going to use the land trust model for conservation easement, or are you going to use the NRCS? Since they're the major funder, major partner in this, they have their own conservation easements, which are sometimes a little bit clumsy and leaky. So I'm just curious how that's going to be described.
Yeah, Bill, I think that does present a little bit of a challenge. So that's one of the things that we'll be talking about, because typically you don't have a lot of options, I think, on the federal side. And so we'll be talking to them about what the plans are and how we work to try to integrate. And so we'll be talking about which format and easement, if they are successful and being awarded a grant. So we do need to have some conversations about that. And we'll make sure we get Kim involved, because she probably reviews more of our conservation easements than anybody in the agency. So I'm sure that between Allison and Kim will help figure out what's the best strategy for that part of it. Any other questions or comments? Bill, did that cover?
Yes, that was great.
Okay, good. So Janet, did we cover you, or do you still have a question?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Okay. And I'm presuming, Matt, did we take care of all of your questions? Okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you, ladies, both for joining us and for presenting. We look forward to seeing you in September. And thanks again.
Yeah,
We
thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna take back control of the mouse.
Okay.
Okay, for the benefit of those that are watching online through YouTube, we're going to bid you farewell. I'm going to stop the recording and stop the live message. Tomorrow morning, we start up again, but tomorrow it's all about farmland and forest land. So we start the day with forest land preservation projects, and then we'll move on to farmland preservation projects. So thank you for joining us. We hope you have a great evening.